I think we're up and running. Let's check and see here. Good morning to each and every one of you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Looks like we are indeed up and running. A lot of people here. Good morning, Kim Pena Macias. For your information, I said Friday, continue drip all week. Keep your buys at lows. They are all hitting, like was said. Pattern will stay until earnings allows lows in November 19, 1367, November 11, 1357. Good support. Yes. Well, everybody was instructed to expect a today rundown on SoFi this morning because I showed everyone last year what they did, exactly how they played their game last year. And this was the day, the final day of them trying to push people out, Monday. And then after that, the next off it went. I mean, that thing went off like a bandit. That's what I think could happen. I don't make any guarantees here. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the channel. This is the tank where we hopefully make a lot of money. And if not, at least we get enriched in other ways. If we don't get rich off trading stocks, we get rich off other ways. This morning, I sold all of my DATS. I sold it at $5.60, 61, 564, 565. And I'm out completely virtually except for what I'm writing on house shares now on DATS. So I'm out of that this morning. It made a nice run this morning. DATS was up nicely this morning. And I want to thank all of those of you who told me about that one because that was a nice little runner, DATS. This morning, it's still up right now as I look at it, about 9.5%, I believe, or 7.5 now. So it is still dropping, but I sold it this morning for 40 cents higher than it is right now, DATS. And I would have sent out a notification, but we still have snow here that had to be gotten rid of before people could come out of our driveway. My driveway is quite steep that goes down to where the road is. And so I have to get the snow off. I can't leave it on there. Good morning, Kat. Let's go. That's right, James Anderson. Tortego de Rio, SoFi trying the ultimate shakeout. Yes, I already told everybody this is going to happen this morning. I said they're going to give one last effort, one last stab at it, and Monday morning, they'll try and shake everyone out good Monday morning, and then this thing's going to run. Everything's going to run until the earnings call comes out. Because as I had already said to people, generally as a rule, SoFi will rise about 30% from the date that they make their announcement to the day they do the earnings. But there's always that one attempt to shake everyone out. And so some of you had seen, I showed how they worked it last month. It was an up, down, up, down, up, down on before the last earnings call and before the run into earnings. They really herked and jerked it. And then it took one Monday morning drop. We saw that. And then it was off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and on up until earnings. So we'll see if that continues the trend of that here today on SoFi. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And by the way, you should have had orders in this morning, good till canceled, to buy at 1366. You should have known. And somebody came up here. It was, I don't know which day it was last week, but someone actually mentioned they're so predictable. And this is how we take advantage of them when they are this predictable. When they put a price down to 1366, folks, you just gotta know, that's a good place to buy. When they drive it down to 1366 or 1355. 1347, 48, 49. I mean, there's certain numbers they go after, and the 66 is the primary one. And I tell all on the day that, as a matter of fact, the day SoFi hit the highest it's ever been up until a month and a half ago when we went beyond the tens was 1170, and that was on the date of January the 30th, I believe. It could have been January 31st, but we hit 1170 a share, and all of us sold at the 66, 1166. And then we were able to buy the stock at $6 after that, 601. Some of us even in pre-market below $6. On August the 5th, folks, 6 months ago, less than 6 months ago, this price was 601. So one thing I like to say to people is who come on here on this channel and go, "Oh my gosh, what's going on with SoFi?" What's going on is it's gone from 601 to 1385, 1366. This morning's low. It's gone from 601 to 1366 in 5.5 months. That's what's gone. That's what's going on with SoFi. And remember, nothing ever just keeps going up. They have to try to shake everybody out. They've got to try to put fear in the market. They've got to try to shake it loose. They got to try to get all they can from the weak hands as long as they can. And it's an interesting thing. I'm going to show you a thumbnail that I put up. If you'll just give me a second here. This is the thumbnail that I put up in July of this past July last year. Now let me show you this thumbnail I put up. Here it is. And I'll turn this around so you can see this. So this is the thumbnail that I put up in July. I said, how long before $7, $8, and $9 shares run dry? And I put that up because my sense was that they were soon going to be all gone. And you can see that I did not ask here, will 7, 8, and 9 shares run dry? No, I did not say that. I said, how long until, or how long before 7, 8, and $9 shares run dry? And so my same question would be right now, how long will 13, 14, and $15 shares until they run dry? That's what I'd like to know, because I was correct 6 months ago on the 7, 8, and $9 shares running dry. And I was trying to tell people, please buy the stock right now. Please buy it. It's going to go crazy. And I've been telling everybody all along, even on the dips, even now, to buy it because it's going to go even higher. And I've shown everybody why by using the technical charts. And I compared TSSI and I compared SoFi. And by the way, I want to thank whoever was the one that told me about this stock, which I sold this morning at $5.61, $5.64, and $5.65. And I'm out of DATS right now, except for my free shares. I don't have any more money invested in it. Plus, I made a nice sweet pop on that. So thank you. Yeah. All right. Somebody just got through saying R. Escobar. Take a look at SLRX. Okay. I will do that right now. And if you all have mentioned other ones that I haven't seen yet, I'll try to get to those if you'll just give me some time to scroll back up through what you've all said this morning. There are 123 people on here with me. And right now, oh my goodness. Well, I tell you what, folks, listen, don't buy this stock right now, please. Whatever you do not buy it now. We'll buy it tomorrow. SLRX is a tomorrow buy. All right, not today. No way. The potential for upside is far outweighed now by the downside risk. If you had caught in this, you owned it on Friday, congratulations, SLRX Pharmaceuticals. Now, folks, this is also what's going to happen with TENX one day for all of us. And in case you didn't know it, go take a look at TENX today, ladies and gentlemen. All of you who I've been telling about this stock for about a year and a half, and I've been trying to get people in on this, TENX. And today, again, up another 2% today. And at $6.45 a share. When I was telling everybody to buy this at $2.66, and I know many of you still on this channel right now listening to me, you own it in that price range. 9:26 is the time right now. January the 13th, folks. It's Monday, January the 13th. The final day to scare anybody out of SoFi, ladies and gentlemen. And this morning, I told you that expect a steep drop early in the morning. That's what I told everybody. They're going to come at SoFi right out of the gate. And then the rest of the week, it's going to go up. And that's what I told everyone about SoFi this morning. I said, expect a very hard attack at it this morning early. And then the rest of the week, it's going to rise just like it did last month. The same thing. I saw SENS. Yep. I sold too early on that, but hey, listen, I never frown over a profit. I saw SENS. It was up 80%. I saw SENS. And I sold it. I made a nice profit on it, but I'm still wishing I would have held on to it now. And yeah, Friday's close up 80%, folks. And look, it's only fallen 3%, folks. That's very strong, okay? That's extremely strong with the Dow futures red, the S&P futures red, the NASDAQ futures red, the Russell futures red. That's very strong for that to only be down 3% after an 80% run up, okay? And that's my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's strong. That's strong. It would be good to pull it back right there. If that's all they can take it down from an 80% run up, folks, you ought to get you some. And look at the number it's down, 3666. 3666, people, a manipulated number, and that would be a very good buy. I would recommend 7489 down 3666 in the pre-market. And now the time is 9:28, and you know my number is 8, so let's do this. At 9:28 and 48 seconds, I'd like you all to hit the like button for me before we get this show on the road here this morning. So at 9:28 and 20 seconds, let's all time it down. We'll count down and we'll hit the like button together, everybody. And so let's start right now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And press the like button right there if you wouldn't mind. And that helps get this channel circulated to even more people who will be able to see it. I like this SENS right now in pre-market at down 3.666. That's a lovely number to buy it, and I think you'll be in very good shape. A stock that goes up 80%, and then on a Monday morning with all the futures down, it's down 3%. Man, that's a good opportunity possibly, folks. Now, I could be wrong, so don't want you diving in. Don't tell me, thanks, I bought 50,000 shares. I don't want to hear that. That's not how we play the game here, folks. We're very, very light when we go in. We wade in. We wade into positions. And then this morning, to see them try everything they could in the pre-market, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to achieve, they would have achieved, if you go over here and take a look at DATS this morning, like I said, it was up to 565 high. Or in the after hours, I guess that could even be when my orders sold. But this morning, and I'm trying to go into pre-market, so let's click on pre-market and see what it ran up to. The pre-market in the high, 640 this morning, ladies and gentlemen. 640 at 7:11 a.m. 640 on DATS, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, everybody who got in on that. And who got out in that range. $6.33 should have been on your sell order, and $6.31 should have been there. And you guys already know, $6.08 you should have sold some, $6.11, $12, $13. And now it's sitting this morning at what? After you sold there? Sitting at $5.35 in the pre-market. So it's down $1.05 from the high right now, DATS. So, yep, it's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this show on the road. It is 9:30 in the morning. The bell has rung. I don't even have, hold on a minute here a second. Let me go over here. Boom, there we go. Good morning. RGTI dropped. Doesn't surprise me. I'm going to show you what we do with RGTI here in a minute. But let's just watch what's going to happen here this morning in the early hours of the market opening. 1366. Someone mentioned to me on last week, like I said, man, these guys get so predictable. And they are. Once you learn to look for things, you see how predictable they are. Well, they got it down to the lowest they could. During the regular session, I guess 1366, the end of it. And now watch this thing take off for Neverland, folks. We're headed to $20. Okay, and we may even go over 20 on earnings day. Some people think that's over optimistic, but you don't know what Sofi has up their sleeve. I don't know what they got up their sleeve, but I know somebody who knows what they have up their sleeve, and that's the executive vice president of their lending department, because before the blackout period, ladies and gentlemen, he purchased $500,000 worth of Sofi stock because he knows more than everybody else. He knows if anybody's going to know. Talk about insider trading, folks. Look at this thing go, baby. Oh, we're going to be green, ladies and gentlemen. It's just like last year, folks. And I tried to show you, I tried to show everybody on Friday to expect a drop down to 1366 on this morning. And then you expect it to just go up the rest of the days, every day during the rest of the week, every day up. Because that's exactly what happened 1 month ago, ladies and gentlemen. So, and I showed everybody on the chart. I showed them how it worked out. I showed them that Monday was the last attack, and then it went off last month. It was gone all the way up until earnings, folks. So just expect the same thing, about a 30% increase as the average from SoFi's announcement date till the day that they actually release earnings. And so I'm going by history, folks. I'm using history. What they did last month was the exact same thing. It was Monday morning early. They attacked the stock very hard, and then it just took off all week long afterwards, and it was up and up and up. I showed you guys that on Friday, and some of you know that, and probably maybe part of the reason you're here right now. Sold 1377, 25% for a rebuy. Good. 1377 is a good number to sell some, and 1379.78 is good. And make sure you've got sell orders in at 1384 and 1386, 87, and 88, folks. Okay? 1384, 86, 87, 88. Make sure you have sell orders there on SoFi. All right? And unless you bought it for much less, but some people don't understand. They don't understand my logic. But see, folks, even if you bought it for more than it is now, it's going to pull back off 1388. So if you sell some at 1388 and you get to buy back at 1366, you're gaining ground, okay? That's what you're trying to do. If you're down on a position, folks, you have to hit those daily highs and look for the pullbacks. And you just heard someone say, hey, I just sold at 1377 looking for a pullback. You're smart, because 99 times out of 100, after you sell at 1377, you can buy it back at 1367 or 1366. 9 times out of 100. 90 times out of 100. You'll see. Watch this thing drop right now to 1371 minimum. And if they don't do that, I would take away the 1384 sell order and I'd just go to 1386, 87, 88. I'm telling you now, if they don't drive SoFi's price right now down from 1380, 1370, yeah, so this looks very good. Yep, see, you took away the 84. If you took away the 84 right there, it would jump past it, and I knew it would if they didn't take it from 1377 back down to 1366. This looks very strong. This looks very, very strong. I would even think about taking out the 87 here and jump right up to 93, 1393. You should be selling at 1393 and 1394. You should have sell orders in on 1393 and 1394. Now, some people go, Catfish, what are you talking about? You just told me to sell at 13. Why would I sell? Well, listen, this is why. Because at one of these numbers that I call out, it's going to drop from there. And it's going to drop a lot from there, okay? So if you just keep getting out a little bit more, the same way you bought in, folks, and you get out a little bit at a time, you're going to do fine that way. You're going to make money. You're going to make money over the long run. I promise you. There's no way you can lose money doing the techniques that I'm telling you. So right here, you should sell at 1387, 88. Okay? It's going to go over 1384 right now. And you should be, here it goes right now, and you should be selling at 1386, 87, and 88, because those are numbers on my sell sheet right here. I have them here, folks, buy sell numbers, and you can see them right there in the middle of the screen. And even though these are ones, it still applies to now. Right here, you should be selling at 86, 87, 88, and 89. And you should be buying back at 67, 77, or 78. Okay? That's the numbers you should be buying back. 67, 77, or 78. After we sell at 86, 87, 88, and 89. All right? That's what you should be doing. That's just my suggestion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So, as a matter of fact, those of you that know, I just said sell at 1384. Some of you may have sold automatically because you already had your good till cancel orders in at 1384. But from 1384, you'll often see 1376 again, 1377. Off of 1384, you will often see 1377, folks. It's very common, very, very common. And that's why I tell you, but now she's going to go up and she's going to sell. What's the high right now on it? Let's go see what they're showing the high now is. And somebody saw my thumbnail. A lot of you might have seen my thumbnail and be wondering what this is all about, this naked shorting. I'm going to show you here, all right? I'm going to show you what it's all about. FINTEL, SoFi Institutions. Good morning, R. Escobar. Let's see here, all you people. World Free Speech. It's a day early. SLRX is up 170. Yes, I saw that this morning. I'm warning people not to buy it. GCTK, up. All right, thank you, World Free Speech. GTCK, folks. You guys can go look at these, and I'm not advocating any of them. Apple, please don't sell until 45, says Mr. Somebody. Applesauce, is that the plan? Let's see. Applesauce, my average is 14.68. I sell now, I take a loss. Nope, you don't. You don't understand what I'm saying. You don't take a loss. This is where people get misconstrued about stocks, okay? They don't understand because they think, oh God, if I bought it in the 1450s and I sell at 1488, I'll be taking a loss. Okay. But what if you do, what happens of the 100 or 200 shares you sell at 1388, you can then buy back the same day, just a few minutes later at 1360, something like you could have just then. Do you understand? You just sold it at 1384, and now you get to buy back with that same money at 1369. Just because you're down doesn't mean that you're not going to make more money still doing this, folks, selling on the highs each day and buying back at the lows. This is where people misunderstand. They go, "Oh my God, if I sell here, I bought at 1460, I won't be able to make it back. I'm losing money." No. The price has gone up to a number you know they're going to stop it at. And I just told you they were going to stop this thing at 1384, 1386, 87. And it shows the high right now. Look at the high they show. What does it show? It shows the high, 1389. And ladies and gentlemen, those are the exact numbers I just had on that sheet to tell you to sell. 86, 87, 88, and 89. How did I know that? How did I know they would make it fall back down to 1367 after a 1389? That number's on my sheet to buy back right there. Look at it right here on the buy-sell numbers. It says to sell at 86, 87, 88, and 89. And over here, buy back at 67. And there it is. It's exactly what I told you, okay? It's exactly what I told you. You could have just bought it back then at 1367. All right. And now it rides on up and it goes past the 13s. And eventually it's going to get to your 14s that you own it in. But in the meantime, you're day trading. Okay. In the meantime, you're day trading it. You can still day trade it, even if you think you're taking a loss when you sell. But if you get a freaking 17, 18 cent gain and you get some free shares cheaper, doesn't that make sense to you? It should. Michi Mo, again, you're stuck at 1570 is an illusion. That's something you think that you're stuck at. You think you're stuck there. You're not stuck there. Why wouldn't you just take some of your shares that you've got invested in SoFi, that you bought it at 1570, and why wouldn't you take some of those shares, even if it's just 5% of your account, and sell them with me just now at 1384 and now buy back at 1367? Why wouldn't you do that? Doesn't it make logical sense to you to gain back some of your losses a little bit at a time by nipping away at it and going, hey man, I just sold for 20 cents higher than I bought, regardless of where you originally came in. You can still day trade every day, everyone, and you can get back your losses quicker by day trading rather than just sitting there and waiting, saying, oh God, I'm just stuck here. There's nothing I can do. I'm trying to change people's way of thinking. I know it sounds crazy to sell a stock for less than you bought it for, but ladies and gentlemen, if they've driven it way down and now you know it's going to slowly eke its way back up to where you got in initially and go beyond that based on the charts and the earnings that are about to come up. And listen, when SoFi moves over into the S&P 500, folks, it's going to rocket over $20 so fast people won't know what happened. It's going to. And in the same way, ladies and gentlemen, that I was showing you this information way back when in September, here we are in September, October, November, December, January. 4 months later, I was telling you the price was at 727, and I told you they were going to push it up to 1229. That was their first goal. I told you they were going to do that. And then I told you they'd push it up to 1454, and it went beyond that to $17, folks. So just keep that in mind. I was telling you from the sevens that it was going to come up here. It's where it is now. And now I'm telling you it's going to go from where it is to $20 or above. And just trust that that's what's going to happen, folks, because it is. This company is going to get over 20 and over 25 as well. And so I'm not in fear of it at all, but I will continue to day trade it. Okay? Just give me a second here, folks. Sassy, you're correct. It's a wash cell. And now I'm going to show you guys here something in here in a minute. Just give me a second here. Please hold. Oh, man. Just 1 minute here. And I appreciate your patience. Donald, your question, will we see $12? Yes, we will. We will see $12 higher than where it is now. You bet. Please enter your activation code. You can find it. Oh my gosh. Just hold on, people, please. Oh, goodness gracious. Having some technical difficulties here. Just give me a minute. God dog it. This is driving me nuts almost, folks. Just hold on here. SoFi, stock, Yahoo. All right, here we go. Yay. Now we go up here. Yay. Come on, give me the mail. I have no idea why they're wasting my time logging into my Express VPN with some sort of freaking code. God. Okay, well, this isn't going to work, ladies and gentlemen. I just went through this BS about a week ago, and they're doing it to me again. My ExpressVPN will not work, and trying to get me to sign in with a subscription. And I am sorry, but it's just the way it is. I'm not going to do any trading here if I can't go in through my ExpressVPN in my account. And it isn't going to work, so I'm going to close this out. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to close out this stream for a minute. I'm going to close everything. And now I'm going to restart my computer, so because I've had this before, and I'm not going to deal with it now. And so just give me a minute here, and we'll talk about some other things. All right. Well, I decided to put up this thumbnail this morning because I'm going to show you something interesting about recent naked shorting activity. And let's just restart all this. Think all of it. Restarting the whole dang thing. And then we're going to try and fire up our VPN. I don't know what in the world is going on with it, but as I said, I'm not going to go onto my account without my VPN. You should sign in before going live. Well, you're right, but sometimes I have to move a whole bunch of shit and snow off my driveway and my back deck so that I can maneuver around the house, and it doesn't allow the time for it. So this morning I had too much snow to get that all done. Usually I'm already all fired up and I've been trading. Actually, I was signed in earlier in the morning. I sold some shares of DATS this morning, made a killer pop on that. I owe you guys for that. Thank you. And I appreciate it. Let's see. Cat, yeah, well, I'm stuck in options contract that expires on Friday. I hope you're right about the run-up this week. I need 16. Should I leverage with a put? Yeah, that's the smartest thing to do. Yeah. Yep, that's the smartest thing to do. Cover yourself. It's like insurance. It's like buying insurance. Yep. So I'm going to show you guys some stuff here this morning that's been going on with naked shorting. And in case you don't know what naked shorting is, there's actually it's multifaceted, the things that they do that can be detrimental to a stock price in a big way. One is, well, naked shorting is basically when a buyer buys and commits to buying a certain number of shares, and they acquire all the shares that are lent over to them, and then they have to return those shares when they sell or buy back in if they're shorting. So the problem is when they fail to deliver, is when they fail at the end of the day to fail to come up with the money to hand the people for the shares. And that is called failure to deliver. And it is, in fact, illegal. And naked shorting, though, is very, very harmful for a stock price. And I'm going to be showing you some things here in just a moment, if you'll just give me a minute. All right, I don't need any of that. Okay, I don't need that. Put that down there. Close out this. By the way, also, in case you don't know this, I don't just do stocks for a living. I have other sources of income, and one of them is I'm an original music artist. That's me right there on Spotify. And you can find me, Tyler Self. That's me. And I'm on Spotify and Apple Music and Google Play and all other music providers. So come on over and check out my channel. And I think you'll enjoy my music. I have over 60 songs online and over 120 with videos on YouTube. And there are links to all that down in the description, or you can just go to my channel and look at all my different playlists that I have. And so I'm going to close that out now. And I want to thank you for those of you who have come over and subscribed lately to my channels and are listening. GCTK, yep, I've heard it. Several people have brought it up this morning. It's way up to, when things run that high, you don't buy them. You wait until the next day. Play your cards right, folks. Don't buy into a stock that's skyrocketed, because the chances are it's going to come back down. And it will the following day, especially in the morning, almost always. Okay, so let's get over here. Sofi stock, Yahoo. There we go. And we'll start off with this because it's the main page. But what I want to show you guys here is this. And there's actually a few things I'm going to show you. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is see if my ExpressVPN will now work. So let's go over here and try and see if we can get in on ExpressVPN. There we go. And last time I had trouble was because my credit card had expired. Look at that. Sofi at $13.91. Who called that? I told you, people, this is the run. It's beginning now. This is just the beginning, a very, very beginning of a short, major escape out of this thing now. They've all gone long, folks. Dadgummit. I've lost my ding-dong mug. Now, ladies and gentlemen, your next sell order should be in at $13.93. And a chance at $13.97, $98, $99, and $14. After that, don't do anything till $14.06, $14.07, and $14.08. So congratulations if you just sold with me at $13.93. And hey, looks like I'm going to be connected. Yay! I'm connected to my ExpressVPN. Woohoo! All right. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And now we can get in here and start making some money. Yes. Look at that baby fly. Whoa! Well, you'll all see if Catfish was right, because I showed you. One thing that I like to do on this channel, everybody, is I use the history. I look at trading history to try to determine where we're going in the future. And I've been doing that for a long time on this channel. Many of you know it. You know how much I've done it. And congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, watch them halt Sofi once it starts to rocket on them, okay? Even if it's in the red, don't be surprised to get it halted. Hey, sold! $13.97. Thank you very much. I just sold some there. And I will be selling, look, all the way up to $39.98 one day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to sell these shares. $39.98. Look at that pullback, too. And here's where you start coming in, folks. All right. Now, so you all know, I'm going to be signing in here into paper money. Live trading is over here, where you can use the same software for live trading, or you pick paper money. I'm picking paper money because I don't want anybody to say, oh, I used real money and I got screwed. You learn with paper money first, folks. Learn with paper money first, all right? That's what I want you to do. Learn with paper money. All right. All right, here we go. All right. And there we go. And this thing's going to blast over 14, folks. Let's take a picture of the lowest it ever was. Yay! Woohoo! All right, folks, just give me a minute here because they're going to send me a text message to sign in. So please just hold here a second. And I will be right back. It's going to arrow spin for a little bit while I get this code off my phone. Please hold for a moment. Okay, I am back, and we're looking good. We're getting logged in here. And I want to thank everybody who's been here with me on this channel. I appreciate it very, very much. We've had a very good morning this morning. If you happen to own DATS, ladies and gentlemen, DATS stock, I'm sorry I couldn't send you out a notification about it earlier this morning, but hopefully you already had sell orders in on it at the numbers that you should have had them in, and those were all the way up over $6. It stopped, I think, at about $6.40 this morning in the pre-market around 7:20 a.m. And so now we're going in here on our Think or Swim, and we're going to take a look at this. And let's get over here to trade. And DATS is right now at $5.35 a share. Some of you guys have been calling out another stock this morning on a run, GCTK. GCTK. Let's go look at it. And I want to go over here and look at its chart. All right. And that right there, folks, is just some simple consolidating on this line. And it could ride sideways a long time while they accumulate there before it either drops or pops. Either direction, folks. You never know. You never know. Just right there, I don't like the fact that it's breaking down below this a little bit. Let me examine this a little bit further. Let me get in here. There we go. Yeah, right at this stage, be cautious, folks. Be cautious, okay? I'm seeing one big candlestick right there that was a buy-in, and then waiting on some more. We need to see some more volume coming in. That last candlestick was red right there. So I don't like that right now, DATS. All right. And we're taking a look at, that was not supposed to be that stock. The stock I just put in was supposed to be, hold on, GCTK. There we go. Now, let's do that. There we go. All right, this is the one I want to look at now. And right now, the thing I like about it here, ladies and gentlemen, is the 45-day, the blue line, and the 50-day. Although they moved up nicely under a lot of green candlesticks and good volume, right here's where someone decided to try to put the brakes on it. All right. And that candlestick you see down there was quite a bit red on that one. And then these last two have been solid red. Sellers. Volume levels are dropping, though. The size of the candles are smaller. But it is still being attacked right now, and you can see they're pushing the MACD into the red. So just hold off on that. But if we start to see these climb back up, that might be a good place to come in. But right now, they're attacking it down, and they're going to try to get these all the way down to the 45 and 50. And that'll probably be, at that price, $15.66, folks. Put your buy order $15.66 if you want to buy some of that. All right. Now we're going to go over here, and ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be something I want to show you. I am down a lot on the stock RGTI, and I own still 1,400 shares of this stock. Okay, I own 1,400 shares of RGTI. And it's currently trading at 18.97, I guess, something like that. No, 7.25. Is that where it is? Yeah, 7.25. Now, I am down massively on this stock, RGTI. So what I'm going to do here is I want to find a runner. And one of them looks like it could be that one you guys have been mentioning this morning. DJT is on fire. All right, let's go look at it. Trade, let's see, chart, DJT. Trump media. Wow, it sure is. Good. Well, I bought this at $33 a share. 33 a share is what I own DJT stock for. So it's good to see it finally got me up in the green. I've been up in the green before on it, but it's always been up and down and up and down. And I haven't done anything with it. I haven't traded any of it. I don't have very many shares of it. I know that. Matter of fact, they're not even showing up here because I didn't buy it on this account. I bought this on my real account. So you don't see DJT even on here because I don't own it in the paper money. I bought it before I started trading this paper money account. And by the way, this paper money account has now gone from $100,000 to $215,000. Right there, you can see it. 100,000 to net liquid now, 214,000, and I did that in 2 months and a week. So we've made on this account 114,000 in 2 months and 1 week, and that's not too bad. That's not too bad. If you've been trading along with me using the live trading, then you're doing well, and so congratulations to those of you who have been doing that with me. But now I'm going to show you something. So we're going to get over here and take a look at RGTI. And I want to take a look at it right now. Just take a long glance at this. And some of you people have come over here because you saw my thumbnail about naked shorting. And I've been telling you I was going to show you what's going on there. Another 18% drop. Well, do I want to sell on a day when it's down 18%? Probably do. No, it's at the very low right now. I'm just going to hold on to it. I don't have that many shares still, but let me go over here, and I'm going to go here to Sofi Institutions, and I want you to see something, ladies and gentlemen. And also, recently, in case you don't understand how shorting works, I have a video that I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to put a link up to it so you can watch this and understand how shorting works. And if you'll just give me a second here, I'm going to go over to history. Here we are. And then I'm going to find right here, somewhere down here, shorts. Naked shorting, ladies and gentlemen, and how it all works. There it is right here. Boom. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this up at folks, and I think it is so important that I want you to listen to this. Cat on Sofi, isn't 14 a huge resistance on the 3-month? Absolutely. And I want you guys to listen to this. I'm going to turn the volume up so you can all hear this. And I think you'll find this very interesting because a lot of people just don't understand what naked shorting is. And many of you do, but I would guess the majority of you don't understand how complex it is. And this video that I'm going to show you right now is going to prove to you how complex it is. All right, so I'm going to turn the volume on, and we're going to let this play, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't usually do this kind of thing, but today I think this is worth it. And that's why I put up the thumbnail about naked shorting. Ladies and gentlemen, here you go. And I'm not going to use any copyright on this. This was posted by Dolphin Group, DALTHAN. They have 61 subscribers, and here is the video so you can hear how this all works, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you appreciate it. And off we go.
Continue to be destroyed.
All right, let's play it again. Here we go. I got to turn it up where you guys can hear this. Just hold on a second, and then I'll get it going.
Naked shorts, the illegal practice of short selling a stock without actually locating that stock to borrow. So is naked shorting happening in this market? As smaller companies continue to be destroyed, and as average investors on Main Street lost their shirts to naked short selling, John Harmer, a former California state senator and lieutenant governor under Ronald Reagan, became intrigued with this little-known practice. But Harmer soon discovered that naked short selling had decimated the value of many small companies.
GameStop. This shit's gotta end. Retail investors are the backbone of the stock market, but all too often, Their hard-earned investments are being undermined by illegal and unethical practices like naked short selling, rehypothecation, and failure to deliver. This results in extreme volatility in the stock market, leaving retail investors feeling helpless and betrayed. Is there something that retail investors can do to fight back? Some investors have already lost their trust and are getting out of investing, while others are taking the advice of experts to switch their margin account to cash, but most are stuck in a financial situation where they become bag holders. It's time for retail investors to fight back. Trading brokers must be put on notice to not allow rehypothecation, failure to deliver, and to stop allowing stocks to be borrowed even when the stock cannot be located. Naked short selling is a practice where traders sell shares they do not actually own and fail to deliver the shares within the mandated time frame. This artificially suppresses the stock price and results in losses for retail investors.
All right, so I'm going to pause this right now because I'm going to come over here now and I want to show you Sofi Technologies, and I'm going to come over here and I'm going to click on short interest, and I'm going to put down here fails to deliver. All right. And this is another indicator, as well as shorts, those institutions that are only shorting leaving SoFi recently, and I've shown you that. There were 34 that were shorting it, and we're down to 30 now. So 4 in the last 2 weeks have gotten out and not shorting SoFi any longer. But folks, look over here. Look at the fails to deliver. And I want to show you how they can affect the stock price. All right. I'm going to show you here in a second. SoFi historical data. All right. So just bear with me a second while I show this to you. Look at the dates right here that they failed to deliver. And they're starting to fail deliver in large quantities, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to know that in dollar value, they have been failing to deliver. Here on the 31st of October, Halloween, they failed to deliver $3.6 million worth of shares. See, this is where trouble started to build on them because the price was rising and rising and rising, and they started naked shorting the crap out of it. And here again on 11/8, November the 8th, they naked shorted $1.8 million worth. The next day, $2.3 million worth. And this is illegal, folks. But a good thing that is about to happen is a bill was just passed for more transparency. And hopefully, here very soon, we're going to see them stop doing this, okay? This could easily make share price go even higher for SoFi because obviously, look at this amount here on November the 21st. Look at this, folks. They nearly didn't return $7 million. I mean, look at that, folks. And the next day, they failed to return another $7 million worth of SoFi stock, okay? This is synthetic shares, basically, folks, that they're manufacturing. And rehypothecation that they talk about is when one entity sells the shares to another, and then that one sells those to another, who sells to another, who sells to another. And so I want you to be aware about naked shorting, and it's growing, folks. Look here on December the 6th, $3.5 million they failed to return. December the 11th, failed to return $1.5 million. The next day, December the 12th, failed to return almost $10 million worth of SoFi stock. All right, this is naked shorting, everybody. This is what this is, okay? Fails to deliver. Now I'm going to continue with the video. Here we go.
Rehypothecation is when a broker takes assets, such as stocks or bonds, pledged by its clients as collateral, and uses them for their own purposes, often lending them out to other traders. This can lead to a situation where a single asset is being used as collateral by multiple parties, resulting in a significant risk to retail investors. Failures to deliver, FTD, occur when either sellers fail to deliver or buyers fail to receive securities in time to settle a trade. Settlement of a trade is the point at which the seller is required to deliver the securities agreed upon in the trade, and the buyer has to deliver the funds to pay for the securities. In a naked short sale, the seller does not borrow or arrange to borrow the securities in time to make delivery to the buyer within the standard 2-day settlement period. As a result, the seller fails to deliver securities to the buyer when delivery is due. This is known as a failure to deliver or fail. And finally, allowing stocks to be borrowed even when the stock cannot be located can result in the creation of synthetic shares, which can be used to artificially manipulate the stock price. The ultimate aim of the naked short sellers is not only to crash the stock price and make money. When the stock price of a company is decimated, the company risks getting delisted or filed for bankruptcy. In that event, the naked short seller keeps the profit without having to declare the gains and avoid paying gain tax.
Folks, and this is the crux of it all. I mean, look at this. If they are able, by naked shorting synthetic shares and rehypothecation, and just decimate the price of a share price to the point where the company has to file bankruptcy, they get to no taxes, they free gains. They don't get taxed on the gains. It's just insane, folks. This is another incentivizing for them to continue this practice and to keep doing it. So this is why I'm telling you, can anything be done to stop this kind of naked shorting? And some things are starting to happen, okay? One, like I said, this bill recently has been passed to make things more transparent. And number two, we're going to have to start going after these people in another way other than just civilly. We're going to have to go after them for criminal charges, for committing crimes. And this is huge, folks. Hey, DD Files. PHIO, okay, but all the market is falling. How can they do that? Well, this is what we're getting at, the crux of this. So continue listening. Hopefully you'll enjoy what might be happening here for us in the future, among other things.
That's why they'll go to extent of crashing the stock price, take their gains, and move on to their next victim. This also opens to the possibility of any competing company to have interest in shorting or working with naked short seller to attack the competitor's stock price to boot them out of a market. When a company goes bankrupt, the retail investors lose their money. These practices are illegal and unethical, and retail investors must call for their trading brokers to put an end to them. Retail investors need to hold these brokers accountable for their actions. They should not be allowed to continue to take advantage of this illegal practice. Retail investors must also call the CEOs to be accountable for their fiduciary duty to the board and the shareholders. They must take measures to ensure that the stocks are not subjected to naked short sellers. They should invest in technology that monitors, collects data, and reports any signs of stock manipulation.
The thing I find interesting about this is that this is being done blatantly, and they don't try to hide it. Here you can plainly see that they're naked shorting the crap out of Sofi right now to the tune of $6 million worth one day, $6 million another, $3 million here recently, and $9 million. And I want to show you what can be done with these shares that they failed to deliver on, okay? They can use them over the next few days to sell, okay? When they don't deliver them, they can sell the shares out. And you can see what happens to the price. Let's look at here. They failed to deliver on December the 12th. Well, let's go down here and look at December the 12th. The price of the stock, ladies and gentlemen, was $16.48 a share on December the 12th when they failed to deliver all those shares. But they were able to make the price fall almost 70 cents by selling those shares. Had they not had those shares to sell, where would Sofi's price be? This is what I'm asking you. If they didn't have those shares that they naked shorted on December the 12th to the tune of almost $10 million worth, where would Sofi's price probably have gone to? They would have never gotten it back down to $15.73 if they didn't naked short the stock, everyone. That's the reason it dropped to that price. And not only that, then they continued to sell those shares the following days and the following till the price was all the way down to $14.93. So you see what they can do when they are naked shorting the shares. Let's go look at this date right here on October the 21st and 22nd. Where was SoFi's price on October 21st and 22nd? Let's go down and look. It was at $10.26, and then they took it down from a high of 10.54 to 10.19, a 50-cent swing on a day that, and you can see the volume was almost twice as much as the day before because they had all those shares to sell. And it just makes you wonder, where would SoFi have closed if the high on the 21st was 10.54 and closed at 10.40? Where would it have closed if they didn't cheat the system? Okay, so this is the thing. Now I'm going to continue here, and I want you to know that this guy, about a year and a half ago, tried to start a move against the short system. And his name is Roger Hamilton. The company that he worked for was Genius Group. And he got involved with several attorneys, and they started filing claims against these companies that were, but you'll hear how this all panned out. Just hold on, and here we go.
Three buckets of really wrongdoing. There's naked short selling. There is lending out more shares than you have, which creates more naked short selling. And then there's spoofing. Now, there's many other forms of manipulation, match trades, wash trades, all that. But Wall Street, from where I sit, has become more sophisticated. So spoofing seems to be, one of the main events, which are these baiting orders that are posted to send a stock a direction. In most of the cases we're looking at, the direction is down. And of course, baiting orders are never real. They're put up there. They're more lies that are perpetrated and posted to induce the investing public to do something based on the reality of those baiting orders, which of course aren't real because they get taken down, throughout the day, if not at the end of the day. So we have a complaint, Harrington in the Southern District of New York, that is passed the motion to dismiss. We just filed an amended complaint. That's ongoing. Cohen Milstein filed the Northwest Bio complaint. That's ongoing, which I'm a part of that. But again, they get credit for where that case is today. And the main, they're the lead lawyer in the case, which is good because we had to increase our bench over time. And incidentally, that's going to increase. We're going to bring more lawyers into the fold here because what's happening is because of this new awareness between CEOs, between the Reddit group, between the cases we have pending and other cases forthcoming, and John Berta now coming on and exposing that. There's a movement, I say, as evidenced by the fact that I've heard, I haven't verified, that there's going to be some kind of march on either New York or DC against, the naked short selling and really Wall Street eating these companies. I think it's sometime in the...
It's next Friday and Saturday, right in front of the SEC. In Washington.
Yeah, well, you know more about it than I do, but that just illustrates the form of the movement. Okay, what's happened is people are getting tired of getting ripped off, and so ultimately, this is going to cause a revolution of some type, a financial revolution, a peaceful protest. I don't know the forms it takes. I'm not involved in any of that. I've got my plate full and just doing the legal part of this with our team. But this movement is growing. It's growing at a rapid pace, and because of that, it's going to create new awareness and shine a light on this, which frankly Wall Street has been successful until recently, until GameStop and AMC, and keeping this in the dark. We've settled a bunch of cases along the way. We made progress. I think we're at case number 20 or 21. But that's over 20 years, so it's not misleading to your listeners. But you're going to see the number of cases brought escalate, and it's going to escalate because more lawyers are seeing this is real, more boards are seeing this is real, and frankly, they don't want to get sued by their shareholders, so they're going to take action. In worst case, they're going to take some action to at least look at this and see, is it true? And if it is true, then they're going to be put in a different bucket, which is you need to take action or not. And ultimately, I think most of them will, once we can show them that the evidence is there. Obviously, we're not going to pursue a case if there isn't sufficient evidence. So that movement's ongoing. You got Gary Gensler, who I think is trying to make a difference. Unfortunately, that didn't end up solving any of the problems, as I said. just because, until you eliminate the failure to deliver issue and lending the same share multiple times and allowing naked short selling to exist, especially with bona fide market makers, which I don't know too many of those, to be honest, that I see from where I sit. So you eliminate those issues, then you'll clean this up. But until then, we're going to have to keep fighting and demand accountability to stop this carnage. Wall Street, if you go look at what FINRA has done and what SEC has done and other regulatory agencies, they have fined them multiple times, hundreds of times. But it is a cost of doing business, as one federal judge said in New York in a different case, not our case, a different case. And so, in the same thing with the $900 million fine, how much did Morgan make off of spoofing the metal markets, if that's what it was? I think it was the metals market, precious metals. Then they must have made materially more than the $900 something million fine.
So Morgan Stanley manipulated the metals market and got a $915 million fine. Now, where I got this data about fails to deliver is here on Fintel. And so what I can do on Fintel is I can come up here to the search window up at the top up here, and I can type in on Fintel Sofi, S-O-F-I, and then I have to click on it, and then I actually have to hit the search thing because it won't do shit until you hit this. Hit on the little search thing, and then you get over here to institutional ownership. And you can click on SoFi institutional ownership, and below that it says there's short interest. If you click on that, then you see a tab up here at the top that says short interest. Click on it, fails to deliver right there. And then these are the many, many times, and recently it's virtually every day, December 9th, December 11th, December 12th, December 13th. They're committing crimes every day, and it's here on Fintel for everyone to see. It's like right in front of everyone's face, here we are failing to deliver almost $10 million worth of shares. And if they keep those 595,850, they can just use them to sell. They can just use them to sell the next day and sell the price down. And so, folks, I show you exactly how they do it. This is what's going on. Fails to deliver are and as you heard just then, it's really worse than just fails to deliver because they use other things called rehypothecation, which I had never heard of until I watched that video. And that is where one entity sells shares and then they buy them and then they sell them to someone else who buys it and sells it to someone else and buys it and sells it to someone else. They're loaning out this share multiple times, and it's just the same share. It dilutes the share value by doing this, folks. This is how it works. So anyway, as it turns out, well, I'll just go ahead and play you just a little bit more of it. But isn't it amazing? And then what they call spoofing, which is where they put in these big orders like they're going to sell 1 million at this certain price, and they're not going to. It's all fake, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Okay, but how long is it going to fall? We don't want to lose all of our money. Kat, you're missing good buys. That's okay. You know what? I don't have to trade every day. Sometimes when I put up a thumbnail that says, can naked shorting be stopped? I want to show people that topic. I'll get to my trading, but I got a point here, and that is if I put up a thumbnail and it brings people over and they want to get information about naked shorting and how it works, and I'm going to take the time to do it because I've made enough money. I'm not worried. I'm going to miss a few. Yeah, that's okay, but I'm not worried about it. Already making money on SoFi. I sold this morning already. And I was suggesting to everybody else, hey, guys, you need to sell this when it runs up there and it gets to $14 or so. Get it, sell it, and look at it, $14.02. So I've already sold SoFi this morning. I'm making money even while I show this video. I sold this morning already at $13.97, $98, $99, and $14. Just like I tell people to do. You all should do it. Oh, but Catfish, I bought it at $14.50. It doesn't make any sense to sell it at $14. Okay, well, what if you just sold 1,000 of the shares that you have at $14.50 at $14, and now you could buy them back at $13.83? Doesn't that make sense? I mean, doesn't that make logical sense to at least do that much, even though you're down on the stock? Doesn't it make sense to dollar cost average down by selling 20% of your shares? Hold on to the core of what you've got, but day trade 20% of it, especially off numbers you know they're going to attack it down from, people. Kat, thank you for taking the time to further expose the manipulation of Morgan Stanley and others. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe, but listen to what this guy says right here. Here it goes.
What SEC has done and other regulatory agencies, they have fined them multiple times, hundreds of times, but it is a cost of doing business, as one federal judge said in New York in a different case, not our case, a different case. And so, in the same thing with the $900 million fine, how much did Morgan make off of spoofing the metal markets, if that's what it was? I think it was the metals market. Precious metals, then they must have made materially more than the $900 something million fine. And so as long as they can make more off of this illegal process than they have to pay, then it's still a good business model.
God, it's so disgusting.
Once it's exposed, what I anticipate is going to happen is more criminal prosecutions are going to come to bear. And that's really what we need on top of the civil actions we're doing. For the first time in history, they actually prosecuted those people, and I would consider those, officers of Morgan, not low-level people, some scumbag hedge fund, okay, or some low-level person trader. You see several of those on top of the big firms that have been fined, but those fines are a cost of doing business. So ultimately, it's going to be the criminal prosecutions. It's going to be the number of lawsuits that are brought that ultimately are successful, that aggregate this to where, frankly, the regulatory bodies don't have a choice but to say, oh, my heavens, we got to stop this, okay? Or we're going to get lynched, okay? So ultimately, it's exposing the truth of this versus people to say, oh, no, it's a minor phenomenon. It's nothing. They've said that for years and years and years. And of course, Dr. Shapiro, Rob Shapiro, to his credit, has stood up and said, oh, no, that's just not true. This is systemic. And of course, the SEC and DTC and all them say, no. But go look at Leslie Bonai's report from, 15, 16 years ago, hired by the SEC, not us. She found major shortcomings back then. So there's data there if you want to look at it. And what's happening now, we're going to bring all that data to the forefront in lawsuits and CEOs aggregating the data and shareholders aggregating the data and get it out in the public domain. And then ultimately, more people are going to jump on this train. Now we have a revolution of sorts to where it's going to be exposed at such a magnitude that ultimately change will happen. That's my belief.
How should CEOs be communicating right now in order for them to be able to actually get the trust of their shareholders, basically?
Yeah, it's a great question. My partner in this, Alan Pollack at Warshaw Bernstein, did a memo that articulates the fiduciary duty that, frankly, the board owes the company. That duty runs to the company, incidentally, not to shareholders. And that duty includes if the board has reason to believe using normal and reasonable analytics that the company is having a fraud perpetrated against it, which in this case is selling shares that aren't authorized, then frankly they have an affirmative duty to uphold their fiduciary duty to take action. So I think what's happening is more CEOs from our perspective are coming forward and saying, my gosh, we didn't know about this. We have to do something about this. So kudos to you and your board for moving it to the next level, because that's what you need to do to protect your shareholders and uphold your duty, your fiduciary duty to the company. In your case, Genius. So ultimately, there is a movement about CEOs getting organized here that's going to change that playing field. And that message is going to be sent out to all the other CEOs who are doing nothing. And frankly, shame on them. And if they're doing nothing, then maybe a group of shareholders needs to come in and say, hey, can we pay for these analytics to figure out, do we have a case? And I want to be clear, many companies we've looked at, some of them don't have a case. That's a different issue. but we were able to tell that pretty early on if they don't. So ultimately, it's up to the CEOs who think this is being perpetrated against their company to take action. If not, a group of shareholders to try and take action. But at the end of the day, it's much easier if the company will cooperate. If the company won't cooperate, then frankly, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And I've run into that in many instances. It blows my mind. The company's reaction typically is, well, we can't bite the hand that's feeding us, or we can't go against Wall Street because, my God, if we do, we're going to die. And I'm like, based on what I see, you're going to die anyway. So at least die fighting. If
there you
nothing
go.
else. So it's a real dilemma because Wall Street is a powerful force and a powerful adversary, frankly.
The CEOs must understand.
All right, so that's what it's all about, folks. It's called illegal naked shorting. And for those of you that just heard that, I hope that was enlightening. The many ways in which they can decimate a stock price, creating synthetic shares, selling shares that don't exist. And this is happening with SoFi right now, ladies and gentlemen. They're really starting to fail to deliver, and they're doing it on a daily basis, ladies and gentlemen. This is a trick that they're using to keep the price suppressed right now. Fail to deliver. And you can see that I'm on the SoFi page here on Fintel. I'm using FINTEL, and there you can see fails to deliver right there. And they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger because they're falling into a pit. They're falling into trouble, folks. They're in trouble here. They're in trouble. And some of you know that I keep track of them to see what the institutions are doing. I monitor that very closely. And I'm going to show you right now institution data. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. I can't see my screen, where I'm typing. There we go. Institution chart. I clicked on the wrong one. Here's what I want. Institution data. And this is what I've been tracking for quite some time. And you can see starting back to October or September of 2023, there were total 700 institutions. 644 were long, 23 short, and 32 long and short. And then it started to increase. And you can see in May the 15th of 2024, there were 806. Another 100 had come in 6 months' time, and they started adding here. And you can see there was 39% of the shares were held, of SoFi shares were held by institutions back on January 18th, 2024. So a year ago, folks, 39% of institutional ownership. And look at the increase in buying. And here's where ARK Investment sold. And then you got more buying and recently more buying. And I want you to see that now ownership by institution has risen to almost half. So a 10% gain in institutional ownership. But here's the key. Recently, folks, 880 on December the 30th. And you can see the day before on trading, it was December the 5th. Look here, 34 institutions were shorting only. There were 817, 881 total, 817 long, 34 shorting only, and 30 long and short. Take a look at how they've been dropping out. It dropped to 33, then it dropped to 30, and now it's dropped to 30 to 29. These are shorting only institutions leaving SoFi now because they've lost so many. Short only. Okay? They're getting out. They're starting to lose. And you can see that they're losing their grip and they're starting to fail to deliver more and more frequently, ladies and gentlemen. This is a scenario that's getting worse and worse for the shorts here. And they're getting more and more desperate when they start getting fined. They don't care. They're getting fined. Like he says, it's the cost of doing business. They don't care about the little fines they're getting. They're able to hold SoFi in check by naked shorting the stock, and that saves them money over the long run because they've got millions and millions of shares that they're shorting. So if they get fined a few 100,000 or whatever they get fined, and like they said in that report that I just showed you, that video, we need to go after them criminally, not just civilly, but criminally, because it's criminal what they're doing to these stocks. Many of them that they force into non-existence, and then they don't have to pay any tax on it. It's free from any capital gains taxes on a company they can shove out of existence. And they sure did try to shove SoFi out of existence with people like David Chiapanzi. I'm going to take a picture of SoFi the last time it was at $13.95 right now, ladies and gentlemen. The last time it was at $13.95. And I'm also going to share this clip with you that I just showed everyone in case you didn't see all of it. We'll copy this and then we'll move it into the video screen here. Just give me a second. Let me do two things here. We'll go over to YouTube. And now we're going to go here and click on that. Here we go. Click on view your channel. Click on, I hope you like the thumbnail I put up today. For all of you ladies out there, I know that many times I've been putting up thumbnails that show, women doing their stretching and stuff like that, women climbing and hills, mountaintops, and women, on the hurdle, jumping the hurdles and stuff. And I do put the women, but I wanted to give some equal exposure to you. And so there you go. We got a little bit of, here I'm capitalizing on the nudity of a man, and I feel fine with it. I am not in any, so,
one ticker, one trade every week. Hey, millionaire trader Nate Bear here, and today.
All right, good. I want to do a little bit of what I call equal exposure. All right, equal exposure. Funny guy. Yeah, I try to have a good time with people. So anyway, I'm going to put over here, here's the link, and it's going to be called Naked Trading Video. All right, I'm going to put that up here for you. Naked Trading Video link. And that way you guys can watch this at your own time and leisure. Paste. And there it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. That way, if you want to watch that at some other time, you can see it. And SoFi is about to break 14. Oh! Ho, ho! And what'll be so cool is I'll be able to show the people the time that it was at $13.95. And in literally 1 minute, it went, come on, people, what do you got to say over here? What do you guys got to say over here? Come on, she's busting 14 on her way to 24. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Bye-bye, SoFi. Oh, yeah. All right, everybody. Nice. Woo-hoo. Go, SoFi, go. Cat, will we see 12? LOL. No, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I called this out. I told you there was going to be a rundown this morning. It wasn't going to last long. I told you it would be a very brief, fast rundown, and then she was going to fly, and she was going to go up every single day this week. That's what I said last week. That's what I told everybody last week. You know I did. Oh, yeah, baby, 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 boo. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. It was all called out. I called it out, what they were about to do. It was too easy to see what they were about to attempt to do to SoFi. It was the same thing they did last month, and I called it out. I told you they were going to do it the same way, and they did it the same way. And I told you that they would, ladies and gentlemen. I told you so. I told every single one of you what was going to happen. And it is happening now, ladies and gentlemen. The big manipulation down. And I can't help it, folks, but it's time for a little bit of music. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, you were searching for a stock to buy, and you were looking, and then found Catfish Tyler saying, now's the time, perfect time for you to buy Sofi. And I showed you why, I showed all the lies they told about Sofi. And now there's nothing that the shorts can do. They all realize they're totally screwed. For short and Sofi, David's been lying. There's no denying you should be buying Sofi. Yo, Chimarini, so sad, but now the game is over. Well, short's been shorting, and selling Sofi, but you've been listening to Catfish Ty, who said shorts are all gonna be screwed way back on August 5th. Remember 601, it's not a myth. That's when we bought a ton, and from that day on the shorts got screwed. They all thought David Chimarini was telling the truth, but David's been lying. You should be buying. Why is there crying? Yo, Chimarini, so sad, but now the game is over. 1401. Now David's living on a dead-end street near a dumpster where his broke friends meet to survive. Yeah, they dumpster dive with David all night long, and they all wonder where things went wrong. Oh, what a blunder. And there's nothing that the shorts can do. They thought David told them the truth. Now they're screwed. So David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? So yo, Chimarini, so sad, but now the game is over. Why don't you go and look that dumpster over? Sofi. Woo-hoo! 1402, and the shorts are all screwed. All right. Yes. Fun times to be had here. Fun times. Look at her run, folks. Let's go, baby. Last capture of $13.99. Last capture of $13.99, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, how did TNXB crash so much today? Because they want to shake them out, shake them out, do-do-do-do, boom, ba-da-da, shake them out, do-do-do-do, boom, ba-da-bow. Hey, oh, don't worry, TNXB is grabbing a foothold. They're grabbing a foothold, that's all they're doing. They're pouring the underground on it right now. They're putting in the plumbing and the electrical. Look at Sofi go, folks. Yo! And now we're going to have the, thank you, James. Did you sell sound? No, I will never sell sound. I bought it too cheap. I bought it too cheap to ever sell it. There's no way they could ever take the price down below where I bought it. No possible way. No way in the world, man. They got to get to $4.67 to get to my price on sound. They're not going to do it, folks. It isn't going to happen. Do you expect Fubo to come back this week? There's no way to know what to expect with any of these stocks. That's the thing. The one thing that you can expect is none of them can hold. They're not on any run. You can expect them to drop. Okay, so you need to take advantage of the run up and the pop, and then sell, and then walk away. Walk away from it, folks. Walk away. Okay. You can't stick around these stocks. They're too volatile. They go up, they go down, they go down, they go up, they go up, and they go sideways, they go down, they go up and down and down and up and down. And you're best off to catch the up, sell at the top, and get out and walk away and go, thank you, Lord. And so right now I'm going to go over here. Look at this, RGTI. So you can see they just washed them out of it. It's completely soaked out, 20% down. Yippee, yippee, yah. What they just did is they just triggered the 20% stop losses. And ladies and gentlemen, people often ask me, why don't you have stop losses in place? And I'll tell you why. Because, and someone wrote me about this on an email, and he said, don't you think it would be best off to put in stop losses? No. And here's why. Because the manipulators of the market know if they can get it down 20%, that's where people have stop losses, and then that will incur it to drop another 2% once the stop losses start getting triggered. So they know they can get it down 22%. So what I told the person that wrote me was, don't put in your stop losses at 10%. And don't put them at 15, and don't put them at 20. I said, put your stop losses in at 12.5%, and at 17.5%, and at 22.5%. Because they know that once they trigger the 20, it'll drop it down 22. And if you don't sell there, then it turns around and goes right on back up. But they know their intent is to trigger 10 and 15 and 20% stop losses because they know the majority of retail investors will use round numbers, 10% and I'm out, And they use that to their advantage, folks. They take advantage of gullible people by doing that. And look, now you can see it's going to go back over 20. It's not going to be 20% down anymore. It's only going to be, and by the way, you should know this. So if they do trigger 20% stop losses, do the math, figure out what would be a 22% and put your buy order there at 22% down there. Because once they trigger the 20s, boom, it follows right on down to 22. I'm just hopefully you can learn from this, what I'm explaining to you, and it makes sense. Do you have any Tesla shares? No, I don't buy anything electric. I don't like electric. DATS. Yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I already sold that this morning. That is exactly these numbers. I sold at 633 and 638, and I sold at 640 this morning in the pre-market. And then a good opportunity just to buy back then down there all the way down at 483 this morning. My gosh. And I'm sitting here blabbing away. So that's one I did miss an opportunity to buy more back in. Look at that thing skyrocket. Whoa. Congratulations, DATS buyers. Folks, listen. One day we're going to be sitting here on this channel together. We're going to be talking. And you're going to see Sofi do this same thing, ladies and gentlemen. Sofi. All right. And by the way, if I were you, I'd be buying some SOU in here. They just drove the price down to what price just then? $12.74. What was the low? And by the way, SOUN, just so you're aware, a year ago, this stock was $1.62 a share. 1 year ago. 162 a share, people. So today's low was 1270. Wow, that's an unusual number for a low. Well, when you saw that right there, you should have known that actually the bulls were in control because that's not a short number for a low. They like the 6.6, the 5.5, 4.7. 4.4, 33, 31. That's not one of their numbers. The 1270, that's not one of their numbers for the low. And they may even try to take it lower than this to 1266 now from this number that you're at right here, believe it or not. Because that certainly isn't one of the low numbers, 70. They don't go for that number. Just saying, that's actually a good sign for it that they didn't get it down to 1266. That's a good sign for it. All right, so let's get back over here. I'm done with looking at sound right now. RGTI, yep, they washed that out. Good place to buy at 713 when they run it down to that number. And now I want to go over here. And some of you people were probably wondering why I was talking about on my fails to deliver. and about the shorts on shorting. And you can see huge news, record naked shorting happening. Well, it is, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to tell you right now, I have not seen in a very long time this kind of naked shorting going on with SoFi. I haven't. I have not seen, in my recollection, I have not seen this kind of naked shorting going on with SoFi like I have seen here recently. And you're talking some pretty big numbers, folks. And you go all the way back here until September, and they were shorting in $3 million, 2.6 million, 1.3 million, 1.3 million, 5.7 million, 3.6 million here in October. Another 3 million in 2 days, 4 million in 2 days, and here 12 million. And you know what? I love the way that they try to hide this from you. Look at the size of the numerals here at 6 million, 6 here, and then look how they make these numbers here smaller. Like, you're not going to see that if they just make that a little bit smaller, folks. It's not as noticeable. Okay. Don't look at this. So you got to see this big millions there. The next one almost looks like 100,000s unless you look close, because see, they've made the numbers smaller. See, why do you think they do that? Why are all of these digits that you see here large, 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 and then a little typey, little smally typey, a little bit smaller? Huh? I wonder why. Well, here you go. Recently, it keeps building, and now $9 million worth of naked shorting on December the 12th. And unfortunately, this is right here is like 2 weeks delayed, or you can see almost a month delayed. I wish I could see how much naked shorting's been going on recently while they drove this price down. It could be tens of millions in the last 3 weeks. We don't know, but I can sure see an increase. Because here's the thing, folks, when you look back at naked shorting and fails to deliver, you used to see that there were a lot of days in between, okay? That's not happening anymore, folks. When I come down here, I can show you what I mean. You can see here that it was on the 30th, and the next day was on the 3rd, and it was 6 days until they naked shorted again and failed to deliver, see? There was actually a 6-day period that they were all right, okay? And then you can see here another 2 days in between, then 3 days in between, okay? And then all of a sudden, it started to become, instead of right here from the 24th to the 30th, you see 6 days again that there's no fails to deliver. But ladies and gentlemen, as of more recently, they're starting to fail to deliver virtually every single day, okay? This is the last time on 10/22 to 10/28. There was 6 days in between fails to deliver. But then, folks, they started to fail deliver every day. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. See that? They're failing to deliver on every day. 18th, 19th, 20, 21, 22. Then the weekend, then 26, 27, 29. They missed one there. And then this is over the break from New Year's Eve. And then the 2nd, the 5th, the 6th. There you go. 3 days in between right there. And that was on, that might have been when we got another Jimmy Carter day there or whatever. And then 11th, 12th, 13th. I mean, it's becoming a daily thing. And the numbers are getting bigger of what they're naked shorting. 9 million right there, folks. This is how desperate they're getting. All right. And in case you didn't know it, I watched a video this morning on YouTube that gives a very good explanation of how naked shorting happens. And if you missed that video, I'm going to put a link to it right now. Naked shorting video. And I want you to watch this because I showed it to everybody this morning earlier. But if you're new here and you're here because of the naked shorting, I'll put up a link to it and you guys can watch it. And in a 10-minute video, folks, you're going to basically see all the many ways in which their tactics are for naked shorting, including naked shorting, rehypothecation, it's called, and spoofing. Okay, there are 3 major ways that naked shorters are working against the stock right now, not just fails to deliver. But you got fails to deliver that comes in the form of naked shorting, rehypothecation, and lastly, the last one was synthetic shares, just creating synthetic shares, just creating shares that don't exist and trading shares that don't actually exist. And look at that now. Sofi. I told you that song was going to reach across and touch them. It would the energy of my music has now flowed across the state of Michigan, went across the river there, the Huron River, and then went across Ontario, and then drifted over the Niagara Falls, and then hit the plains of New York and straight across and came in over the river there and hit Manhattan. And now the energy of the song I just did is washing upon the marketplace there and making the price rise even more. I just got off the phone with Law Group. I left a message with the security to include my phone number and email. Good. DJT up 14%. I saw that. I'm in the green on it. I bought it at $33 a share. PHIO. Okay. Thank you for telling me that. PHIO. Let me go up here and look at PHIO. Now, one thing about stocks like RGTI, and I know some of you bought that on my recommendation. Okay, this is a very good one. Oh my gosh, this thing is going ballistic. 1058. Wow. Be careful, folks. This is going to be one to watch for tomorrow, all right? PHIO. This is going to be tomorrow. Very good call out there on that one. PHIO. And who is the one that just mentioned that one there? Yeah, Michi Mo. Thank you. Meechy Mo. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I would not recommend that you buy this stock here. Okay, we're going to wait for tomorrow morning to buy this stock. Okay, what's the news? What's the catalyst? Announces promising results of second cohort. All right, so this is no FDA approval or anything, and look at the thing go up 438%. Folks, one day you're going to wake up and TNXP is going to be like this. And also TENX, which I told you guys to buy a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, TENX. TENX is also, in case you're not aware of it, let's go take a look at where it is this morning. It was up in the pre-market, TENX. And I told you to buy this stock at $2.66 a share. And now it's at $6.09. Yeah, it's down a little bit this morning. But ladies and gentlemen, I told you about this stock a year and a half ago at $2.66 a share. Then I said, you better pick this up because one day, and you better put your sell orders in on it at $44 and $49, $54, $66, $77, $80, $86, $87, $88, $97, $98, $99, and $108 because I've seen this price go that high before on this stock. So I'm telling you, it's gone as high as $108 a share with an FDA approval. And they've got another one that's coming down the pike. And it's called levosimendan is the name of the drug that they have. And they use it for the treatment of people with hyper heart sensitivity. I don't know exactly the term where they have the suffrage, but this drug's been used for 20 to 25 years over in Europe already, and they've been using it only intravenously. This company is making 10X, just got the patent rights to it, which made their price last year jump to 23, where we sold it at $23, and then they dropped it the same day to 11, where we bought it again, and then they ran it up to 16, and we sold it all. And after market, they did a public share offering, and it dropped to $2, and we got to buy it at $2.66 a share. So, at any rate, that's the history behind this. And they are in their third stage now, and you got some big players involved in this study, including they fast-tracked the drug because they want to get it out to the people that need treatment right away. And so they fast-tracked it. They've given them an easy criteria to follow is a 6-minute walk. The people take the little pill. The next day, they walk 6 minutes. They monitor their heart rate and their oxygen, blah, blah, blah. And then afterwards, the next day, they take the pill, and then they do it again. And folks, so far, so good. The study's been going on now for about 8 months, and they needed to do a public share offering, which they did about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, because they got a notification they couldn't enroll any more patients in the study unless they had funding for it. So they did a public share offering, made the price fall for one day, and then it turned around and bounced again. But ladies and gentlemen, we're now using, and the hospitals that are involved in the research of this drug are big, big, big players. You're talking Harvard University, Mayo Clinic. Look into this, folks. Levosimendan. And when they get the approval, final approval from the FDA, 6 is going to be nothing, folks. This is going to be $69, not $609. And you better look into this company. And here's the thing. The longer we go without getting a turn down from the FDA, the better. The longer the study continues and more patients are enrolled and they're getting no thumb down, the better. The odds get better and better, folks, for them winning. It's like watching a football game and the one team keeps scoring and keeps scoring and keeps scoring. And after a while, if you try to bet the odds for who's going to win, the winning chances are, your odds are, they're 97 or something to payouts hardly anything because the chances are so slim for the other team to win anymore. So it's the same thing with this study. The more days that you go by without getting a thumbs down from the FDA, that increases the probability that they're going to get the thumbs up. All right, does that make sense? So that's why I've been pitching this stock to people for a very long time. DJT most likely to go over October 2024 highs. I hope it does. Crazy Cat, I have you been blessing with info. Thanks a lot. You're welcome, Alan Johnson. Thank you. I just got off the phone. Let's see here. PHIO. FIO. I wrote it down. Michi, I'm not going to suggest people buy that now, although the thing could go up even more. So if you want to get in on it, right now it just broke over $9. So if you want to get in on this, make sure you wait till it goes past 913. That's all I can tell you about PHIO. If it doesn't go over 13 and stay, please stay away. It needs to break over 913 before I want you to get in. And now you can clearly see it just hit 913 right then, and it dropped all the way back down to 901. And that's why I tell you to have sell orders in at the 913. And I also tell you to sell at 908 because you can usually buy from 908 down to 888. We'll see right now if they drop this thing from 908 like they just did down. There it is, 888. You see it? I just called it. Right then, I absolutely called that. And look at them drop it from 908 to 808. Now you know why I tell you to sell at the 08, folks. Now you see why I tell you to sell at the 08. They just ran that down from 908 to 808. And now you can clearly see why I tell you to sell at that 08, people. This is the second time in a month that I've been watching a stock, and as soon as it got up to the 08 or 13, dropped all the way $1. So now you know why I tell you to put those sell orders in there. Wow. Incredible. Wow. I did it. Folks, these are just numbers that they will manipulate from. That's all I can tell you. It just was at 908, and if you sold there, folks, FIO, look at that, a whole $1 lower in less than 2 minutes. Wow. Wow. And is that not a testimony to my telling you to sell at the 08 number and at the 13? I mean, you just saw it, folks. It was at 908 and it actually hit 913. And after that, look at it now, $7.95 a share. Wow. Now you know why I have those numbers on that sell sheet, ladies and gentlemen. They're there for a reason. They're there for a reason. What do I think SoFi's price will be end of year? I think it'll be over $25 a share. I'm very sure. And by the way, not only that, I believe on any news at any time, this price could spike over $25 a share. And part of that news that you might be hearing about is someone trying to buy them out, or someone who wants to partner with them, another company that wants to partner with SoFi. And we already seen some big partnerships this year. And the biggest partnership that they made, in my opinion, was when they formed a partnership with Fortress. Okay, folks? That company that they did the deal with for $2 billion that Fortress handed over to them, that right there was the biggest That's why SoFi went from the 10s right up to 14 and then 17, is because that right there mitigated SoFi's risk, everyone. You've got to understand, when you have a cash situation where you're loaning out cash to people, loaning out funding to people, and you're using your own cash to be loaning out the money that you're getting from your new deposits and your new accounts that are being created, when you're using that money, you're exposing yourself to risk. But when you use other people's money, you've seen the movie with little Danny DeVito in there, I think was who was in that one. He used other people's money. That's what Anthony Noto is doing right now. That's what SoFi's doing. They're using this money they got handed to them by Fortress. And by the way, Fortress just gave them $2 billion. All right? Fortress is a $58 billion corporation. And in my opinion, Fortress is sort of doing the same thing that I do when I buy stocks. They weighed it in. They've got more than $2 billion they could give Anthony Noto and SoFi, but I think they went and they said, I think I hear the phone call, ding, ding. Hello, this is Anthony Noto. Hi, Anthony. This is Guido over here at Fortress, and we got ourselves a bunch of money here laying around, and we thought we'd hand over a couple billion to you and see what you can turn it into. You make it $4 billion, maybe we bring you another $5 billion. How's that sound? And Anthony Noto's, yeah, bring it on over. Send me the $2 billion, I'll turn it into $4 billion. And he says, well, I figured you was because I looked at all your revenues. You're doubling every freaking year almost. I mean, it's crazy what you guys are doing over there. So we want to send you over a couple billion and see what you can do with it. Anthony's like, okay, thanks, send it on over. We'll see if we can turn it into $4 billion or maybe more. And okay, good talking to you, Tony. We'll see you. Bye. Click. And folks, good morning, Cat and the Tank. Yes, Michael Banyan. Yes, nice long naked shorts. Yes, I did a video this morning about naked shorts. I showed it to everyone. It's about a 10-minute video, and I have a link to it in the chat. So, and I'm going to pin this message so you guys can see it as a pinned message, because you guys need to watch this video. Yep. And hopefully we can get you to understand a little bit more about how naked shorting is done. And this is a very good interview here on YouTube. You should watch it because it will be very enlightening for you if you didn't see it. Many people I know this morning were like, huh? Oh, wow, spoofing? I never heard of that. And oh, my, rehypothecation? What is that? And so it's very, very complex, the methods in which they use. And they're doing it now with SoFi. I showed everyone here recently. Take a look over here at SoFi's institutions shorting positions and look at the fails to deliver recently. What I'm showing people here is fails to deliver. And you can see that recently, man, they're in trouble, man. Their shorts are getting fined big time, and they're failing to deliver 6 million one day, failed to deliver 6 million 9 the next day, failed to deliver 3.5 million. And here we are in December 11th, 12th, and 13th, failing to deliver over 13 million shares, dollars worth. And folks, what does that do? They can sell those shares from December the 11th. They can sell them. Folks, down here on December the 21st, when they decided to keep 13 million shares from December 21st, what happened to SoFi's share price after December the 21st? Well, I'll show you. SoFi historical. Hold on. There we go. That's what I want. SoFi historical design. So we go back here to December the 21st. Here it is, right here. Oh, hell, I don't know how I got on this. What? By the way, it jumped over to this by mistake. I want you all to know something. Since I'm here by mistake, I want to click on the 1 year or 5 year chart for SoFi. And I want you to look very closely, ladies and gentlemen. And I want you to see this price that they're showing right here on this day. And what was the price that they're showing SoFi was for a high on January the 25th of 2021? January 25th of 2021, $25.18 they're showing for the high. Now, I'm going to show you folks that that is a big fat freaking lie. Because if you go back to February 2021, you will see that SoFi's price actually reached a much higher number than that. January, February, here we go. February 1st, 2021. I can't get back far enough. I'm only down to December of 21. Oh, shoot. I wish I was further because the actual price was over $28 a share. But now I'm going to come over here to SoFi historical. We'll get what we want here, folks. Don't worry. I'll get this to refresh, and hopefully we'll get a new screen. Nope, not yet. It's still not going to do it. Dadgummit, man. SoFi, stop, Yahoo. Boom. Now we're going to go to historical data. Here we go. All right, here we are. We're all caught up. Now, December the 21st, there it is, of 2024. You can see the price was $15.53, and they drove the price down almost $1 to $14.58. How far would they have been able to drive SoFi's price down if they had naked shorted all of those shares? How much would they have been able to make SoFi's price fall? And let's go down here to, here it is. It's actually October 21st. They on October 21st and October the 22nd, they failed to deliver $13 million worth of SoFi stock on October 21st and 22nd. Well, where was the price? November. Here it is, November 21st and 22nd. Well, the price was at $15.55, and they were able to drop the price by almost 80 cents there to $14.67. But look, folks, they used 60 million shares, of which many of those were naked shorted on the 21st. They failed to deliver that day. It makes you wonder what they would have been able to do for the closing or the low for the day if they didn't naked short it and make a bunch of fake sales. You know, that's what makes me wonder. Where would SoFi's low have been that day if on November 21st they had not had that much ammunition on the 21st to work with that they failed to deliver? All right, $6,600,000. And the following day, it was the same thing, $7 million on 11/22. What happened on 11/22? On 11/22, it was $15.75, and they made the price fall 70 cents. And look at the volume. See how high it is? A couple days later, only 38 million and 31 million shares a day. But on these days that they failed to deliver, ladies and gentlemen, they're able to sell shares they don't even have. Go watch that video. You'll see how other ways they do it and the other ways they cheat the system. I laugh at these scumbag shorters here now. Ladies and gentlemen, when I see the kind of activity like today even, what they tried this morning, and I told you they were going to come at it early this morning. I told you they would. I told you this is going to be it. Monday's going to be their last effort. And the cool thing I like about it right now, looking at SoFi, look at the low right here where the low price was. You see that? $13.50 a share. Look at the next low right here. What was that? $13.70, a 20-cent increase. It was probably $13.66 right there again. $13.66. Yep. Then where was the next low on SoFi? The next low they accomplished right there. $13.71. Then what was the next low they were able to pull it down to right there? $13.71. What's this low? $13.81. 10 cents, folks. What's this low right here now? $13.88. Shorty, this is going the wrong direction for you. This low and this low and this low and this low and this low just puts a trajectory that's like this right here, folks. That's all I see. I see trouble in shorty land here. This is not going the way they want it to, and it's not going to, folks. It's going to keep rising. It's just going to keep rising. And they'll keep day trading it, and hedge funds will keep making 10-cent swing, 10-cent swing, 10-cent swing, 10-cent swing as it continues to rise, and you should do the same thing. All right, let's go see what other stocks are moving today. I see ACHR is down quite a bit today. I see BBAI is down today a little bit. I see CING is down a little bit today. It looks like freaking everything is down. EYN is down a little bit today. FOXO is down a little bit today. FUBO is down a lot today. I see. Everything's in the red. Everything. Only JOB. Hey, JOB. I'm finally up on it. It's running up. Good, good, good. JOB starting to recover, but every freaking thing else, every single thing I see is red. Everything. There is an exception on RAPT, which is up now. RAPT, which is up today. No, I'm sorry. RCAT. RCAT is up today. Nice. RCAT is rising. I don't have much of that, but it's rising. And everything else I see is doggone red. Everything red. Everything down. Everything down today on this. Let's get back over here. Take a look at, see here, Sofi, Sound, SOUN still down. PHIO, oh my gosh, I told you, folks. I told you, be careful about that. TENX, okay. Everything is red, like I said. I don't see anything really moving. DJT is still up. Let's go take a look at our Donald J. Trump stock, DJT. DJT. I own this at $33 a share, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, nice. All right. GCTK. Oh, good. BDMD. All right. I know my buddy Double K was going to buy some BDMD, and he liked the way that looked. He said he liked it. Let's go look at it. BDMD. There it is. Ah, very nice. Okay, and I'm sure it's probably been higher than that. I'm sure it was over. Look at the number that they've got it up. 113. 113. Oh my goodness. It just breaks over 10 to 1015 now. 1019, 1029, 1032, 1040. Holy smokes. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Yes, sir.
Dude, go look at BDMD.
No, I know. What?
No, you don't know. No, you don't know unless you just looked at it in the last minute.
No, I looked at it in the last 10 minutes.
Nope, go look again.
Oh, there you go. It's up a little bit more.
Look at this thing. Watch the numbers. Watch what it's doing. I'm telling you, I just saw that thing go up 30 cents in 1 minute, man, and it's bouncing a lot. It went up. Well, just keep your eye on it. I know you own it.
Well, it's up 18% right now.
I know. And see, and it just dropped to 15%. So I'm telling you, this thing is radical right now, and I wanted to call you on it because I know you said you were starting to day trade a little, and I saw that, and I went, man, Double K, you might want to.
I'm not doing that today just because I'm helping somebody move today.
Okay. All right. Well, I wanted to give you a heads up on it because I know you're in it. And it's going on up, man. It's going to keep rising. They're probably going to halt it. I just wanted to let you know.
I appreciate it. No, thank you. And it looks like it's halted now.
Yeah, I think they have halted it. I think they've halted it. I think they have. I'm telling you, it looked like it was getting ready to explode, and that's why I called you, Double
No,
K.
this is in the right spot. I need to sell some of it today.
Yeah, well, that's why I called you, brother, because these kind of run-ups, they don't happen every day, and I saw it was starting right then. I saw it start, and I went, damn, I need to call you now.
I appreciate it. No, they don't happen every day. Shoot, they haven't happened in over a week, a run-up.
Yeah. So I wanted to call you because I know you own it, and I wanted to let you know because I know you told me you were going to start day trading with me some, and man, that one took off. So, and look, I do believe they have halted it, yeah. And
it looks like there's no movement on it.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me. There he goes. It just came back on 1044 now. It's I see it sitting at. Anyway, my suggestion, sell some at 1065 and 66. 1064, 65, sell some there.
Oh, yeah.
And then make sure you for sure sell a little bit 1076 and 77. And then, of course, 1088 and 1086, 87, 88, my friend. Because I guarantee you, when they get to 1088, unless this is just astronomical news, it'll pull back from 1088. Hey, it just jumped to 1050 just then, and it looks like they halted it again, man. They're trying to keep the reins on this thing. I think I don't know what the news is, but 2 hours ago, news came out, Baird-sponsored microwave ablation training advances thyroid treatment. But anyway, I had to call you because sometimes these things, they blast off and then they shoot back down, and you know, if you don't put the orders in up there, you don't get them. I mean, the thing could even go to $12 right now or $14. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know. Oh, there she goes. 1056 now. 1080. Man, holy crap. And there you go. Some of you hopefully just sold at 1077 and 1078. I tell you to sell at those numbers, 1076, 77, 78. And there you go. There's the numbers right there. And they halted it again, bro. They halted it again.
Yeah. All right, let me let you go here.
All right, man. Good. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. We'll see you. All right. The SoFi shorters, folks, this thing's going to rise. It's going to keep going. And I called this morning. I told you guys on Friday that this was going to have a steep drop right at the morning, and then it was going to go on off all week long. And that's what I called for SoFi. I told you, steep drop Monday morning. I looked at the charts, and it told me what was going to happen. And I said, folks, you're going to see a steep drop Monday morning. And after that, this thing's going to rise all the way through the week. It's going to keep climbing. And that's exactly what I'm seeing now, all through the day anyway. All it's done is a higher low every single time has been established today. So I like seeing that, that's for sure. SOUN still hanging at 13. PHIO now starting to make another move. Over 816, and I like it there. It's gone, folks. This PHIO now could go back up to 908 again. They got in, I guess, as low as they wanted just then. PHIO, I like it, folks. PHIO. Matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start moving some money around here, okay? First thing I want to do is trade some RGTI. I'm getting tired of losing money on it. RGTI. And I'm going to go to that right now. Enter RGTI. And I'm going to put trade. Yep, active trader. And I've had all the fun I can have of this stock. I've had my fill of the fun. And I'm going to begin selling here 200 shares at a time. And I'm going to show you why, because I'm going to move them over onto a runner, folks. 200, sell at market. Goodbye. And I want to get rid of that right here and now. And I'm done with this loser, RGTI. I've waited on it a long, long time. And I could have sold this and made $1,900 on it one day. I missed my opportunity. But now I'm going to turn it into $1,900 by buying another stock. So I'm going to sell here again. I want to get rid of all these shares. I have 1,201 shares of it, even at the marker, and I don't give a dang if it's at the low of the day. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to move it right now. All right, that's good. Go over here to monitor. I'm still up $141,000 since I opened this account, so I'm all right in 2 months' time. But I don't like to sit on losers too long, so I'm just going to sell again. One more amount of that. I've got 1,000 shares left, and I'm going to sell right now again here at this price. I do not care because I'm going to move it over onto that one that we just looked at because I believe PHIO is going to run now again. So I'm going to be buying PHIO is the stock I'm getting right now. I'm going to take the money I just sold and I'm going to buy PHIO. PHIO. And this is a one-day play, folks, in and out. And man, what a huge wall of shares there is. And we're right in the middle of it. So let's see if we can buy here at 802. And we don't want to buy 200 of this. What is the price? 802. We'll just come in here 50 at a time. There we go. Buy at market right here. Let's just get right here at this wall. And I like it. Actually, I'm going to return here and put this in at 801 or 802. I'll try 802. Yep. Confirm and send. And I want to try to buy at the bottom of this wall is what I'm trying to do here. I'm buying PHIO, folks, at 802 right here. Right now I'm buying PHIO at 802. It was just at I just told everybody to sell this at $9.08 a share. And now you can buy it back at 802 right here. All right. And there's $7.95 even. $7.92 now. Oh, let's try $7.89. $7.89. Confirm and send. It's already back up to $8. They just got the $7.88. And they just got the $7.88. Thank you, Kat. 3 months of amazing trades. All right. Yes, $8 now. Woo-hoo! And she is gone. That was it, ladies and gentlemen. A $7.88 at 11:30 this morning. Excellent, excellent, excellent. PHIO, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations if you just picked it up at $7.88, okay? That is very good. Very, very timely, I would say. And now I'm going to buy another one at market right here and see if I can get anywhere around $7.91. Put that in, confirm and send, $7.91. I'm in, and there we go. Beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. And the stock we're buying, PHIO. PHIO, ladies and gentlemen. There's another $7.98, $7.91. Wow, far out. Every time they run it down to that number, folks, you got buyers up here, massive numbers of buyers that will buy the shares back up past their number. You don't have to worry about it going any lower, in my opinion. Man, look at how low they've taken it down today, though, already. Look at these walls that were established even lower. Holy smokes, at $4.11. $4.11, folks, is where this price was. $4.11. It filled at $4.13. You think you should buy at the 13 number, folks? You think you might want to buy it when they drive it down to 13, 12, and 11, where I have my sell orders? You should sell at 11, 12, and 13. They drive it down to 11, 12, and 13, and you buy it there. And then look at that thing rise. And folks, there's a fairly good-sized wall right here where it is now. And if they take it down below that wall, chances are all of these buyers up here will force the price back up over where they got in. Chances are, most likely. And you can see it happening right now. They're forcing it back over their number now. Good place to buy right there, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. because I think everybody that got here around $8 all the way up to $8.17 where they started buying and $8.20, they started buying all the way up at $8.20, folks. Chances are very slim that they're going to drive the price below this massive wall right here and keep it there. Very, very slim of that. If it does happen, it'll be a rarity, okay? Because I've watched this many times where huge walls will be built right here, and then they try to shove it down beyond it, but every time they do, they just buy more. These up here that bought it, they reinforce their position. That's how it works, folks. That's how the market works. And you can see right now it's rising steadily up, and it's going to rise beyond this too, because these people that all bought here, they expected to make money. They expected the price to rise here. So they're going to make sure it does. Most times they do. They make sure of that. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think you were very smart if you just bought at 788 with me, that's for sure. And I could, like I said, could be wrong. I don't admit, I don't tell people, I don't make any guarantees, folks, but I get feelings. And those feelings were right just then, I have a feeling. They're not going to let it go below that wall, people. I promise you, they're not going to let it drop below that wall, in my opinion. It just isn't going to happen, folks, no matter how hard the shorters would hope that it would. It's just not going to happen, most likely. And I hear my beautiful coming down the stairs. Woo-wee. And she's turning the light on me, everybody. Nothing at all. Good morning. Woo! Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there she goes. The mystery girl. She's my wheel. Look at that, everybody. Oh, off, please. Yep, off this one. All right. Woo. Ooh. All right. Oh, yeah. Pick it up, ladies and gentlemen. 788 if you can, because they're going to shove this back up into the nines, chances are. And I could be wrong. I make no guarantees. Now I'm going to mute this for a minute. All right, folks. I want you to look at this right here. DJT has just been dropped down to the 10-day moving average right there. That could be a good place to come in right on that 10-day, 45 and 50 day right there. Right there. Just letting you know. DJT. Let's look at Sofi right now. Ah, yeah, baby. This is Sofi in its strength, folks. Drop it below the 200-day, bounce it up. Hit the 200-day, bounce it up. They can't hit the 200-day, bounce it up. Hit the 200-day, bounce it up. Yeah. That's what we want to see, is it bouncing off that 200-day over and over and over. That's what we want to see happen, and I believe it will. Double K. He's gone. Man, the Sofi looks good here, folks. Holy cow, that looks so good right there. Look at the support come in right there. Look at that massive buy right there, people. That's a huge candlestick and all green. This candlestick right here, folks, look at that massive candlestick, 100% green almost. I mean, well, mostly green. That's a big buy right there. Oh, my. And look at SoFi just come down here and bounce right off the 200 and say, sayonara, baby. And believe me, these shorties know they're in trouble. If this number right here now crosses the 45 and 50 day right there and goes over it, they're going to be heading to the exits very quickly, folks. And they're going to try to stop that from happening, I promise you. They don't want to see this break over the 45 and 50 right now, but it looks like it's going to. And I'm really encouraged by seeing that big buying candlestick right there, man. That's a lot of shares right there, folks. That's a lot of shares. Somebody said game over right there. Ding dong, the shorts went long right there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know it or not, but all we've had here in Michigan all morning, I guess, is snow, more snow. Yeah. Yep. There are rumors that PLTR will be splitting. Oh, I haven't heard anything about that. Notice here that massive buy-in candlestick, almost all green, and then you have this wimpy effort to try to bring it down. There's no volume behind the effort to pull it back here. None. And she's going to blast off here, folks. Looking down here, I like that. Look at that candlestick right there. At 11:40 a.m., folks. BDMD, all right. BDND. There they are. Wow, nice. Sweet. Oh. I am buying right here PHIO at $7.55. I'm almost done with my bagel sandwich, so I'm muting right now. So while I eat my sandwich, so you guys don't have to listen to me munching away. Hey Cam, I see you. You just put down LOL. Sofi the joke. Is that what you say about a stock that's gone from $6 to 13 plus in 4 months? That sounds like the joke's on you if you're shorting it, my buddy. See, I started telling everybody about this stock, Sofi, when it was $4.55 a share. Joke's on you. Time to buy here. $7.14. I am buying PHIO. I'm buying PHIO. Buy it, market. And I'm in 688. Ho ho! I don't know if you guys realize it, but just 30 minutes ago, I was telling you to sell this stock at $9.08. 908 is where I told everyone to sell this stock 20 minutes ago. And I just got to buy it at 688 a share. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, nice. The last time I did I'm talking to Michi Mo. I had a survey that I took. I did a poll last week. I said, how many have bought SoFi shares with me since the price was in the $7 range? And 38% of the viewers had bought SoFi with me in the $7 range. Only about 20% of my viewers had bought SoFi with me in the $6 range. And virtually no one had bought SoFi with me in the fours. What, honey? Yeah, 2 of them. Yep, and there's 2 bags in there. There's only 2 left. It's all the way down to 2 left. How do you like that? Good. Wow. Yeah, 70% of my followers are new. My channel's been growing very, very rapidly, very quickly. And I'm getting right now about 800 subscribers per month on this channel. I guess people are making money with me. And right now, I'm saying, hey, why don't you buy this stock, PHIO, with me? I just bought it at $7.13 a share. $7.14, I picked up some. So it's at $7.40 now. So I got some good there. That was good. BDMD. Whoa. You guys hang on a second here. All right, I had to send a picture to Double K and let him know where it is now in case he's not following along. Hopefully he is. Wow, and they've halted it again, I'm sure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me take a picture of SoFi. The last time it's at $13.91 ever. There we go. I got it just then at $11 at 11:47 this morning. The last time ever in the $13.91 price. I'm taking pictures of it now. Yep. I may do it even on earnings day. Now, listen, folks, I want you to know just because SoFi goes over $20 on earnings day won't mean it's going to stay there. You better have your sell orders up there already and ready for a quick snap to over 20 on earnings day and then pull back down into the 14s and 15s. They're going to do it. So you better just be ready for it and put your sell orders on SoFi as high as mine go to $39.98 because I never know when there's going to be an announcement that Apple took over a partnership with SoFi because they want in on the fintech space. So my orders on SoFi go to $39.98. Now, some of you won't be able to put your sell orders in that high because you're not going to be able to, because you're limited with your accounts not being on margin. But if you have a margin account like I do, folks, you can put sell orders in as high as you want. And there's no limitation. And mine are good till canceled plus extended hours. And my orders on SoFi go all the way up to $39.98 right now. And I have to redo it all every 3 months because they're not really good till canceled. They have a 90-day expiration. And it takes a long time. Each time I've got to put the sell orders again, but I put them in. I put them in at the 14s, the 15s, the 16s, the 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s. Just think how long it takes me to do it. It takes 2.5, 3 hours to do it, but I do it because one day, and it'll be a great day when all those orders start selling in the 20s on a flash news about Apple partnering with SoFi or whoever else does, Google, that wants in on fintech. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, I have over here an interview that was put out. If you go over to bookmarks right here, and this right here will explain why I believe there's a chance that SoFi could have a buyout by, here it is, Malcolm Etheridge. And this is the main reason that I think that there could be a partnership with Apple. And this individual here, you're going to hear him say it in this interview, and his name is Malcolm Etheridge. And I'll turn the volume up so you guys can hear what he says, and I'll pause my feed. Okay, here we go.
Teams switching off. On Miro, the innovation workspace, teams work on an infinite AI-powered.
You were right for Q4. How does SoFi look going into 2024? They've moved into the mortgage business. Also, they have a big student loan business.
Yeah, so I think 2024 looks great for SoFi. This is setting up to be the very first year for them ever in their 12-year history that they're going to tiptoe into profitability, which is a huge deal, not only as far as courting institutional investors, but it also is a big deal from a regulatory perspective, potentially reducing capital reserve requirements, those kind of things. So will allow them to expand quite significantly into places they haven't really been able to just yet.
So here's the other question. We asked you for another pick. You said, I'm sticking with SoFi. So what makes you so bullish on SoFi? There's so much competition in the fintech space. Why do you feel like this is one of the best ones?
Yeah, so the big thing about SoFi to me, especially in 2024, is that one of the pieces you mentioned, mortgages, student loans, they offer deposit products, personal loans, things like that.
So here's the key. Malcolm Etheridge, he's with CIC Wealth. Look for Apple or others to partner with SoFi in 2024.
But one of the things that goes under the radar with this name is their banking as a service feature, which basically allows other fintechs and bigger tech companies to white label their banking services. And so I look for a company like Apple, for example, who wants to push further into fintech without having to actually tack on all of the infrastructure required and get all of the permitting and everything else, somebody like that, maybe not Apple, but somebody like that with a really big name who wants to expand into this space, I see them looking to partner with SoFi.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. And one of those that recently partnered with SoFi is this company right here. And I'm going to show you SoFi Fortress. And this is just one of many, folks. All right. This is just one of many. And interestingly enough, it said SoFi stock could hit $15 after $2 billion Fortress loan pact. And it says right here, as a SoFi shareholder, I am sorry the company's stock price trades 56 below its 2021 peak of 22.65. That is very wrong. The peak was not in June 2021. It was in February of 2021, and the price was $28.40 something cents. Okay, so do not believe that. That's definitely wrong. And it says the day the company merged with a special purpose acquisition company. Well, here it is. Despite considerable bets against the company, 17.9% of SoFi's shares are sold short, according to the Wall Street Journal. That has now dropped to just over 12%, so they're getting out big time. And so what happens down here is, and I don't know why it's interesting, this story is about a $2 billion Fortress loan pact, but then they don't talk about the Fortress loan. What the hell is going on here with this? Okay, I don't see jack crap about it. All right, here it is. A large investor demonstrated confidence in SoFi's prospects. On October 14th, SoFi announced a pact for Fortress Investment Group to provide $2 billion for personal loans. Ladies and gentlemen, when this agreement was made with this company, Fortress, it mitigated SoFi's risks. It virtually eliminated all of their exposure, folks, because they're not using their money anymore. They're getting cash handed to them by a $58 billion company. In case you don't know that, this Fortress company is not some small-time company. They have $58 billion in assets. So here it says, with a consequential election just weeks away, plenty could go wrong. Yet Fortress's $2 billion bet on SoFi business is a bullish signal. And when you look at Fortress, let me go over here, Google. Hold on a second. And then put in SoFi and then Fortress. Investment Group. I know I'm spelling all this wrong, but I don't really care. I'm just going to put it in. And here they are. And let me see if I can find just Fortress Investment Group, because, folks, this is a massive, massive entity. Fortress Investment Group. Let's search them out now. Come on, enter. Let's go. Let's go. Fortress Investment Group. Fortress Investment Group assets. Wow. There we are. $49 billion in managed assets. And when I read it, it said $58 billion. I don't know where they got $49 billion. But anyway, still, this is a massive company here, folks. Fortress. And they've got plenty of money to give over to SoFi once SoFi proves itself. And they're doing this $2 billion money over to SoFi to see what they can do. And if they're waiting in, folks, they're waiting in on SoFi to see how SoFi is going to perform. And they already have seen their records over the last. And another thing I want to try to do here, I can't find it anymore on Yahoo because they're hiding it from everybody. Let's do this. Let's go over here to Google right now. And let's try and put in SoFi annual revenues, SOFI annual revenues. Now, this morning, I went to the Yahoo main page to try to determine why they were saying that the whole market was falling. And what they said was this morning, and I'm going to show you here in just a second. All right. Yep, and here we go. Perfect. So during the time that SoFi had interest rates rising like crazy, and the only business they were doing at the time in 2021, most of their business was student loans. Okay, and let me see if I can find this on a chart. There we go. And let's see if we can find this on student loans. Let's see here. Revenues. Annual revenue 2020. Let's see here. Let me try and get here. 2020 to present. There we go. And the thing I try to show everybody when I'm showing them SoFi's annual revenues is I like you to be able to see how well they have done even during a period. And again, if you come over here to, let's go here and go to the Yahoo Finance this morning and take a look at Yahoo Finance. And it says right here, the headline, Dow creeps higher as rate cut fears drag on the NASDAQ. Ladies and gentlemen, rate cut fears are not the word you need to say with SoFi. Because as all charts show, without any doubt whatsoever, all SoFi has done over and over from 2020, and this is their revenue chart that you can see right here, ladies and gentlemen, with interest rates rising and rising and rising and rising. Ladies and gentlemen, with interest rates that have done nothing but climb, and I can't even show this dang chart because I know which chart it is. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what has happened to SoFi's record earnings beat every single freaking year. This is 2020, quarter one. This is during COVID outbreak, ladies and gentlemen, when we started having them put student loans ended. They stopped making people pay back student loans all during quarter three, 2020, 2021. And look at SoFi's revenues, how horribly their earnings were affected by student loans and interest rates rising and rising. Look at them just climb in revenues. And their gain, by the way, here in 2019, you can see in the quarter one of, and hopefully you can see this up here good. In quarter one, they had a 62% increase of 2020. Then they had a 76% increase in quarter two of 2020. Quarter three of 2020, an 80% increase. And then quarter four of 2020, a 133% increase. And then here COVID hits, quarter one of 2021, 139% increase. And then student loans aren't going to be paid back anymore. Quarter two of 2021, 132% increase. They still raise interest rates quarterly. And the next quarter, in quarter three of 2021, there increases by 119%. Quarter four of 2021, here's the key, folks, increasing, all during a period when interest rates rose and rose and rose and inflation was higher and higher and higher. And all SoFi did during that period. And so now to say that fears over interest rates could affect SoFi negatively, when have they ever in the past? When have interest rates rising affected SoFi negatively? And if they have, just imagine what's going to happen when interest rate cuts continue. When Donald Trump is in office here in a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line. Folks, if we start to see the economy improving by the energy, bringing in the money that he's saying, and we see the market start to shift back into equities, because right now they're going into money markets, folks. I can prove that to you here. During the last few years, there's been a lot of money moving over into money markets. And I can show you right here what I mean by that if you take a look right here. Money market funds. And look at the money that has been flowing into money markets, folks. And this is what people do usually when they're scared, okay? But this is very interesting to see all this money flowing into money markets. And then also, at the same time, you're also seeing here a lot of people who are not fearful of coming into the market at all. Because when I show you here, and this is even with the rundown of the last week, look at today. There's on the New York Stock Exchange right now, folks, the New York Stock Exchange has an increase of 17.95% here of volume coming in. Look down here at the next index down here. All right, the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ. Look at the volume increasing right now. See, isn't this interesting that the NASDAQ has been falling all during the last week, but if you look at the 5-day, look at the volume increasing. People are buying this drop, folks. People are buying the dip. Don't be fooled. Folks, don't be fooled. This is the NASDAQ right here. Take a look at the volume increasing. Look at it increasing. And look, over the last 5 days, even during the price falling, look at all that volume coming into the market, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. They bought the dips. That's right. They bought the dips. 17% over the last 5 days on the Dow, while it was down 700 points last week. See, I told you. I told you so. I told you it was a big freaking head fake. They were faking people out. Money was coming in. There was no big sell-off, and they weren't leaving the market. They weren't. They were coming in, folks. And these numbers prove it. Every single exchange here. The NASDAQ. And another thing that I want you to see is there is no fear. If you come over here to the Fear and Greed Index, take a look at fear and greed right now. Let's go see how much fear there is out there, if there's any fear in the market. Yahoo would want to make you think there's fear, but nope. The Fear Greed Index is going green, ladies and gentlemen. There is no fear. There's nothing to fear except what Yahoo wants you to believe. But there's no real fear, folks. And there's certainly no fears about what Sofi is going to report on the next earnings call, because if there was, I don't think the vice president of lending would have gotten $500,000 worth of the stock before the blackout period. I don't think yeah, that's right, folks. The vice president of SoFi's lending department, right before the blackout period, which is a period in which they can't buy or sell any of the shares, a month before their earnings call, and right before that blackout period, the VP of their lending department bought $500,000 worth of SoFi. Now, some people have pointed out recently there's a guy named Jeremy who's been selling some shares, and some other entities that are insiders have been selling. But folks, that's how their pay structure is. They get paid through compensation, stock compensation. So that's how they have to make their money, folks. They got to sell the shares to get paid. But there are many, many reasons why insiders will sell shares of their positions they're holding. But there's only one reason that a vice president of the SoFi lending department buys $500,000 before the blackout period, I can promise you. And that is because he expects the price to rise on the news of what they have coming in on their loan department. He is so confident that SoFi is going to rocket on earnings day. And he may be smart enough to play it the way we play it, where we know it's going to rocket. So he puts in sell orders real high, and he sells on that day for the pullback, and then he gets to buy more. He may do the same thing we're doing. He might even be watching me for all I know. Ah, yeah. All right, what's this daggum BDMD? Wow, you guys, please hold. All right, I had to send a picture to Double K. Holy smokes, everybody. Congratulations if you own this stock. Wow, what a run up. Nice. Well, there goes SoFi for the very final time, 1387, ladies and gentlemen. I got a picture of it at 1208 at 1387. Another higher low than all previous lows before today. It's just another raising low all day long, folks. During the lunchtime low right then at 1208, they were just able to finally get it a few pennies below the last low. But ladies and gentlemen, this is very clear. A low here, a low there, a low here, a low there, a low here. One more stab at it. Can't even come to half what it was or even close to that number. And off she goes. And there she goes. She's gone. And that's why I'm taking a picture of the last time of 1388 right now. Yep. I'm taking pictures of the last time, folks. I'm going to have a portfolio of stock prices on SoFi that go all the way back to $4.59 the first day I bought it. And I'm going to have, one day I'm going to have my granddaughters laying around the house and sitting on my lap. And Grandpa's going to say, they're going to ask me, hey, Grandpa, how did you get so rich? And then I'm going to say, well, I got lucky and I discovered this stock called SoFi when it was $4.55 a share. And I started buying the crap out of it. And now I'm taking pictures as it rises, folks, all afternoon. Watch it continue to go up. Watch one shorter after another get out of this thing now. Watch it just rise and rise and rise now. And I'm just going to take pictures as it goes. I got 1386, 87, 88, 89, and now 1390. And I'm just going to take pictures as it goes up and up and up all afternoon. And all week, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a continued thing tomorrow. It's going to continue to climb tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. A little profit taking on Friday, and then it climbs next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Next thing you know, we got an earnings report coming out. There's 1390. I got the last 1390 just then. And now the 91s are going to run out too, ladies and gentlemen. What do you guys got to say over here? What do you got to say? Let's see some low. Yeah, Monday the market's closed. Why? What's it closing for? Joe Dirt, what's the market going to close for on Monday? I did a thing recently and said, what's the next holiday for the market closing? And it didn't say Monday. Nope, it said Martin Luther King Day. You know, I hear people all the time talk about the market and everything, the whole government shutting down for Martin Luther King Day. And I'm not upset that we do that. I think it's fine that we do that. But my question is, if we're going to shut everything down for Martin Luther King, why don't we shut everything down for John F. Kennedy? Martin Luther King, assassinated. John F. Kennedy, assassinated. I'm just curious, since we're all onto this equality thing and equal recognition for everything, how come we don't have a holiday national? Is anybody, am I right? Is there a JFK Day? Does anybody know of a JFK Day that everything shuts down for? The most revered, loved president in the history of this country, probably. And nothing. I'm just asking. Well, I'm asking for an old president day. 1964. If we're going to have a Martin Luther King Day, folks, you got to have a JFK Day is the way I look at it. Just going to say it like that. Yeah. Why not? Where's our Lincoln Day? Abe Lincoln Day. Kapira says, I'm for the 4-day work week myself. Yes. I think they've lumped that into President's Day. Okay. Lumping. Let's just lump them. Well, anyway. And there is no day that I can have more ridicule over, and I have one about Martin Luther King and everything shutting down when we don't shut down for John F. Kennedy. But the worst one, in my opinion, is Columbus Day. the day that Columbus discovered America. You want to hear my take on the fires in California? The Simpsons. Okay. Go watch the Simpsons episode where they talk about California being burned to the ground, and they show all the Simpsons lasers and things go. They're all. This is Simpsons back in 2002 or something, 2012. Simpsons episode talking about the lasers going along, and then everything burned, and then they had this blue umbrella that for some reason didn't get affected by the fire. It was in the middle of the city. They had all the city decimated and destroyed by fire, and then this blue, and then go watch. Folks, I'm going to show you something here. Just hold on a second. You got me going. I'm going to show you something. Just give me a second here to find this video. Just hold on. Some of you already know about some of the uncanny abilities for those writing The Simpsons. Just please hold a second. And hold on, I'm going to have to come over here to... Yeah, this is it right here. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm at... Would you like to have access to a trading mentor who has made £250,000 in a month?
Folks, I want you to see something here.
My name is Adam Harris, and I've been trading for... The Simpsons has...
All right, this is going to blow your mind, all right? And look at SoFi. Let me get a picture of it before it goes over... before SoFi goes over $14. Hold on a second. Let me get these pictures. Man, look at that thing. It's already up 10 cents from where I took the pictures a little bit ago. It's already on its way, people. I just want to get the last time of 13s, folks. I want to get it right now. All right. Yeah, baby. I'm going to catch the last time that SoFi was $13.99, and I'm going to catch it right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm very, very happy to be in your presence. There it is, $13.98, and it's rising. There's the last time, $13.96. I'm going to have a picture of that, $13.97. I'm going to have a picture of that. Then we're going to have a picture of $13.98 and $13.99 for the very last time. And that's why I'm taking pictures right now, ladies and gentlemen, because I do believe this is going to be the final time that SoFi will be in the 13.96, 97, 98, and 99. This is it. This is going to be the end of it, folks. This is the end of the game. This is SoFi, Yo Chivarini. So sad, but now the game is over. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here about my thumbnail today talking about naked shorting, go look at the pinned mention. I have the message. There's a link to the video about naked shorting that will give you a very, very unbelievable eye-opening about how naked shorting is done and the many multiple ways in which it is stocks are shorted. And I think you'll find it very interesting. And I proved to everyone this morning also, they're naked shorting the crap out of SoFi at record rates right now. They're doing it, folks. Go over to Fintel and put in SoFi and then search for shorts, short interest, and then click on fails to deliver. And you will see that they are majorly naked shorting SoFi. And the latest date it goes up to, I think, is December the 13th. But I believe they're continuing to do it even right now, and that's how they're holding it back, by naked shorting it. They're getting in desperate modes. And institutional ownership for shorts only has gone from 34 institutions shorting only to 29 now. And so here's the last picture I'm going to get of $13.99. I'm just waiting for it now. I'm going to take a picture of it when it gets there. And then I'm going to be the last. I'll have 1388, 1380, actually 1386, 1387, 1388. And it's going to show how fast this thing took off one day. It just started going and they couldn't stop it. And this is it, folks. This is where I call it could begin right here. Ding dong, the shorts went long. And it was today that they went long, folks. They wisely decided to get the hell out of this thing because they've lost so much money on it. And today was the day that they started the run. And it's going to run all the way up until earnings. I'm calling it, folks. And I told you about this morning. I told you that they were going to attack SoFi this morning as deep as they could drive it down. And then for the rest of the week, it was going to go up. That's what I called, and I still believe it. I still definitely believe it even now. I believe it is going to be green even by the end of the day, regardless of what they try here to hold it at $14. I don't believe it's going to stay there. I think there's too much interest in the stock. 17 million shares traded, folks. And there it is, the last picture. The last picture at $13.99. Yeah! Go, SoFi, go. Awesome. And off to 14 land for the forever, folks. And then 15s and 16s and 17s. I'm trying to update the screen so I can get a beautiful picture of what they tried today. And then I'll be able to show you next year. Yes, she's gone, folks, and they're not going to stop it. It's going over 14. I'm calling it right now. There's no way they're going to stop it. I'm going to have the last picture of $13.99. I'm going to have it one day in my portfolio. And I can, who knows, we'll auction it off one day so you can have the last time, just like when it was $6.99. And I told you, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a picture right now of the very last time SoFi was $6.99. And I said that to you 4 months ago. 4 months ago, I told you, I'm going to take a picture of SoFi right now at $6.99. And I said, hey, what do you guys say? And I said, hey, what do you guys say? And the price was $6.99 a share. And I said, what do you say? And what do you say now when it's at $13.99? That's what I want to hear. I want to see some love, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see the love. So let your love show like a mountain spring and let the love grow. With all living things and let your love shine. And you'll know. Oh, yeah. There she goes, baby. Right on up in the sky. And there she's leaving. Oh, there you are. Everybody, come on in. The water's fine. Oh, oh yeah, baby. Bye-bye, 13s forever. Adios, 13s. I told you they weren't going to stop it, ladies and gentlemen. And she's going to go green once she passes 13. If you see what I mean. Oh, the desperation, ladies and gentlemen. They shorting the stream. Oh, yeah, baby. Buy, time to buy SoFi. You better pick it up right now because she's about to fly. All the shorts will be drowning in whiskey and rye, saying why'd I Oh, Jack be quick, and Jack better jump on the SoFi ship, because if he don't, he might feel sick. Oh, we got an echo there. Yo, time for the SoFi song. I hear you, man. Let's do it. All right, let's do it right now. Ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our new SoFi song. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Hooray. Ding dong, the shorts went long. Found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. SoFi, it grows and grows and grows. And this is what we know. And this is why we sing and we ring that bell. Yeah. Ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our new SoFi song. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Yo! And Catfish has left the building. Oh, yeah, baby. Bye-bye to the 13s forever. Adios, my friends. Good luck, Shorty. I know how hard you tried to keep it here. I know you tried to fake everyone out of their boots this morning, but I warned them all in advance, and I told them all to be looking for this exact thing that you tried today. I told them to be ready and to put their buy orders in at 1366 for this morning's dump. And I said, and after that, this thing is going to break away and it's going to be gone, and it's going to go up every single day this week from now on until Friday. That's what I called out on Friday. You guys remember, I told you that. I told you this is exactly what they were going to do. I told you exactly what they were going to do. And they did it exactly what I said they would. Man, look at all this chat coming in. PHIO down good. Okay, it grows, grows, grows. Yes. Look, there she goes. Oh, even the ding dong song is washing over. Man, that thing is the speed of light got over to New York right then. Even the ding dong song just blew across the river and across Canada and straight into New York. Dang, that thing was on special delivery, man. They hyped that up. That thing went in over hypersound. That was at that speed of light, 360 million feet per second or miles per second. Oh my goodness, look at him try. Look at him try, but the short's gonna fry. They're all gonna die. They're all gonna see it fly. Oh my goodness. Wow, everybody. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Dow creeps higher as rate cut fears drag on NASDAQ. There is no dragging. You guys are lying to everyone. Yahoo, you're liars. The Dow rises and the NASDAQ falls. Oh! Maybe we ought to do a ding dong song number 2 and just push this thing right on up over 15 today. What do you say? Yes, it blew the fire out here. Yes, SoFi is offering a nice bonus to opening a checking account with them. Newest story 9 hours ago. Thank you, Mara Perez. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I told you on Friday that I had gone back and I looked at the charts and I looked at what happened. And when I looked at what they did a year ago on this chart, I liked what I saw. And I thought I was going to see SoFi get driven down deeply this morning and then take off for the rest of the week. And it looks like I was right. It looks like I was completely right that is exactly what they tried today. They tried a duplicate of what they did last year. And it worked for them last year for a little bit. And so today they tried it again the same day, Monday. They tried it on a Monday again. And I showed you guys this on Friday. Everybody that's on the channel with me right now, I showed you on Friday what they did 1 year ago. And I said, look for a repeat, a rundown Monday morning. And after that, and you get in, I told you to put your buy orders in at 1366, didn't I? I told you guys on Friday, you better have buy orders for Monday morning at 1366 because that's what they're going to go for the low. And today's low, in fact, was 1360. 1360. Well, I hope you had your buy orders in at 1366 like I asked you to do. I hope you had enough money to be able to get in at 1366. Yep. There she goes, folks. Look at her eyes. And there's no way they're going to hold this thing back, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to keep rising all afternoon. And when she breaks over today's high already, which was 1408, she's going to rock it, folks. When she breaks over 14.8, she's going to rock it. I didn't say if she does. I said when she does. And then wait till you see all panic and hell break loose when this thing goes over $14.52 a share. I'm telling you, folks, it's going to rise from here 50 cents. And when it breaks over $14.52, you're going to see a major run to the exits by these shorts. Okay. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. As a matter of fact, I think they're already running to the exits now. It sure looks that way to me. It sure looks that way to me. Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I told you I was going to show you something here. So I'm going to show you something right now. Just give me a second. Please hold a second here. Shoot. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Here we go. All right, everybody. I'm going to play this for you now. I hope you enjoy what you're about to hear, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to play it for you right now. Some ironic things about the fires and other things about the Simpsons. Watch this.
S&P 500 went up 210.
The Simpsons has predicted everything that's going to be happening in 2025. And guess what? They even predicted the Los Angeles fire. But in this episode of Simpsons, they finally predicted what's going to be happening to Los Angeles, where the entire city is going to be burnt, and the only thing that's going to be left out in the entire city is going to be this blue umbrella. They even showed what happens 6 months after this event takes place. Deadly red! You see, it seems like they're using some sort of weapon. It's definitely some sort of an energy weapon. Look at that stuff.
First off, I'd like to thank the good people at Tianjin Smelting and Mining and Donuts and Tops for neutralizing our wonderful...
Now look at this stuff. They're once again highlighting this particular blue-colored umbrella for some reason, which is kind of close. Now, obviously, no one would be paying attention to this one.
Lad. Grow back. The time for mourning and blaming our mayors has passed. We will rebuild. We will rebuild. We will rebuild. We will rebuild.
So this is basically what's going on. People are blaming the mayor of Los Angeles, and basically he's not doing anything for people, and that's exactly what's going on right now as well. And then take a look at what happened 6 months later, where people are actually hoping for Los Angeles to be fully rebuilt, and this is the situation. And to just take a look at this particular reference, this is the Hollywood Hills, and it seems like the entire signboard is broken because of the fire, and that's exactly what's going on in Hollywood Hills.
You're right, Slicks.
Now, this is the state of Los Angeles after 6 months of the fire breaking out, and look at this stuff. I mean, it seems like the cartoon, it depicts like the mayor doesn't do anything in terms of like rebuilding the stuff. We will rebuild. We will rebuild. I mean, damn, dude. Now, coming back to the blue umbrella, which is specifically something that they were trying to highlight here. And as you can see, there is this blue umbrella that was shown in this scene. And further moving on, it was also shown in this scene as well. Now, if you go ahead and take a look at what we currently found out, this apparently seems to be very real, guys. Because just take a look at this stuff. What's up with the blue color that's currently going on? And people have been sharing this stuff where anything that's blue in color hasn't burned. And there is a very strong reason as to why it hasn't burned. Also, look at this stuff. There are blue umbrellas, which is like folded, pretty much the same as what we've seen in the Simpsons prediction. And everything around the shop is completely burned, but then the blue umbrellas are completely untouched. Whoa! What in the world is even going on? Now just take a look at that stuff. That's the exact same stuff that, the Simpsons are referring to. And at first I was skeptical, but then, they kind of...
Watch this, people.
Laser beam testing. And apparently it seems like all the color burns. Yellow burns, red burns. And
especially when you put on the energy beam on the blue color. It seems like there seems to be absolutely no reaction at all for some reason. Like every other color seems to be burning except the blue. And what does this freaking say? So it's really shocking to see that, Simpsons has predicted something this freaking crazy. Now moving on to the second prediction, that Simpsons actually predicted an exact same-to-same image of something.
Watch this, people.
Now, this was the image that Simpsons predicted, where you can see like this is Trump, and this is like the Saudi Arabia's king, and apparently they're just placing their hands over some sort of a globe or like a light. And this exact event took place, and all the outfits that these guys are wearing was also exactly the same. Just take a look at the stuff. This episode was aired in 2002.
That eerily mirrors real life events.
2002.
Trump touching a glowing orb with two Middle Eastern.
No offense, but if you still think that driving food around is the best way to make money in today's economy, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Eastern-looking men. Well, last month, President Trump did.
Look at that, folks.
Saudi Arabia and the president of Egypt.
Just take a look at this, dudes. Just take a look at this. He's even wearing exact same outfit. And also the people in this picture are exactly the same as the predictions that was done so many years ago in Simpsons. Now, this was predicted in 2002. And currently, we are living in 2025. And people are discovering all of these things right now. Now, just compare this image right here to the Simpsons prediction, and you'll actually see that it's the exact same outfit that the Saudi Arabia king is wearing. And it's the same exact outfit that Trump is also wearing. Look at that stuff. Everything resembles. And even this guy.
Look at this guy with the thing on his chest. That thing right there on his chest.
And also,
see that?
In this image, you can see that there is a woman in the back, and in the cartoon,
there's the woman.
Also a woman in the back, and there's also.
Look at this guy with the turban on.
Here, there's also another Arab man that's standing right over here.
He's got a red turban on.
Because these guys have been predicting this stuff and everything.
Look at that.
Including all the events that has been happening exactly the same freaking way. And now let's move on to the third Simpsons prediction. Whereas this. I
gotta show you this picture again. Look at this guy over here at the edge of the screen. Look at this guy over here at the very edge of the screen, everybody. Look at what he's wearing. He's got on a checkered red headpiece. Okay? And this guy, he's got on a white robe with a circular piece on the middle. And look at the cartoon. Look at that. The guy over here has a white shirt on with a circle in the middle right there. And this guy has on a checkered. I mean, is that not wild? Yeah, 2002 was when this episode was aired on TV. 2002. Trump's tie color is even the same. I know. Isn't that insane? I mean, folks, that is just wild. That's wild beyond anything that you can explain. It just is. It is. Yep. I hope that you guys can see the similarity there. It's too obvious to ignore. And I just wanted to show that with you. Space lasers set the fires. Well, it's interesting that on the episode by The Simpsons, they're showing that lasers are responsible for the fires being set, and it's very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I can say. It's very interesting, and I like to share this kind of stuff with you because I love stuff like this. I find this kind of stuff amazingly intriguing, and I love it. I think it's good for you guys to be aware of this kind of stuff that's going on in our world, and some sort of uncanny ability. Some way or another, they have the ability of telling what's going to happen in the future. And I can't explain how, but some way or another, folks, they have a way of telling what's going to happen in the future. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know why. But they have the ability. And here it is again, just in case you missed the very beginning of how everything was going to catch on fire. According to The Simpsons, this is how it was all going to be burned.
And the only thing that's going to be left out in the entire city is going to be this blue umbrella. They even showed what happens 6 months after this event takes place.
Deadly ray.
You see, it seems like they're using some sort of
Hey.
what?
Yes.
I was called into work, so I'm going in.
Okay. All right.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye. Even the fox that's eating the little creature on the fish that comes out of the pond gets lasered. Gone.
It's definitely some sort of an energy weapon. Look at that stuff.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to see what that sign said there just for a second. Hold on.
Weapon?
There it is.
It's definitely some sort of an energy weapon. Look at that.
Ed's Extinguishers just closed yesterday. Anyway, folks, I tell you, it's crazy. It is crazy. FDR was a Shriner. Winston Churchill was a Knight of Malta. Adolf Hitler was in the Thule Society. Stain was in whatever passes for Freemasonry in Russia. Stalin was in whatever passes for Freemasonry in Russia, because we have President Day. Anyway, well, I just wanted to share that with you, folks. This was amazing. And believe it or not, there's also an episode where the Simpsons, believe it or not, predicted, some many would say, in one image they showed, the 911. And let me just pause this, and I'll show you. Simpsons predict 911. 9/11. There we go. Search. And I know this doesn't have to do anything with the stock market right now, but there it is. They had this image in their cartoon with New York and 911 with the Twin Towers right there, ladies and gentlemen, right there. And I don't know, folks. I tell you, this is pretty peculiar stuff that's going on there. I would not be shocked if Russia did it. The creators of The Simpsons direct the world. Bart says, buy Sofi. Well, I tell you, folks, very uncanny. And you can look at many, many, many other. I mean, this is just really bizarre when you look at these cartoons that were coming out. It's creepy. It's creepy, crazy stuff. This is video games, folks. 7 video games that predicted 911. And these are video games that predict 911 and 9/11. And anyway, just letting you know, folks, there's a lot of ironic things going on in this world. And I just like to share them with you. That's all. Part of the show. And one of the things that it says in my videos is that this channel is here to educate and to be entertaining. It's just to entertain you. And I hope that you are entertained. Dan Wynn says, Columbo. Let's see. The Y-Files need to do an episode on the Simpsons predictions. I'm interesting that you should mention that, because last night, you're going to see one of the last things I watched last night was the Y-Files. And ladies and gentlemen, I think I should show you this too, because this is incredible, folks. I'm going to go to my history, and I want you to see what I looked at last night, the quantum apocalypse. And folks,
story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/message.
All right, folks, this is going to be something else that I'm sure you may or may not have seen or know about, but I'm going to share it with you now. And I'm sorry that I'm not talking about stocks, but sometimes I like to get away from stocks and show you just a couple other things that are kind of cool and important. So watch this episode of the Y-Files, and this is called right here, The Quantum Apocalypse. All right? And folks, I hope you enjoy this, because this is truly amazing, okay? And this is and nobody knows about this. It's all under the radar, folks, but I'm going to expose it now. Here we go.
Series of mathematical rules. For decades, even centuries, some codes used mathematical rules that remain unbreakable. But they're about to be challenged by something new. Machines that don't care about math and don't follow any rules. If he doesn't pick up this time, I am replacing his vodka with gutter water. Or Smirnoff.
Yeah, human. Hey, if you're calling about the drones, I'm already on it.
I'm calling because you haven't shown up to work for a week.
Work?
Okay, I'm going to fast forward past this nonsense.
How different outlets cover the same story. Take the situation with the drones. Ground News found over 200 sources covering it. Most are highly credible, but you can easily sort the reliable information from clickbait. One outlet says residents are rattled. Another spins it into spy balloon saga, while a top source focuses on the FAA's lack of answers.
Yeah, so no alien motherships.
Nope. And their blind spot feed shows stories one side of the political spectrum isn't covering. You'd be surprised how much gets left out. It's perfect for bursting your media bubble and seeing the bigger picture. If you want to stay informed, you can even follow your favorite topic.
Riding dirty to the mountains. You
Hold on. Here we go, folks. This is what it's all about. Listen closely to this. You need to know, folks.
Kate Price's morning started like any other. Her smart home system woke her at 6 a.m. with her usual playlist. The coffee maker fired up. Her iPhone read her schedule while she brushed her teeth. Normal, routine. She opened her banking app. Something was wrong. Her balance was 0. She blinked and checked again. Her balance was back. Just a temporary error, she thought. She took a sip of coffee and nearly dropped her mug. The smart speaker was playing someone else's conversation. A couple fighting about credit card debt. She unplugged it. Then her smart TV started cycling through her photos. Private photos. Intimate photos. She pulled the plug. And then her phone rang. Then she heard the sirens. The oldest code we know of isn't written in complex mathematics. It's carved in stone, in an Egyptian tomb from 4,000 years ago. The scribes simply replaced regular hieroglyphs with ones they made up. They weren't trying to keep secrets, they were showing off. These were prayers carved into tomb walls. The scribes wanted to prove they knew something others didn't.
Oh, those were ancient emojis.
Not exactly.
Let's test that theory. Can humans crack this?
The simple act of substituting one symbol for another unleashed something, the human desire to keep secrets. And for thousands of years, that's how codes worked. You'd replace letters with other letters or symbols. Linear A is a secret writing system created by the Minoans in ancient Crete 3,600 years ago. We can read its descendant, Linear B, but Linear A is still secret. Every attempt to crack it has failed. The Spartans made practical use of codes.
This is cryptography!
Please don't.
Too late. I already ordered the tunic and the cape. Now I just need the abs.
Can I get back to this?
Go ahead. I need to catch up on my sit-ups anyway.
The Spartans created the skittily. Here's how it works. Picture a wooden rod about as thick as your wrist.
Rod.
Stop it. Now wrap a strip of leather or parchment around it like a spiral. Write your message across the strip, following the spiral. When you unwrap it, the letters scramble. The message is nonsense. But wrap it around another rod exactly the same size, and the message reappears. This is called a transposition cipher. You're not changing the letters, you're just moving them around. Julius Caesar encoded all his military correspondence by shifting each letter in the alphabet by 3 spaces. A becomes D, B becomes E, and so on. When you hit Z, you loop back to A. This is called a shift cipher or Caesar cipher. The key is knowing how many spaces to shift. Caesar used 3, but you can use any number. His enemies never cracked it. In the 1820s, Thomas Beale used a book cipher to hide the location of millions of dollars of buried treasure. And here's how it works. First, pick a book. Any book. Then you replace each word in your message with a number. That number tells you which word to use from your chosen book. Count down to the 5th word on page 1, and that's your first word. Maybe the 19th word on page 2 is your second word, and so on. Beale used the Declaration of Independence.
Nicolas Cage has entered the chat.
When someone finally figured that out in 1885, they cracked one of his 3 messages. The treasure is somewhere in Bedford County, Virginia. But the other 2 messages? Still locked, because we don't know which books he used. Every year, thousands of people try to crack the Beale ciphers to find the treasure, and every year they fail. The Zodiac Killer was also ahead of his time. He encoded a message using a homophonic substitution cipher using 408 different symbols. Instead of replacing each letter with just one symbol, you replace it with several different ones. The letter E might become 3 or 7 or some symbol. Nobody knows. This makes the code much harder to break because you can't use frequency analysis. In normal English, E is the most common letter, but if you split it between multiple symbols, that pattern disappears. For 51 years, the Zodiac's message stumped the world's best cryptographers. Then in 2020, 3 amateur codebreakers finally solved it.
What'd it say?
Well, it said a bunch of stuff, but it started with, "I like killing people because it's so much fun."
Yeah, for a serial killer, he wasn't much of a poet.
He wasn't. And the Zodiac Killer was never found. But quantum computers are about to change everything. All these ancient methods, substitutions, patterns, and tricks share one weakness: math. This is a weakness quantum computers can exploit. Soon these machines might reveal every secret message ever written, including yours.
And this is where, and folks, this is where it gets very, very interesting, okay? This is where this show gets extremely interesting about quantum computers, and it's something you all need to be aware of, I promise you, okay? And this is going to be interesting, and we got ourselves a little situation here. Here it goes.
Reveal every secret message ever written, including yours.
And by the way, I did see the notice about PHIO. PHIO. Someone said it's starting to run again. And there she goes. She's going back up. So that's good. Good to see that. But I want to finish this off here. Hold on.
The quantum computer hissed as liquid helium circulated through the processor. Carl Bishop checked the temperature. Minus 460 degrees Fahrenheit. Absolute zero. Quantum bits needed to be that cold to maintain coherence. Stanford's quantum lab was empty at 3 a.m. He'd been running simulations for 12 hours straight. His eyes burned. But CTEC's grant requirements were clear. Demonstrate quantum error correction or lose funding. Quantum computers were terrible at error correction. Quantum states are too fragile, too much noise. If the temperature changes by half a degree, they decohere. If radio waves leak in, they decohere. A truck hits a pothole a mile away, the vibration in the earth makes them decohere. But Carl noticed something strange in the error correction data. The errors weren't random. Then he realized they weren't errors at all. The quantum computer was cracking encryption keys, millions of them. Keys that protect everything from banking passwords to nuclear launch codes. Carl decided to test this. He entered an RSA 4096 security key and ran down the hall for another coffee. He wasn't in a hurry. Even the world's most powerful supercomputers would need billions or trillions of years to break RSA 4096. But when he returned 5 minutes later, he couldn't believe it. The key was cracked. Carl now realized his computer was the most powerful and dangerous weapon on Earth. He started to panic. He tried to delete the data, but it was already uploaded to CTEC's private servers. By sunrise, 3 intelligence agencies had flagged the data transfer. By 9 a.m., the first bank security system was breached. By noon, every bank went dark. The quantum apocalypse had begun. Your entire digital life depends on 2 prime numbers. That's it, 2 numbers, and they protect everything. Your passwords, your messages, your bank accounts, all of it. Modern encryption is based on this simple trick. Take 2 huge prime numbers and multiply them together. That creates your public key, a number anyone can use to send you secret messages. But only someone who knows those original prime numbers can read those messages. Working backward, trying to find those original numbers, would take a computer billions of years. Or so we thought. In December 2024, Google unveiled Project Willow. Their quantum computer solved a problem in 5 minutes that would take our fastest supercomputers longer than the age of the universe. Quantum computers do this using superposition.
Hang on. You want to pump the brakes in the nerd chatter and fill me in?
Well, think about flipping a coin. It lands on either heads or tails. Normal computer bits work the same way. Everything is either 1 or 0. It's binary. But quantum computer bits, or qubits, can be 1 and 0 at the same time.
Oh, so qubits are non-binary. What? Are they?
No, they are, but I need you to stop talking. So instead of flipping that coin, it's a coin spinning on its edge. While it spins, it's not heads or tails, it's both at once. That's superposition. Now imagine trying to crack a safe with a million combinations. A normal computer can only try one combination at a time, but a quantum computer, it tries all combinations simultaneously. The NSA has been warning about this moment for years. They call it Y2Q, the year quantum computers become powerful enough to break our current encryption. They thought it would happen between 2030 and 2040, but Willow changed everything. For 30 years, quantum computers suffered one major problem: errors. Reading quantum data is like trying to read a book during an earthquake. It's too unstable to work properly. But Google fixed that with Project Willow.
How did it fix it?
By grouping qubits together. There are groups of qubits handling processing, and groups of qubits that do nothing but track and fix errors. The more qubits you add, the fewer errors you have. It may sound counterintuitive, but it's like building a sandcastle that gets stronger the bigger it gets. Now, with AI's help, quantum computers are on track to break current encryption by the year 2029, way ahead of schedule.
This is bad.
In 2024, the Department of Defense accelerated its quantum computerization
Nicole.
program. Their latest directive warns that critical systems must be quantum resistant by 2025. But one detail stands out. They're not just protecting future messages. They're racing to protect everything we've ever encrypted. And they're running out of time.
Interesting, huh? I hear you, Nicole.
When Liz Emery's phone buzzed at 4 a.m., she almost ignored it. After 15 years in cybersecurity, late-night calls usually meant someone at the hospital forgot their password. But caller ID showed Mount Sinai's emergency line. The first report was in. Patient records appeared on digital billboards in Times Square. They included blood test results, psychiatric evaluations, and terminal diagnoses that patients had not yet told their families about. Senators, congressmen, CEOs, their private medical data was all over the internet. She was still coordinating the hospital's response when the news reported that every dating app was breached. Then they came back online. Suddenly, on every device in the city, smartphones, TVs, billboards, was a link to a site where anyone could look up any information that was part of the dating app breach. Direct messages, real names and emails, browser histories, private photos and videos, all revealed. Liz figured the only people celebrating were divorce attorneys. Then an email came into hospital security. Pay $1 billion or every pacemaker control system on Earth will go down. Pay another billion or insulin pumps will go down, starting with diabetic children. The city started to crack. Police dispatch systems were offline. Traffic lights went dark. ATMs were dumping cash into the street. Bank balances were set to zero. Autonomous vehicles became killing machines. Delivery drones crashed into buildings like kamikaze pilots. A fleet of Cybertrucks tore through a shopping mall before exploding, all at once. News channels tried to cover the chaos, but their broadcasts were hijacked. CNN anchors watched helplessly as their personal emails were displayed on screen. The White House press secretary's private texts appeared during a briefing about the crisis. Then the NSA made an emergency broadcast that somehow made it through. They said there was a nationwide system compromise. For the safety of every American, martial law was now imposed. Just as the message was covering the mandatory curfews, every phone in the country went dark. Major technology companies are racing to build quantum-resistant encryption. Google, IBM, and Microsoft have teams working around the clock. But there's a big problem. Quantum computers don't just threaten future messages. They threaten everything we've ever encrypted. Every encrypted file, every secure transmission, every protected database becomes vulnerable, even ones from decades ago. Intelligence agencies have been collecting encrypted data since the Cold War. Your old emails, your financial records, your private messages, all sitting in databases waiting to be unlocked. Then there's Bitcoin. Its entire security system depends on the same math quantum computers are about to break. Shadow groups have already collected hundreds of thousands of encrypted Bitcoin wallets. They're just waiting for quantum computers powerful enough to crack them.
Oh.
All that money could vanish in seconds. At current prices, that's billions of dollars.
Total 2-0, baby.
Banks know this is coming. JP Morgan started building quantum-resistant vaults in 2023, not for gold or cash, for computers. These facilities will never connect to the internet. They'll use paper records and human couriers. The military is training for quantum dark operations, missions conducted without digital communication. Teams practice using prearranged signals, dead drops, and one-time codebooks, the same methods that kept secrets during World War II. The NSA's latest reports show Project Willow proves something they already knew. The quantum apocalypse isn't coming, it's already here.
I just got a question by someone by the name of Dev Inglis. Why are we watching Y-Files? You chose to be here on your own, and you can easily step away. I'm trying to educate people on this channel about something that might be a little more important than the stocks today. So you're free to go if you want.
NSA isn't trying to stop it. It's preparing for what comes after. Because the race is no longer about building quantum computers. The race is to survive them. The line at Chase Manhattan stretched around the block. Cash only. No cards, no transfers. Just paper money and metal coins. Donald Janik watched from his office window across the street. In his 30 years as a security consultant, he'd seen a lot of changes. But
yep, you're right,
like
Capera.
The quantum apocalypse was erasing decades of technological progress. His company now specialized in physical security, armed guards, paper record keeping, mechanical locks, the kind of security you couldn't hack. When the hospital records started appearing online, they shut down their networks and went analog. Now armed guards protected rooms full of paper files. Doctors wrote prescriptions by hand. Old mechanical devices became valuable. Typewriter repair shops reopened. Filing cabinet manufacturers couldn't keep up with demand. Bicycle messengers replaced email. Everyone with skills from the pre-digital age suddenly found themselves in demand. Retired secretaries who could take shorthand. Mechanics who could fix cars without computers. Accountants who knew how to keep books by hand. The younger generation struggled to adapt. They never lived in an analog world. The smart ones saw it coming. They pulled their money out early and bought physical assets. Gold, silver, land, things you could touch. Things that existed in the real world, not just as numbers in a database. The rest had to adapt or lose everything. Back at Stanford, Carl Bishop struggled with depression. He blamed himself. SeaTac, the company supporting his work, no longer took his calls. Still, Carl wouldn't stop digging. He had to find out what went wrong. Then Carl found something buried in the data. Timestamps that didn't make sense. Some encrypted messages were broken months ago. Then he realized the quantum apocalypse didn't start with his mistake. It started months earlier. The first bank breach wasn't at noon the first day. It was 3 months before. But balances weren't touched. Hospital records, websites, smartphone apps, most had been compromised for months. But again, the data wasn't touched. Carl realized the chaos wasn't an accident. It was cover for something else. Something much bigger. Something much worse. Scientists are racing to develop new encryption methods that even quantum computers can't break. They call it post-quantum cryptography. The strategy, find mathematical problems so complex that not even quantum computers can solve them efficiently. But there's a problem. Whenever we think we found an unbreakable code, someone finds a way to break it. The Germans thought Enigma was mathematically impossible to crack. The Japanese believed Purple would keep their World War II communications secret forever. The NSA once claimed RSA encryption would take billions of years to defeat. They were all wrong. Some banks are returning to physical security systems, offline computers, paper records, and in-person verification. Government agencies are reviving Cold War era methods, one-time pads, dead drops, and bicycle couriers.
Sometimes things don't happen the way you planned. Sometimes you can end up lower than you started.
What?
Quicksilver. Somebody out there gets it.
Quantum dark operations like air-gapped facilities, analog communication, and paper messages could work, but they're temporary solutions. Throughout history, humans have played an endless cat-and-mouse game with secrets. Someone creates an unbreakable code, someone else breaks it, and a more complex code replaces it, and the cycle continues. In the quantum age, there are no more secrets, only information waiting to be revealed. That's why the NSA isn't trying to stop it. They aren't building new code-breaking technology, but you know what they are building? Bunkers.
This channel normally talks about how to day trade stocks, and in particular, we talk mostly about SoFi. But I stumbled on this video last night that I decided to share with the rest of my viewers because I think it's fascinating. And we got a situation on our hands, and we got to deal with it. This is kind of like what happened back in Y2K. And this is something that's going to change the world in a very large way, ladies and gentlemen, or could have a major, major effect on the world. And it's about quantum computers being able to decode encrypted messages. All banks and everything encrypted. The quantum computers have the ability to break all the codes. That's right, VZ Rover.
The concrete room in the bunker beneath Fort Meade was cold and quiet. Carl Bishop was in his 5th hour of interrogation by 4 government agents. The NSA building above them had been abandoned when their classified files leaked. But this room, which technically didn't exist, still had power and a working computer. Carl learned the truth over the past few months. C-Tech wasn't a tech company. It was a joint NSA-DARPA program that had been running since 2019. They didn't have just one quantum computer. They had a network of them, hidden in secure facilities nationwide. For years, the network had quietly broken every encryption it touched. Banking records, medical files, private messages, and government secrets. The intelligence agencies had access to everything, but there was a problem. They couldn't act on any of it without revealing their capability. Imagine knowing about every terrorist plot, every corporate crime, every government corruption scandal, but being unable to stop any of it without exposing how you got the information.
Yeah, that's a very good point right there. Ahmed Sadiq says, imagine a computer that mines Bitcoins extremely fast. Yeah. It could change the Bitcoin community. This is one of the reasons I'm telling everybody this. And I hear you, Scott. Time for a grilled cheese and grape jelly. Oh, you must have tried that, huh? I was right, wasn't I? It's absolutely delicious. You want another one. You can't stop when you have one. Anyway, I'm almost done showing you this. It's almost over, folks.
The agencies were drowning in intelligence they couldn't use. The solution was elegant. Create a world where privacy no longer existed, where every secret was public. If nothing were private, there'd be no need to explain how they obtained their intelligence. No search warrants were necessary. Everything was already exposed. The social chaos was part of the plan. Communities going analog wasn't a problem, it was the goal. Drive the dangerous elements offline, where they could be more easily monitored through traditional surveillance. Let the general public choose between convenience and privacy. They would choose convenience. They always did. But the intelligence agencies had their own solution for secure communication, a return to Cold War tradecraft. Dead drops, one-time pads, face-to-face meetings in soundproof rooms. Their most sensitive operations moved to facilities that never touched a network or used a computer. Buildings that didn't officially exist, staffed by people with no digital footprint. They maintained 2 separate organizations, the public-facing agency everyone knew about, and the shadow agency that operated completely offline. The public agency would rebuild its security and update its systems. All of it would be theater. The real work happened in places like this concrete bunker, places with no windows, no cameras, no phones. Places where messages were still written by hand and burned after reading. The most important secrets were never digitized, never encrypted, and never stored anywhere except in human memory. The The NSA didn't break encryption to destroy society. They destroyed society to hide that they'd broken encryption almost a year ago. Carl was set up. The quantum apocalypse was pinned on him. But what could he do about it? Martial law was still in effect. The NSA wanted him to keep working and keep quiet. He could either agree to cooperate or go to prison. Violation of the Espionage Act, willful communication of national defense information, unauthorized access of classified documents. The list went on and on. He didn't have much of a choice. As Carl left the concrete room, he realized that in a world with no secrets, the most powerful people weren't those who could break encryption. The most powerful people were those who could keep secrets without it. And right now, the only people who could do that works for the NSA. Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. There's Hecklefish.
So there you go, folks. I hope you enjoyed that little special about crypto right there. About quantum computers, and that this is an issue, and they're dealing with it now. And we'll see what happens in the future. But I thought that you might find that interesting. I certainly did, and so I thought it was worth sharing with you, because that's what I like to do on this kind of on this channel here. I do often day trade all day long, and I start at 9:16 and I don't stop trading all day. But once in a while, you run across something, folks, that's so important that it needs to be shared with others, and including, if you're here on the chat, if you look right up here at the very top, you're going to see a video that you should watch. I already showed it to everyone this morning, and it's called Naked Shorting, okay? There it is, Naked Shorting video. And if you want to see what's happened with SoFi here lately, because this thumbnail is about naked shorting, I want you to see that they're naked shorting the crap out of SoFi right now. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm showing you here is institutional ownership and fails to deliver on the part of the shorts. All right? These are fails to deliver, and this is naked shorting, and that's what that video I put a link up there to is about. And look at the naked shorting going on with SoFi right now. Look at them naked shorting, failing to deliver shares that they're selling in the market, folks. They don't have the money to cover this. 3,600,000 that day they burned people for. 1,800,000 that day, 2,300,000. And the numbers are rising, folks. 6,600,000 shares that they're selling that they don't have, people. Shares that they're failing, and this many shares that they failed to return. This many shares the shorts failed to return. 400 million here. You got freaking 3,500,000, $9,497,000. And see, they can use these shares, and you can see where the price is, $15.94. Well, look where it was here at 1602, and then they naked short the shares and can drive the price down from 1594 to 1590 by naked shorting it, people. It's illegal. They're getting fined for it, but they make so much money, they don't care about the fines. It's the cost of doing business. And that's what that video that I have up here, if you click on this video at the top of the screen, you're going to learn exactly how they naked short. And it's in many, many ways, folks. It's fascinating. That video up there is fascinating. So please go over and watch it. It's about a 10-minute video. And people are starting to take steps to stop this naked shorting. Some companies are going after them. And so I just wanted to show that with you, folks. I wanted you to be able to see that video about quantum computers. I think it is very earth-changing. It could change our lives in many, many ways. And so I just wanted you to know it might be so who knows what the future is going to bring, whether they can stop this from happening or not. It almost seems like manifest destiny, to be honest with you. A CAT military broke Japanese code in Midway battle. Yes, I know. I absolutely know that. It was part of the reason that we were able to win that so decisively, was because we cracked their code. And they thought that there was no way. They were so proud of their encryption that there was no way anyone was going to figure it out. And as I recall, I believe that there was a lady who had a great deal to do with that, cracking that code. And she was, I'm trying to remember, she was a movie star or a author or something like that. And she was able to, she was a genius, actually. And she was unknown. Nobody knew that she's part of the reason that the code was cracked, I believe. You might know about her. Some of you guys are pretty smart. Some of you guys and gals are pretty smart. I can't remember what her name was. It seems like her name started like with a M or something, like Myrtle or what, Meredith, or I don't know what it was, but she was and I could be totally wrong. It could be Gladys for all I know. I don't remember her name, but I know that there was a woman who was behind the cracking of the military code by the Japanese, and she was a genius. She was a genius with math. Golly, I wish I could remember who this was. It was just on the tip of my tongue. I almost thought of it just then, who she was. And but yeah, she had a big part and played a huge part in cracking of the code. PHIO. Okay, let's go look at it now. Where is it? Ah, very nice. Yay! Going back up over where I bought it. I started buying it in the 760s, 766, and so forth. PHIO. Yes. Nice. Oh my gosh, look at that thing fly, everybody. Yo! Yo! Yep, that's right. This little the little people are holding on to SoFi, knowing that the right will soon be held up overnight. Yep, it will. That's right. Keep holding on. Gary Edwards, yeah. Hey, look at that. Well, you guys, I told you first of all, when the price hit 908 to sell this stock this morning. I told you to sell it at 908 this morning. I hope you did. When the price hit 908, I said, get out of this. And then 10 seconds later, it was 808. I told everybody, I said, get out of this right now at 908. It's time to sell it. 906, 907, 908. And I even said, and now when it went over 908, I said, put them in at 913, 911, 12, and 13. And bam, the high of the day was $9.79 or so. But, wow. I told you to sell it at 908. Nice. There's where it hit this morning. 929, and it wasn't even that high. It really stopped this morning right there. Right there is where it stopped. Right there. And I told you to sell it at 908 this morning. Sell it at 908. Buy it back all the way down here at what price? 682. Then sell it again up here at what price? 933 you should have sold. 931 and 933. And I also tell you to sell at 938. And one of my numbers on my sheet is 979. This is on my sheet to sell. Look at it right here. Hold on. Sell, high, low, buy, sell numbers. Here it is. See these numbers to sell right here? Right here, it says to sell at the 76, 77, 78. 76, 77, 78. Now, I know that says 1, but don't worry about the ones that are on here. This could be any number. 8s, 4s, 2s, 12s. It doesn't matter. Sell at the 76, 77, 78. There it is on my sell sheet. So this morning, you could have sold that at the 70s all the way up to 79. And now she's already going right back up, folks. But that's amazing, folks. There's my number where you could have sold at. You could have sold at 976, 977, 978. And there was the high right there, 979. There are reasons I put these numbers out there for you to sell, folks. There are reasons I put them there for you to sell. All right. Now I'm going to come over here, and I just want to say thank you to everybody. I'm going to hit on YouTube Studio right now. And I want to thank each and every one of you who have been on this channel and helping it grow with your contributions financially. I appreciate those of you that have become Catfish members. And I want you to see here on my analytics, I've now gone over 18,821 subscribers. And I want you to also see that we've made some good revenues over the last month on this channel, 1,400. And ladies and gentlemen, that's through gifts, through memberships. All of you who have become members, look at that, $705 more than usual over 28 days. So this channel is really starting to grow very, very rapidly, and your contributions are very, very, very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, I saw SENS. I saw SENS. The stupid thing just kept on going up after I sold it on Friday. It just kept rising. But I kept making money. I made money on it all the way up, and I'm glad I sold it. And now, yep, I saw it this morning, though. On Friday, this thing was up 80%. I sold it when it was up, I think, about 45% or something. So I missed some profits on it, but I don't care. I made profit on it. I never cry over a profit, never. And now as I watch them trying so desperately to force people out of SoFi this morning, I see that was ineffective. All they did was drive it down to where more people could get it at cheaper prices. And I wonder, without all of this naked shorting that's going on with SoFi right now, and look at all the naked shorting there has been lately. And this is one thing I want to point out to you about the naked shorting. It was only back here in July and August that you were seeing days when there would be many days between any naked shorting. They were returning all the shares every single day. And then all of a sudden, here on 9/9, after 6 days, and you can look right here, folks, the price was $8.03 a share when they started the naked shorting. And they were selling shares they did not have, and they drove it down from 803 to 701, naked shorting $3 million worth of shares that day that they failed to deliver. This is called failed to deliver. And for you to get an understanding of what failure to deliver is, there it is, fails to deliver. This is naked shorting. And if you don't know what naked shorting is, ladies and gentlemen, go up to the highlighted video that's at the top of my feed, my chat thing there, and click on it, naked shorting video. It's about a 10-minute long video that you need to watch, everybody, so you understand the many methods that they use, including failures to deliver. This is just one of them. Rehypothesizing, they call it. And another word is synthetic shares. There's so many ways, and what they call spoofing. And if you watch that video, you'll understand really, really in depth how this naked shorting is taking place. And by the way, folks, there were massive amounts of shares that were naked shorted and have been recently. And you can see those right here. Look at the massive amount of failures to return. And the main thing I want you to see is right here. Failures used to return used to sometimes be 3 days in between the day they failed to return shares, okay? And here you can see they were able to return shares that they were borrowing. They were able to return shares from September the 3rd. And look, it was 6 days that they were able to return shares before they naked shorted $3 million worth. Then how many days was it? Okay, how many days was it then? The next day, they naked shorted more. And then the very next day of trading, the 13th, they naked shorted even more. Folks, if they weren't naked shorting every day, would SoFi have gone from $8 all the way down to $7.08? Okay, this is how they can use naked shorted shares to affect SoFi's price. And it didn't really matter. At this stage, folks, they started naked shorting every day, the 13th, and then 3 more days to the 16th, the 17th, 18th, 19th. Look at them naked shorting every single day. And that's how they keep the price in check. But folks, it went from 701 all the way up to 812, even though they were naked shorting, and they naked shorted for 4 or 5 days in a row. Where would the price have actually gotten to had they not been selling fake shares? That's the question I'd like to ask. If they weren't selling fake shares that they didn't actually own, where would SoFi's price be? And then you see here, there was 3 days before they naked shorted again. Then there was the next day they naked shorted. And then here, 5 million they failed to return on the 30th. There were 6 days of no failures. And then again, on the 6th day, bam, they failed to return 5 million. And the price was $7.95. And then they sold these shares that they failed to return that day. They sold them the next day, and they sold them the next day to get the price down to $7.63. And it makes me wonder, how high would SoFi's price be if we weren't seeing this repetitive daily, almost daily now? Look here. Here you can go and see the 7th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, every day naked shorting the stock. And then here you go, the 16th, the 18th, the 21st, 22nd, naked shorting the stock. And again, I wonder, where would SoFi's price be having gone from 841 to 1018 and then 1040 and 1099 and to 11? Where would it be if they weren't doing all of this naked shorting? The price would have probably gone much higher than 1122 that day on the 31st if they hadn't had 4 million or 3.6 million that they failed to deliver that day. I mean, there's just no telling how much higher SoFi's stock price could be without this manipulation effort that's being done, which is illegal. So I'm just showing you, folks. And here again, they start every single day. It's not just 3-day gaps in between anymore. It's the 4th, it's the 5th, it's the 6th, it's the 7th, it's the 8th. And they're naked shorting, naked shorting, naked shorting, naked shorting, naked shorting. And then it comes up here to the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, 15th, every day. Naked shorting, naked shorting, naked shorting, naked shorting, naked shorting every day. Failing to return shares. And it only makes me wonder, how high would SoFi's price be instead of $13.63 if they had naked shorted 1.5 million? How much higher would it have gone to 1442 on 1120? How much higher could SoFi's price have gone if they didn't naked short sell, if they didn't do 6 million the next day? And see, they use these shares to keep the price from running up any higher than it would. Look here. Here's every day, the 18th, 19th, the 20th, 21st, 22nd, naked shorting, and it to the tune of 12 million, $13 million, actually almost 14 million. $14 million worth of stock that they failed to return. And how high would SoFi's price have actually gone if they weren't doing that to it? That's what I wonder. And here you see them naked shorting every day. The second, here they are, the 5th, the 6th, then the 9th, the 11th, 12th, 13, naked shorting up to $9 million. It's getting even more abrasive. It's getting more, folks. Look at that. Like I said, record naked shorting in my thumbnail. Record naked shorting now. And this goes to show how desperate they are to hold the price down. They'll naked short like crazy to try to hold SoFi intact. And that's only up until 12/13. I can't wait to see how many they naked shorted all the way up here. I'm going to keep track of it, folks, so you guys can see. Because it's important to understand SoFi's price would be even higher if they weren't cheating us. If they weren't cheating us, folks. And if you want to see what kind of cheating it is, I want you to go up here and watch this video right here that I put up here as the pinned video. Naked shorting, folks. Click on it. Click on that video right there. I'm going to put it up here again so you guys can see it. And I'm not going to show you the video right now, but I'm going to put a link up to it right now so you can go and watch it, folks. and see how they can decimate a stock and even force them into bankruptcy using this tactic that they're doing on SoFi right now, which has had very little effect, to be honest with you. I mean, I can't imagine how many they must be naked shorting now to make SoFi go from 16s down to the 13s today. They naked shorting it, folks. And if they didn't have those fake shares, they'd never get it down. That's what they're doing now. So I'm going to copy this right now, and I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to put it on the stream one more time. Naked shorting. Watch this. All right? And hold on a second. There it is. PHIO at 840. Excellent. So today, I also want to let you guys and gals know that I decided to put up this video stream today about naked shorting because I wanted people to see that I'm not partial, because a lot of times when I put up thumbnails, I put up thumbnails like this right here. And this is one of the thumbnails I was putting up about 6 months ago. And I often use women in these thumbnails. They tend to attract a lot of the male investors that we have out there in the community. So I had that one there. And I also had this picture here up. SoFi are $10 and $12 price targets a stretch. And I was putting these videos out about 5 months ago. And so, as I said, oftentimes I would be using women in these photographs, and some people thought that I might have been exploiting women when I was putting up these photographs and these thumbnails like this one here, SoFi hurtling on, and I had also SoFi here in the pole vault. And I had a lot of women on there, and some people might have felt like I was exploiting women. So today I thought I'd break it up and make it a little more fair and, exploit the men a little bit. And so I did. And so today I came up with the thumbnail that I came up with today so that it was kind of, I like to give equal opportunity, okay, to the women and the men of the world. So that's part of the reason that today, when you look at my thumbnail, you see what I had up there for today's thumbnail. And I just kind of wanted to be a little bit fair for everyone because I felt like I might be not giving equal opportunities. So for all of you women out there, I thought it would only be fair to, give a little of equal opportunity exposure. And I hope that you like the thumbnail that I came up with today. Can naked shorts be stopped? And since I put that up for the thumbnail, I want to, that's one, that one gave me a boner. Well, thanks for letting me know. I think that might be TMI there. That might fall into the TMI. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, at any rate, today I was curious to see what kind of response we would get to the thumbnail that I put up today. If people would actually have the nerve to click on such a thumbnail, but we can go over here to YouTube Studio, and we can see if we're drawing anybody in with this sexy. I don't know if that's the word I want to use, but we're going to see if we're drawing anyone in. I'm going to do a poll. Let's go to the analytics right here, and let's go see if we've got any viewers today on this. Yes, we do. We do have viewers on this today. People are clicking on this thumbnail. It's only the brave. About half as many as I usually get, though, folks. I think I'm going to have to stick with the lady thumbnails. I think they do way better. Oh, my gosh. Look how horrible that is. Well, listen, I thought I'd give it a try, okay? I had to at least give it a try. All right? It's only fair, like I said. I cannot I cannot just keep going one direction here on this channel. We have to keep moving. Oh my gosh. Let me turn the volume down now. Well, I called Christian Levine Law Group to express my interest in being present for current court dates related to prosecuting Morgan Stanley and any other firm found manipulating the market. They have my info. All right. Ah, very cool. Is that a picture of you, Cat? Hey, listen, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to divulge this type of information. It's encrypted. It's encrypted. You're going to have to get you a quantum computer to figure out if you guys are hilarious. Oh, my. Well, how are we doing here on SoFi now? What are they doing with it? Back over 13. I already told you I was going to get a picture of the last time this thing got 1397, 1398. So this is going to be it, folks. Let's run this thing and run it big. Oh my gosh, folks. I am so glad that you guys are here with me to keep me entertained. I mentioned the channel as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate it. I thank you very, very much for doing that. Thank you. Yeah, I like to keep people informed here, folks, on this channel. I think, yeah, you busted me. That's me right there. That was me, Catfish Tyler. That was on my last visit down to Florida. I figured I I needed some sun. I'm up here in Michigan all the time, and I don't get much vitamin D. So I got down there and I got me a big old truckload of vitamin D that day. Oh, those poor people down there on the beach that day. PHIO, $9. Oh, ding, ding, ding. All right, everybody, 940. Oh, sell it, people. Sell it again. Get rid of it now. Oh my gosh, congratulations, everybody. They stopped it at the exact same place they did last time, folks. Exact same number. Almost identical number. The high before was 979, and they just stopped it then at 940. Oh my gosh, and now you know why I tell you people to sell at 938. Folks, that's another number that's on my sheet, on the sell sheet. Now you know why I tell you to sell at 938 on this buy-sell. There it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. If you look up here at the top, you're going to see a number that I have to sell at, and those numbers are right in the middle of your screen. Sell at 38 and 39. Sell at 38 and 39 is where I tell you to sell. Just then, it just hit that for a flash. So hopefully you got out some there. Holy smokes, everybody. Fantastic. Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations if you bought this with me when it dropped. Wow. All right. And folks, listen, you can hang on to this if you want, but you should be selling it. Get out now. They're going to take it all the way back down to freaking $8, $6.26 now. Yep, this is a great. Thanks, Kat. Made some nice money with PHIO. All right. Yeah. I was going to say it was you, but then I thought, I don't think so. Thanks, Kat. Made some good money with PHIO. I'll complain to the SEC as well. Maybe more fish in the tank will do the same. It certainly will make traction. Holy smokes. Look at him again. Knock this thing down. Trying to knock it down from 813. Look at that thing. It was just at 9 and they dropped it $1 again. They dropped a whole freaking dollar, people. Holy smokes. Is this thing being manipulated big time? Oh my gosh. I've never seen anything like it. Well, I have before. One time with a company called Neo, I had the same thing happen. Dollar up, dollar down, dollar up, dollar down. It was a great day for day trading. Neo was the stock. And it was going up $1 in 3 minutes and down $1 in 2 and then up in 5 and then down in 3 minutes and then back up in 5 minutes. It was just insane, the swinging on it. And I mean, I made a bunch of money. I think I made about 17,000 that day. Oh man, holy smokes. Very good, Capera. Well, they're going to try Fubo at 444. Yeah, how manipulated. Oh my gosh, absolutely. I'll complain to the SEC as well. Yep, I appreciate it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor here. I have a reason to take a little brief break here, so I'll be back. I need to get me some more coffee. I have no coffee, virtually none left in here, folks. But I want to thank you. And volume in PHIO is about 247 million. Crazy volume. Yeah, for sure. But what I want to do is you guys can keep watching PHIO on your computers, but this is what this channel is about, is SoFi. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the last picture of 1396. I keep saying that over and over, but ladies and gentlemen, if you'll recall, I said the same thing over and over about $6.66. And I told you when it got to $6.99 that I was going to take the picture of it the last time it was at $6.99. And it went over 7 and then went back down below $6.99. I took another picture the last time at $6.99. Then it went over 7 and then back down below $6.99. And I said, all right, I'm going to take another picture at $6.99. And I did. And then it went back over into 7s and then down below $6.99. And I said, this is going to be the last time. And finally, I did take a picture of it the last time. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the same thing for SoFi. I'm going to take a picture of the last time it was at 1396. And this time, or any one of these times, it will indeed be the last time. And you can see where this thing has gone from $6.99 now. It's certainly not going to get to $6.99 ever again. I can promise you that. So there you go, folks. There's a story for you to learn there. When it was at $6.99, it went over and back below $6.99 20 times, and I kept taking pictures. And that's the same thing I'm going to do here at $13.99. I'm going to keep taking pictures until there's no more $13.99. And then we'll be at $24.99. Because if we were at $6.99 and now we're at $13.99, that's a $7 improvement. So from here, we should go to 20 or 21. Am I right? Yeah, I'm right. Okay, folks. Give me a little bit of time here to go get me some more coffee. As I said, I am going to put my little thing up here so you guys can see that I'll be back in 5 minutes. And when I get back, hopefully I'll get one more chance to get a picture of $13.99. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I am going to quickly refresh the page and make sure you guys can see thoughts on SoFi after earnings. You better have your sell orders up as high as $18, $19, $20, $21, $22, $23, and $24 on earnings day. Because it's going to shoot up there, and then they're going to yank it right back down. But if your sell orders are already there, they're going to fill, and you need to put them in now, good till canceled plus extended. As a matter of fact, my sell orders on SoFi go all the way up to $39.98. Because I have no idea how high this sucker's going to go when they finally push it and break the shorts. I don't know how high it'll run. I've seen it happen before on a stock called COSM, and it went from under $1 in one day to $23 a share. And if this is sitting around 13 and hovering here, it could easily go from here to 39. It could do it, folks, in a heartbeat. All we needed is an announcement that they've merged with partnership with Apple, which is what I already showed this morning to some other viewers. I showed them a video this morning of a Malcolm Etheridge who believes that SoFi will partner with someone like Apple and will go ballistic. And when it does, if you don't have your sell orders in already at that time, you won't fill, because they're going to shoot up and they're going to ring it right back down. So you guys better be prepared. Now, that being said, if it is an announcement by Apple and it jumps up to $20 and then goes to $24.99, when they pull it back down, folks, it is going to be a big pullback down from, I believe, $24.99 all the way back down to under $18. but it won't stay there, folks. It'll just be manipulation 101 from that point. But listen, I'm saying it again. Make sure you put sell orders in on SoFi for earnings day in the 14s, the 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s. Put them in, folks. You have no idea what SoFi is about to do on earnings day, but I got a clue because I found out that the SoFi seat, the executive vice president, before they ran out of time and couldn't buy during the black window, when there's a window that they can't open any shares or buy anything or sell. And that 30-day time period is from the day they made their announcement that they're going to release earnings. And so they did that. But right before they made their announcement, the vice president of lending bought $500,000 worth of SoFi, people. And they don't do that because they think the price is going to fall on earnings day. I can guarantee you. Not the vice president of lending, who knows that all of these students have been coming back in now to renegotiate their terms. He knows about all these new home loans. I showed you guys a couple weeks ago, new home loans had jumped up a 35% increase in applications for new home loans since the interest rates had dropped a little. I showed it to you. 35% increase in that 1 month alone. You don't think SoFi signed? That's what they got the money from Fortress for, $2 billion. Yep, we're earned the 27th. And that's another thing. SoFi is going to be releasing earnings this time earlier than they ever have during the month of January. This time, they're releasing on the 27th. This is the earliest they've ever done it because they want the price to run up on the 27th. And they're going to release, as always, before the market opens because they always beat the street and they want to see the reflection of how their earnings are right in that market day. You'll see, folks. You'll see. SoFi is going to keep rising every single day from today until the earnings call. And there'll be a little pullback on each Friday when some profit taking is done. But don't be surprised if you don't see SoFi run up this afternoon and go even higher, even with the naked shorts failing to deliver and selling shares. You know, I even showed you those specific days that they failed to deliver shares. And had they not had those, you just have to wonder how much higher SoFi would have gone. Even with them failing to deliver and selling fake shares the whole time, SoFi just kept rising. And I showed you that time after time after time. No matter what they tried, when they were failing to deliver, every couple days after, it was just rising. No matter what they did, failing to deliver even. It had no effect on SoFi. It kept going up. And that's what I expect to see happening now, except I expect to see even increasing numbers of fails to deliver like we just have seen. Most recently to December the 13th when they failed to deliver over $9 million worth of shares. All right, folks, let me take a little break. Like I said, I'm going to go grab myself a little bit of coffee, and I'm going to refresh this page for a second and try to get the wider image so everybody can see back in 5 minutes here. So there we go. I think you should be able to see that all now. And thank you all for being here with me. I know there's plenty of other places you could spend your time. And I know I got off topic quite a bit today for about a half an hour or so. But sometimes other things take precedent, okay? And let's take a quick look over here at PHIO. All right. Look okay, 780. Let me refresh the page and make sure that is the correct number. And it looks to me like they've halted it, folks. It looks to me like they may have halted PHIO. All right. But anyway, I'm going to come back over to SoFi. Okay. You guys, I'll be right back. Let me get me some more coffee. I appreciate it again. I thank you very much for your time. And I'm very grateful for those of you that are here with me to share in the trading experience and to learn a little bit today about how naked shorting is done. And I hope you did go over and watch that video. You might want to go over and watch it now. Because I might step out for quite a while. Oh, let me just take a picture of 1397 last time. There we go. And now 1398 last time. There we go. All right. When I get back, we're going to be over 14 again, folks. That's what I'm calling for. Get back over 14. And I could be wrong, but I do not think so, ladies and gentlemen. I do not think so. All right. I shall return briefly. Shortly, I shall briefly be gone, I guess is what I should say here. right, here we go. 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 Don't you know? Here we go. Good. I still get a picture of $13.99 for the last time, it looks like. Woohoo! $13.99. If you'll just give me one moment, please, ladies and gentlemen, I will be right with you. I want to first get on a new shirt. Yes, indeed. We got ourselves a new shirt that we want to have you buy off of the tackle box that we have down below in the description. You won't find this exact shirt, but you can find one that says Buy Sofi. So let's put this one on. And you can see one of the new shirts that we have in the tackle box. Woo-hoo! All right, just give me a second here. All right. Get everything in order here. Everything back to order. All right. We're back up and running. All right, here we go. Let's get ourselves a picture of the last time Sofi was at $13.98, $13.97, $13.98, and $13.99. All right. How is everyone doing? Everyone is doing fine. I just came in from outside. I took the dog out for a little walk. And I just refreshed my coffee. And everyone is doing good. We've been buying a stock this morning when they've run it down, and we sold it up, and they run it down, and that is the stock right here, PHIO. And we've been day trading this, making some good money on PHIO. Yes, indeed. Yep, when is earnings day? It's going to be on January the 27th. Woo! And everybody's making some good money on this PHIO today. We've really been killing this thing up and down. Very lucky we have been. Very fortunate indeed to have the highs and the lows. The dang thing ran all the way up, and I said, everybody sell it, and we all sold it. And then I said, let's run it down. And then I said, everybody buy it, and everybody bought it. And then run it back down, up, and we sold it. And then everybody runs it back down and buy it again. Now, when I go upstairs, I get in the environment of the dog, and I start getting reactions. So bear with me here. We've also been playing a little bit of music this morning. We did the Sofi song in the Ochi Varini. And we have been showing people all kinds of entertaining stuff today, including the highlighted video I have up at the top, naked shorting. And I've been putting that video up repeatedly for people today to learn about how naked shorting, number one, is done, and there's so many different ways that they can do it, folks. And I hope that you'll appreciate the video that I found regarding naked shorting, because I thought it was completely incredibly informative. Also, earlier today, I showed people an amazing video that's on YouTube right now. And that video is, and I mean, folks, this is pretty amazing. You must watch this too. If you haven't seen this video yet, I'm going to show it to you right now. And ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to be as mind blown as I was when you see this video right here, okay? And I'm gonna highlight it for you now. And it's right here, and it says right here on this video, it says all the Simpsons predictions for 2025. And folks, I can assure you this will be one of the most mind-blowing videos you're going to see this year. And I tell you, it really will make you wonder what's going on with the Simpsons and their ability to predict what's going to happen in the future. And I showed in the middle of this video, there's one point where they show a picture of what's going to happen in the future, and they show a picture of Donald Trump, and this is a broadcast way before anything happened, and it's just folks, watch this video. Watch this video here about the Simpsons and how they predict the future. And I think you're going to be totally blown away when he gets to the part where he starts showing. And I don't know that this is the same video. This doesn't look like the same video. So this isn't it. This is not it. That's not the one. We got to find the latest one that must have been this morning earlier that I showed it. But folks, this is absolutely crazy when you see how many predictions he made come true. And this is the one right here, folks, this video right here. And you absolutely have to watch this to understand the amazement of it, how crazy this all is, that they are able to make these predictions and to make them so precisely that it's almost hard to believe it until you actually see it. And I'm not even sure if this is the video here either, that this might be another one. There it is. So this is a prediction. This is a prediction that was made by the cartoonists, and this was predicted in 2002 that this was made. This prediction was made, and I wish to hell I could get. There it is. There's the picture of what was going to happen. This is in 2002 that this episode was aired on The Simpsons. And then this is recently or thereafter, you can see the exact same image. I mean, the exact same image, folks. There it is right here for your viewing pleasure. There's the same image that came out. And I mean, this is spot on. You got a guy over here with a checkered red headrest out of the scene. You can't hardly see him, but he's there. You've got this guy over here with a white outfit on with a round thing in the middle. You got the colors of all these guys, what they're wearing, the kind of clothes they're wearing. And this is the video picture from that episode that came out right there. And there's the guy with the checkered head thing on over here. And then here are all three of them in the exact same clothes. And there's the guy with the white thing with the round circle on his chest. And folks, I'm telling you, it gets crazy when you start seeing what's going on with the Simpsons. And also there's a mention of this early on about the fires in California and how everything burned up in the fires of California, except this blue umbrella thing that you see in the scene. There's blue umbrellas all around, and they're showing that there it is right there, the blue umbrella, the only thing left standing in town that was standing after the aftermath of the fires. And then sure enough, when you look at footage, they've got a picture of showing all the fires, and there's a pictures of the blue umbrella that they're about to show right here in this scene. It's almost too hard to believe. There's the blue umbrellas, and then here's the picture of the aftermath of everything that happened over in there, and everything that was blue did not burn. There's the first thing right there, will not burn, did not burn. And then here's a picture of the incredible blue umbrellas. Everything is burned to a crisp in its vicinity. Everything is ashes, and there, ironically, are blue umbrellas that are untouched by the fire in this photograph. And they're all folded up, and they got ropes tied around them in place. And isn't that bizarre? Wow. Yes, they also say in their predictions, Trump 2028, there's a sign for it. That's right. You're correct. That's right, that he'll be the president still in 2028 somehow. And there's some other things they've got that have just been spot on, and I mentioned to them. So at any rate, I wanted you to know that this was a very, very interesting video. And I'll put this up too for you guys to go watch this if you want to. I'll click share here and share this. It's just, it's uncanny, folks. It's just absolutely, it's hard to understand what's going on here. Yep, and here we go. I'm going to put this up, Simpsons predictions, and you guys can watch this too. And you'll just go, holy cow, that is wild. Simpsons predictions, folks. And please take the time to watch it. And we're going to control V this one up here too. Boom. And boom, there it is. All right. So there you are, your Simpsons predictions. I hope that you will definitely go over and check that out because there's more than what I just showed you as well for 2025. And at any rate, I think you'll enjoy the video and you'll really kind of be scratching your head going, what in the world is going on here? And they show in the Simpsons episodes that those fires, by the way, are not caused by natural causes. This is what they're showing in the video. And folks, what they are is lasers, okay? These are lasers that they're showing in the video, burning thing. Whoop, zoop, gone. Fish comes out on the shore. Wolf eats it. The wolf is whoop, gone. Whoop, gone. Yep, just closed yesterday, it said. And then there's the blue tarp. I mean, it's just, folks, it's just unbelievable, okay? It's crazy. Yes, there's a significant alien presence in The Simpsons. Yep. At any rate, I just wanted to show you that this is kind of a crazy video that you have to watch, folks. You know, I know all the time we sit here and I talk from open to close. The market opens at 9:16. Catfish, they are DEWs. Yep, yep. And someone was saying, many comments. I love to look at the comments on these types of videos. And someone was saying it's not predicting; they're projecting. They're projecting. They're telling you what they're about to do. It's not. It's misidentified as a prediction when it's really just a map of our future, folks. They're telling you where we're headed to. And by the way, the writers of the show, they're not a bunch of small time, dope smoking kids that don't know what they're talking about. They let them are heavy, high education levels. Graduates, top of their class, and people that have very big brains. Okay. And they're tapped in on what the probabilities are things of happening. And when you have, as someone also pointed out, when you have as many episodes as they have, and they keep making these predictions of the future, you're going to be right sometimes. All right, you're just going to be. All right, so here's a picture of the last time for 1395. I want to take a picture of it now. We're going to put it over its burial site. This was the last time 1395 was ever achieved. And then Catfish took a picture of it just 30 seconds later at 1396. And that was the last time that was. And then just 5 seconds later, it was 1397. And Catfish took a picture of it. And the next thing you know, 5 cents after that, it was 1398. And Catfish is going to take a picture of it. And when it hits 1398, that's one of my favorite numbers. I like each and every one of you to hit the like button when the price hits 1398. Okay? That's what I would like you to do. I'm going to get one more picture of 1395 for the last time, maybe. I won't even get that probably. It's all over already. It ended right then at 11:54, right before lunchtime. And then the lunchtime run-up begins. Oh, yeah, baby. This thing has been consolidating like a mofo. Consolidation, people. That's what that's called. This right here, I've told you guys, you've started to learn from this channel. When you see that long sideways, that is consolidation, that is capitulation, and that is a convergence. And a convergence will help the longs 9 times out of 10, folks. And 95 times out of 100, a convergence occurs. And I'm going to have that picture of that little dip right then that we just saw. The manipulative dip. Yeah, bullshit, meaning they likely to get an episode right. No, they know stuff. Yeah. Well, when you see that video footage, when you see the image of the drawing of the Arab in the long thing and the Trump on the right and the other one, and they got their hands on a globe, you have to just go, huh? I mean, come on. That is, it really almost feels, it makes you feel like manifest destiny, folks, and there's nothing you can do to change the future. It's going to change regardless, and it's going in the direction they want it to, I guess, is what that points out. And I mean, they weren't they were the first ones way back when to talk about Trump winning the presidency, and everybody laughed them off they were laughed off the planet when they did that and first came out with, oh, what a joke. Yep. Oh yeah, 1394. Let us see it to the door. And it will never ever more at 1394. And 1393, the last time we may see a 1393 for me to capture. 1393 is the game over. Is that where it finally ends this afternoon, right before lunchtime on this day? Does it start now at 213, the attempt to push it as low as they can at 213? Can I capture a 1392 in my view? No, I can't. I missed it. I missed the 1392 there for a millisecond, everybody. I missed it. And now it's 1394, and I got a picture of that. And now I'm going to take a picture of 1395, and I missed the 1392. Damn. Those little sneaky bastards, they ran that by me too fast, man. I just couldn't get the 1392. Dang it. It's over, though, now. It's over. You can see it. It's all over, but the crying. Blue eyes. Shorty's got some blue eyes. Do-do-do. Bo-do-do. Like a clear blue stream on a summer day. Yeah, oh, blue eyes. Oh, shorty got blue eyes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And you see it's true. Shorty's blue here today. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, blue eyes. Whoa, whoa. Baby's got blue eyes. Whoa, wow. I got the 1392. Oh, I got that shot. Oh, yeah, that's what I got. Oh, yeah, I'm taking picture after picture. Remember when Obama made fun of him in front of everyone and the camera panned to Trump's face and he looked like, okay, buddy, sure, you wait and see. Uh-huh. Do you think SoFi hits 20 by March? Yeah. And I'm not the only one that believes that. There's a lot of options players now that have hedge funds that are hedging to over $20. And they're believe it or not, I know it sounds crazy, but they're hedging at over $20 in this month, in January still. Wouldn't you be shocked to see this thing shoot over $20? Well, those hedge funds wouldn't, and they're the ones that might even very well push it up there. You never know when this thing's going to take off, people. You don't know. I know one thing. I just took the last picture of 1392 that'll ever be seen on SoFi stock price, I do believe. We'll never see 1392 again after this day, in my opinion. I'm going to call it out right now. Write it down. I said it. Write it down. 1392, 21702. Catfish said that was what it was going to be. Just like the Simpsons, folks. Call me Catfish Simpson. Catfish Simpson. Catfish Simpson. Simcat. World Free Speech 27. Kappa went crazy today. All right. Thank you for letting me know about it. I'll write that one down for tomorrow. Today trade tomorrow. Kappa. Kappa, 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 Kappa. Hey, I sure do want to thank you, Michi Mo, for telling me about PHIO. Woo! Kappa. We'll do that tomorrow. KAPA. Let's go see it. It's the lunchtime low, shorty. Time to let it go, shorty. Everybody knows it's the lunchtime low. KAPA. And it would help if I had my keys on the right place on the keyboard. Let's go here and capitalize and then hit KAPA stock. Yahoo. And we're in KAPA. Don't see it. Why didn't it do that? KAPA stock Yahoo. Why wouldn't it show it to me? There it is. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Let's see what it's doing on the chart, though. KAPO, brought to you by World Free Speech. World Free Speech. Okay, cool. Nice. However, I certainly would not buy this stock at this price in a million years. No freaking way. Do not touch this thing. Don't you dare. Don't you dare touch this yet. Let's get in on this tomorrow. Let's see what the volume is. 94 million shares when it averages 304,000. What's the news? And no news, people. No news. Do not you. Oh, please don't do it. Don't you dare. Don't look at this thing until tomorrow, folks. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, we'll look at it. Not today, people. Please do not get involved in this stock right now. I'm asking you. Don't venture in here. It's too much chance of a downside fall versus an upside potential here. Please do not get suckered in. Just sit back and watch, folks, and watch and monitor and watch that tomorrow morning. Watch them shake it out in the morning. We'll get our chance on that stock, but it's not today, ladies and gentlemen. Play things safe. Don't think you're missing out. There's no fear of missing out on it. The one that everybody's going to miss out on is this stock right here. And as is the same way that I asked people a long time ago, and it really wasn't that long ago that I asked people this question. It wasn't long at all that I asked this question 6 months ago about Sofi. And I wanted to put it up here so you can see, because people laughed at me. People laughed at me when I put up this video that said, Sofi, how long before $7, $8, and $9 shares run dry? This was a thumbnail I put up about, 4 or 5 months ago. And I put it up there and I said, look at these naked shorts. Well, now I'm showing you the naked shorts are piling in right now, and this is going to be them. This is going to be them. There'll be no milk left for them at the tets. It's going to be all gone, baby. The teats will be dry, and the naked shorts will die. And everyone will not cry. Well, maybe for a moment they will. But most folks will not feel any remorse for all these naked shorting who've been distorting Sofi's price. You see how they are, ladies and gentlemen? The 7s, the 8s, and the 9s. I asked you a long time ago. Yeah, it was far behind when I said, how long before 7s, 8s, and 9s are no more? And folks, this wasn't long ago. Like I said, 6 months ago, this was put up by me. And so now I ask the same question again, except you can just change all the numbers. How long will the 13s, the 14s, and the 15 shares, when will they run dry? Because guess what? They all ran out at 7, 8, and 9, people, didn't they? And if they all ran out 7, 8, and 9, and they all ran out at 10, 11, and 12, and they all ran out at 11, 12, and 13, hello? I mean, come on. You can see where this is going. And in 6 months' time, folks, this stock is still up 100% today. In 6 months' time, we're up over 100%. So you just keep that in mind, how quick all those 7, 8s, and 9s went away, and then the 10s, 11s, and 12s, and the 11, 12s, and 13s. And now you see how fast it could be until another 6 months from now, that you'll be looking back and go, he was right. The 13s, 14s, and 15s are gone now too, now that we're up in the 19s and 20s. It'll be just a matter of time, people. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out, people. Look at the long-term chart, people. Look at the long-term chart. Look at the 45 and 50-day moving average right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask you to step over here. Is shorting, naked shorting or not, look at the long-term chart. And look at the 45 and 50-day moving average. Look at the 200-day moving average, folks. What has this 200-day moving average been doing for 4 months now? What has the 50-day gold one been doing? What has the blue 45 been doing for 4 months? And now they push the 10-day moving average down to the 45 and 50 right here today. They push it down right to the 45 and 50. You better look at what happened on this stock when they did it to this stock. I'll show you right now. This is called TSSI, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to show you right now. And this chart I'm going to be showing you now for TSSI is going to be the 1-year chart. And ladies and gentlemen, when the price had the triple crossover and it broke up here, and then they made the price fall, the purple, to the 45 and 50-day moving average, look what happened after it stayed there for about a week as the volume accumulated it right there on the 45 and 50 as it sat there for a whole week. And look what it did after that. And so you look at Sofi right now, and what they do? The price had the triple crossover. It runs right up here, and they bring it down to the 45 and 50 where they've now had it here for about a week. And today's the deepest they could drive it down before this thing pops, ladies and gentlemen. And I want you to look at TSSI because you can see they did the exact same frickin' thing, ladies and gentlemen, the exact same thing. They held it here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there's the drop right there, the big drop right there, and boom, off it went. And by the way, in case you weren't paying attention, you can go back and look at the dates that this happened, and you can see, look at the dates that they dropped it the most when they had it fall. There was the 8th, the 9th, and then they did it over the weekend, folks. They did it over the weekend right here. This is the day on 8/12. That's a Monday, folks. 8/12 was a Monday, just like today. See the day before? It was 8/9. You see that? 8, 8/6, 8/8, and then there's 8/9, and the next day is Monday, 8/12. And on 8/12, they tried to attack TSSI as down as far as they could right there before the takeoff. And this is the same thing we're seeing right now with Sofi. It's identical. It's absolutely identical. The price goes up here, they bring it down, they bring it underneath, and on a Monday, they drop it the most they can before they let this thing go. And that's exactly what you're seeing here with this stock now. I'm showing you what happened with this stock, TSSI, and I'm letting you know this is what you're seeing on Sofi's chart is the exact same thing. You can see the run up right there, the big drop halfway to the 45 and 50, then the pop up, then the drop down, and then the pop up again, and then there's the big drop down, and it came on a Monday, folks. It was on a Monday that they did that right there. On the 12th, that was the day that they took it down as deep as they could on the 12th, right there, folks. On that very day, on Monday the 12th, the same thing they're doing with Sofi right now, ladies and gentlemen, identically. I hope you understand what I'm hitting at here and getting at. I'm showing you TSSI with a triple crossover, and I'm showing you break up to here. I'm showing you deliver it down to here, and then on the very Monday, the last chance they had, they ran it down on that Monday, and then they let it take off. And where was the price that day? $2.50 a share. $2.50. And where was the price here in just 2 weeks' time? Over double. the price had over doubled. So make sure you understand that, folks. This is what happened with TSSI. I've been telling you about it a long time. And they made this move up here. And then, by the way, the price right there was $3.56 a share. And they were able to knock it down here to $2.19, $1.40. They pulled it down, $1.40. How much has SoFi gone down now? From up here at $16.90 all the way down to where we are, $13.99, a $3 drop. They've hit it even harder, folks. And there it is, the last time, folks. This will be the last time. Maybe the last time. I don't know. Oh, my goodness, folks. There she goes. She's already blown her lid. She blew her lid, ladies and gentlemen, right there. And look at the number they're trying to hold it. Trying to hold it down and keep it down, ladies and gentlemen. And they cannot do it, ladies and gentlemen. They cannot frickin' do it, period. It's unbelievable. This is it, folks. Say bye-bye to it. And you think I was kidding about those prices I just took down there at $13.92 and $13.93. Well, I looked at TSSI, and now I see it at $14 and rising. And I'm taking pictures of all this, people. I'm taking pictures of all this because I feel like it's the last time we're ever going to see $13.98, $13.99, and $14. And I'm going to have it for my history. One day, man, I'm going to have this for us all to get together and have a big old party. And, man, we're going to be talking about the day I took pictures at $6.99 a share and told you it was the last time. And then I took pictures at $7.99 and it was the last time. And then I took pictures at $8.99 and I told you it was the last time. And today I'm taking a picture of $13.99 and I'm telling you it's going to be for the last time, people. It's going to be for the last time today. Because of what I just showed you on that TSSI chart. I think they tried to do the same thing with SoFi that they did on TSSI. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks. That chart just looks too freaking identical. It looks identical, folks. And I'm not kidding. There it is, folks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Time to buy SoFi. Folks, you better pick it up because it's about to fly. And the one thing that I interestingly notice is when the price is at $13.99, they have it down 1.30 or something like that. 1.13 when it's down at $13.99, it's 1.13 at $13.99. We've dropped 12% since December's highs, but we've gained 100% since August lows. So that's a 90% gain we've had in 5 months. I'm okay with it. I can take it. And that's just the beginning, folks. As I said, it's just the beginning, really. This is the beginning today of the run-up that people aren't going to believe. They're just going to go, how and why? And I want to go over and look right now at SoFi institutions again because I'm curious if we had any other institutions that have come in and increased positions during the recent dips. Let's go look and see. SoFi. Let's go over here. Hold on, please. Just hold on. There we go. And we hit enter. Institutional ownership. And boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, one of these days I'm going to click on this thing and it's going to be over 50% institutional ownership. And what I want to do now is scroll down here. First thing I'd like to show you, in case you're not aware of this, about SoFi stock, which is our main thing we do on this channel, is I want you to realize that SoFi is now up 12.59% portfolio on long portfolios over the last MRQ. And in case you don't know what MRQ means, that's the most recent quarter. So over the last 90 days, institutions who are going long on SoFi have increased their portfolios by 12.59% over all institutions. That is a clue, folks. Follow the money. When you see institutions that are coming in on a stock like this right here over the last year, look at the increases over and over and over. Every single earnings report beating estimates, beating revenue expectations, beating customer acquisition. I mean, everything, folks. And the visibility with TGL Golf and the NBA and two teams playing for a chance into the Super Bowl, of course, folks. I mean, it just keeps getting better and better. All right. Now, I know one of them just got eliminated, I believe it was. But still, folks, they've got a lot going on with visibility, and they're getting their SoFi emblem in front of more and more people. Did you know that last week's TGL Golf debut on Tuesday night got more viewership than any other sports activity of that evening? And there was also a PGA Tour first day that day that got the TGL Golf was had more viewers than that. I don't know what it was they were playing, where they were and where they were playing, but I guess there was another tournament somewhere or a venue where PGA was playing, and TGL Golf outscored that for viewership. We had over 3.5 million viewers, and I think that the average overtime viewing was like a 1.9 million viewers. So very good. They had a very good turnout, viewership. And as I said, something that surprised me and shocked me, which I did not know, I had only heard about TGL Golf coming out in the United States, of course, and in the UK and Ireland had just signed up. And Japan had signed up early on, and Australia signed up to televise it, and South Korea, biggest sports channels. All these countries where they sign people up to do TGL Golf, they're the biggest stations for sports in those countries. So they're swinging with big bats, folks, and they're getting good visibility. But the thing I want you to be aware of is SoFi. And by the way, in that stadium, SoFi is everywhere. I mean, everywhere. You can't get a single camera angle without the word SoFi in it, no matter where. No matter what. It's just impossible. So, but here's my point. That night of the broadcast, they were interviewing Tiger Woods, and it might have been while they were talking to Rory that they mentioned that it was being watched in something like 140 countries. I did not know that. I mean, had no clue, but they said that it was broadcast in something like 140 or maybe even 170 countries. And I did not know that. I had no clue about that, people. I was totally in the dark about that. Did anybody else? Rich Tech Robotics will be a bargain. It's dropped a lot. BAKKT will be crypto bank for Trump. Thanks for letting us know that, World Free Speech. We dropped 12% since December. SoFi to the 20s. Yep. Finally, JP Papic. Yep. Let me take a look here, folks. Just hold on a second. And as I said, regardless of any suppression efforts for SoFi, it's the same suppression efforts they gave it when it was in the fours, and they suppressed it by fake headlines when it was gone up to the tens. A bunch of fake suppression there, saying that there were 3 downgrades when it was in the had gone from $4.45 to $10.28 in just 1 month's time. And there was so much fakery then and so much fakery. And there's always been so much around this. And ladies and gentlemen, today was the last shake and fake. Yep, today was the last shake and fake. They ran it down. They shook them out this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, for all shorters today who were able to escape this nightmare at 1360, I tip my glass and I say congratulations, okay? To each and every one of you who are smart enough to get out today at 1360 a share for the low of the day, I want to say again, congratulations to you all right? Congratulations. You were smart and you got out. For those of you who were foolish and don't see the writing on the wall, including this institute's data, which clearly shows that institutional ownership has been climbing and climbing in the longs, and that's these here, folks, the ones here in this category. The institutional ownership in a year and a half has gone from 644 all the way up in the longs holding 813. And folks, in the meantime, during the date from December the 20th and the days before, there were 34 that were short only. Here's the category up here at the top. Short only, people. That's the category, shorting only, I'm showing you. And in that column, you can clearly see that the shorts had thought they were powerful and thought this price was going to keep falling. And shorts kept getting higher and higher until they got to a number of 34. And then they realized, since this day, on December the 5th, that it was time for them to start leaving. And then by December the 20th, they had dropped one out. And then here a few days later, on January the 2nd, we saw 3 more short-only institutions throw in the friggin' towel. And then we just saw another one. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, as of January 10th, there are only 29 institutions left short only from 34 a month before, ladies and gentlemen. They're getting out of this stock because they should, and they know they should. And you should too, shorty, today. You better be getting out now. Follow the big money. Follow the institutions. They are leaving for a reason, all right? The short-only institutions are getting out for a reason. One of them, because they heard on this day back here, they probably heard on this day that the CEO of the vice president, not the CEO, but the vice president of SoFi decided to buy $500,000. He's the vice president of their lending department, and he decided to buy $500,000. And they probably looked at that as a signal and said, "Let's get the hell out of this thing now." If you got the freaking vice president of their lending department buying $500,000 worth of the stock, we're getting out. 34, 33, down to 30, down to 29. Guess what you should do when you see the vice president of the lending department of a company who knows how much money they're pulling in off all their loans, buying $500,000 worth of the stock? You get out if you're smart, and you all shorters should be getting out now. Well, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there she went, and she is gone. She is out of here, folks. Nice. Well, I'm glad to get the last picture of $13.99 today, and I told you I was going to do it. And I also told you, folks, that don't be surprised that just like at $6.99 that finally gave away, $13.99 finally will give away too. Just like $6.41 gave away. Do you remember me showing you how much they tried to keep price at $6.41? There it goes, folks. It's not going to be denied anymore. The door's been slammed. It's all over, folks. And I'm going to come over here now, and I'm going to show you SoFi right here now. And I want to look at PHIO. Where is that thing at now? Wow, holy smokes. Are they running that thing up and down and up and down and up and down? PHIO. Masker. Up, down, over 10, down to 7, up to 10, down to 7, over 10, down to 7. Over 9, down to 7. Amazing, folks. What a day for that stock for day trading it. I should have stayed with this the whole time, but I had some other things I wanted to show you guys today. I wanted you to see some other stuff. Today. And so anyway, let's get over here and see what we've got here to work with. Yes. And I still see EYEN. I'm down about $400 on that still overall. And it's down a little bit more today, doggone it. That was one that JP Panek. I'm going to have to be patient with that one, JP. JOB is up today, though. JOB is making a nice little improvement. I got some of that, I think, also on JP Panic, JOB, but I'm not sure who gave me that suggestion. But that one is up today. JOB is up today. And so congratulations if you own any JOB stock. But what I want to get on now, ladies and gentlemen, is not PHIO, but SoFi, SOFI. And I'm going to come over to it right now. And now I want to come over here to their chart and look at this very closely because I think I'm going to really like what I see here. And ladies and gentlemen, look at the abrupt change of those long-term 5 and 10-day moving averages right there. And what time was that? 12 o'clock noon. 12 noon, people. And wow. Look at all those candlesticks coming in green since noon today. Is that when they decided they were done playing around? Is that when they decided it's time to let it run? And listen, folks, I want you to be aware of something. At this stage of the game, if you're going to be day trading SoFi, I would suggest you sell every time it hits the 45 and you buy every time it hits the 200. Okay? This is the 45. This is the 200. This is the 45. This is the 200. This is the 45. This is the 200. This is the 45. This will be the 200. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want you to see here now is every time it went to the 200, and this was the very last time at this point in time right there. And what time was that? 2:22, ladies and gentlemen. 2:22, and the game was all through. From 2:22, the shorts were all through. From 2:22, they were totally screwed. It's right, folks, and you can absolutely see it now. The thing's cutting loose on them, and there's no stopping it now. There ain't no stopping it. FOMO could easily kick in here on SoFi right now. And there's the marker right now. They just set the marker in as they scratch and claw at 14:02:28. Ha 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 ha. Beautiful, folks. Well, now you're going to see me start selling, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, I'm going to sell all the way up through here. You'll watch me sell them, folks. Watch me start selling now. And the reason I'm going to sell here is because I think they're going to stop it at 14:13. I think they'll stop it at 14:13. And also, look at how they took it to 14:08 right there. I already told you about the 08 number on another stock this morning, and that was PHIO, and you see what they did from 08 on that one. So 08's a number, folks. They love to stop a stock at, period. Stop it in its tracks, 08. And how interesting that I just filled up to 14:07, and they stopped it right at 14:08, just like they did PHIO earlier today. And you saw it. It was at $10.08, and it was at 9:08, and then 8:08. I mean, they literally did it within 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, 08, folks. It's a number to sell and buy back down here. Buy it back at 13.93 after you sell it at 14:08. If you get a 14:08 to sell, and you should already sell here at 14:06 and 14:07. You should even have orders, some to sell right there. You should already have them in place. Because you know that, folks. They're on my sheet. They're on my sheet to sell at that number, 14:06, 14:07, 14:08. Here they are, right here. Boom. Buy, sell numbers. Look right up there at the very top of the screen. 06, 07, 08. Right there. 06, 07, 08. I know what I'm doing when I tell you to sell there, folks. I've seen it before. What in the world is going on with this thing? There we go. I'm glad you guys can see that. All right, let's put this back down here. And now you're going to see them, again, take it all the way up to 1406, 07, 08, and now we may even see these orders fill up here to the 13s and 14s. Look at them raising their sell orders now. They're raising them, folks. They just raised to 1410. This price is going to go up because the marker was set down here already. I showed you where the marker was, 14,266 or whatever it was. And it's gone now, that marker. They just given up on it. They're going to put another marker in here at 1407 and a half. Between 1407 and 1408, they're going to set another one in there, a claw mark. You'll see. But the higher it goes, folks, another shorter will get out. Every penny it rises, another shorter will leave. And don't worry about me selling a few shares here at 1408, 1409, 1410. These are just little 50-share orders, people. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of shares. And by the way, look at the massive wall that just got formed right here at this price. That's it, folks. This is the new bottom for SoFi right here. This is the new bottom. 1397 is the new bona fide. This is the new foundation, folks. I like to show people in reference to this. I like to call this down here where they put the subflooring in, where they got the permit. There's the permit. They filled the permit there. And then they decided right here to pour the foundation. But they also, during this time, they dug the underground and they put in all of the piping for the electrical, and the plumbing was all run in here under the slab. And then they started pouring the slab right here. There's where the slab was poured. And then this is where the subflooring went on. And then here's where they started putting up the walls. And there's the wall right there. Boom. And this is the building in and of itself. This is the foundation down here, and this is the building that they're building a wall of resistance around. A security wall, kind of like the one that Donald Trump's going to finish off down there along the border and secure us. And now you can see how the price is mysteriously driven back up over this huge wall right here. Even though they just tried at lunch, pre-lunch, to drive it down, it got picked up back because all these buyers said, we're going to protect our buy-ins, and we're going to shove this thing right on up. And that's what they're doing right now. And why wouldn't they? Everybody else, I guess everybody that was going to get out got out. They got the notice. Today's the final day. We got to get out today. We'll take it down as low as we can, but then we're going to let it go because we got plans to take this to $25 on earnings day. And we want people to be afraid. We want people to panic. So what we'll see now possibly is a quick, amazing surge of all these institutions buying in and make everybody feel like they missed out. And they're going to, in the same way they fabricated a drop this morning, they'll fabricate a run up this afternoon. Won't that be sweet? To watch the MMs really in action, how they do it. They fabricate, just like you saw them do with PHIO. They just did it with it. They've been doing it with this stock all day long right here, PHIO. See that? A fabricated run-up, a fabricated drop, a fabricated gonna get away, a fabricated drop, a fabricated look, it's going through the roof, a fabricated drop, another fabricated run-up after a triple ta-ta, 1, 2, 3. This is the trifecta right there. This is the total recall formation. Total recall is forming right there. 1 ta-ta, 2 ta-ta, 3 ta-ta, ta-ta. That's usually what happens after the triple ta. Just saying, folks. I think you're in a good space to be buying right there, believe it or not. Not a lot. You just get a little bit and see if it starts rising. Get a little more. Gets up. It gets a little more. Starts to keep going. Get a little more. Keeps rising. Get a little more. Keeps rising. Get a little more. Keeps going over 8, over 9. Get a little more. Gets up to 940. Sell it all again. Same price it sold here, same price it sold here, and same price it sold here. Because that's what they're doing, folks. The hedgies are manipulating the hell out of this thing today. Good. I should have been day trading this one all day long. I should have stayed on this one. I could have done as much with this one as I did as that other one last week. QUBT. Oh my gosh, was that fabulous. All right, folks. Well, there you go. You can clearly see the door has been closed. I got the last pictures of 1392, 1393. I got them. 1394. I got all those pictures. I got 1395, 96, 97, 98, 99. I got them all, folks. I'll have them for the future. One day when we all get together for a big, massive party. Yep. Yep. Love them tatas. That's absolutely true. You got to love that triple T. And by the way, folks, the only reason that SoFi is trying to be held now at 1402 is because of this number you see on your screen. Okay? This is what they're trying to do. Hold it at 1402 to keep the number 13 in red is all they're shooting for now. They've given up on any chance of holding it down here, folks. That's not going to happen. It's not going to break below that low that you saw right there. That was the end of it today, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. It's all over. The day's range was 1360. And to all of you shorters who got out there, like I said, wisely done. Congratulations. You deserve to be rewarded. And also, for those of you shorters who sold down to that price and then started accumulating long, even more congratulations. Wise. Very wise of you. Well, I mean, the price is 52 cents higher now. I think you did good. I think you did real well. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think you did extremely well today. And like I said, I congratulate you because it takes a nerve to get in on a roller coaster ride. A little bit of nerve to do it. And you can see right here, it was herked down, and then it jerked up here, and then they herked it down, and then it jerked up a little there, herked down, jerked up, herked down, jerked up, herked down, jerked up, herked way down, jerked up a little, herked way down, but only half as much as it was herked down over here. See that? And what did it do after it got to this point right here? And by the way, look over here. There's Mae West laying on her back. You can see her right there. Some might say Dolly. Right there, Twin Peaks. And I want you to notice when those two Twin Peaks were achieved, look where the low was here. Boom. Tittyville. Titty-ta-ta right there. See that? Lunchtime takedown to the same place where Mae West was laying in bed. They all wanted to get in with Mae right there. And they got in bed with Mae right there. Or whoever, Dolly, Mae, you can think of any others. Raquel. What is a good close for SoFi today? Where we are now would be fine with me, 1404. But an even better close for SoFi today would be 1452, ladies and gentlemen. And I've seen it go up that fast. I've seen it rise when they throw in, and it's over. When they start dealing, when the house of cards begins to fall, it can happen very quickly, folks. When the house of cards starts to come tumbling down, ladies and gentlemen, it can happen so very, very quickly. All it takes is for the wrong card at the wrong time. And folks, it all comes down. The shorts house of cards is already starting to collapse. And you know that because shorts are leaving. The shorters and institutional short only have now been backing away from this stock wisely. It's all just a house of cards, everyone. Watch how fast it begins to climb now that they realize that their time is up. Watch when they start, and look at that. It says not down anymore, 13 cents, folks. You see that? That dream of holding it down at 13 just dissolved away as well, and now it's only down 10 cents. And now it's going to soon be down only 9, and then 8, and then 7. And as they watch their profits dwindle away, if they profited at all, they'll all get out. They'll all start buying, everyone. Mark my words, as this price rises gently and slowly this afternoon, it won't be too gentle on those shorters because they'll slowly get bled out. And one after another will leave this stock. They will all start bleeding each other out. And I love it, folks. I'm very happy to see this. And I'd like to congratulate each and every one of you for buying this stock with me back in the 7s. And some of you, I know that many of you bought in the 7s, and then a lot of you bought in the 8s with me, and a lot of bought this stock in the 9s with me. I know that for sure. And I know a lot of people bought it in the 10s with me because they were saying, yeah, but I hold it for over $10, Catfish. And then there's some people were saying, man, if this thing ever breaks back over 10 again, I'm going to sell this sucker so fast. I said, don't do it, folks, because they're going to take it up to $14.54. They're going to take it up to $14.54, and I was right. They did, and it went even higher. Of course, I told you to sell when it got up into those ranges in the 17s. I was selling it. You saw me sell day after day. But I sure look like what I'm seeing right here, folks. This looks absolutely marvelous. I'm not upset at all by what I'm seeing here today. And in fact, it's what I predicted. I told everybody on Friday they're going to come at SoFi Monday morning, and they're going to try to drive everyone out Monday morning right at the open. I said this is going to be the last day they drive SoFi down, just like they did with TSSI. And I went over here and I showed everybody what I meant by that. And it's very clear and easy to see that after SoFi had its triple upside crossover and it started running up, this is TSSI. This stock is TSSI, is the stock I'm showing you. And the reason I'm showing you this is because similar to SoFi, which just had a triple upside crossover occur on its chart, which I can show you right here on the chart, if you'll give me a second. There we go. And I come down here, 5-year chart. There we go. Hopefully it'll load up a 5-year chart for me. There it is. So what I showed people here, and this is a beautiful 5-year chart. Folks, look at the triple upside crossover right there. It's a triple crossover, and then they pulled the price right down here. But the days that they did it on is what I want you to be most certain of. Okay? It was January the 12th. And I'm showing you right here, this is our stock. The 12th, ladies and gentlemen, which the 13th, which is a Monday, today, when they took it down as far as they could, that is the exact same thing they did with TSSI. And I'm showing you right here on this chart that you can see that after the triple crossover, it came springing up here, and they took it down on this day. And look down at the bottom of the screen. You can see it was the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, but on the 12th. On Monday, 8/12, just like today, this is what they did to TSSI. And I'm showing you this because SoFi's chart, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely identical. It's identical, folks. There's the triple upside crossover right there. There's where the price was dwindling, was hanging out right above the crossover right here. It was trying to get grip. and then they attacked it down today on the Monday. And that's exactly the technique that they used on this stock, TSSI. It had run up. They started pulling it down. But on it even hit the very bottom here, dropped down like SoFi did the other day, and it started to pull up. And then the last day was a Monday, folks, because you can see right there was a Friday the 9th. But the next day was the day they hit it the hardest after Friday the 9th. It was this day right here that they hit it the hardest, right there. Oh, I can't get it to stop there. But believe me, folks, that was on the 12th. This day right here when they hit it the hardest was on the 12th, a Monday. And this is exactly what they've just done with SoFi, this same chart formation up here. Look how it sprung up here and then down to the 10-day. And then it ran up here and then down to the 45 and 50-day. But notice, again, it was on the 12th that they hit it the hardest before they decided to frickin' let it go. TSSI. And so now, after this little day here today, which is a Monday, it goes up, and we buy it every time that SoFi hits the 45-day or close to it. If they come up here like this one, like TSSI, they bring it to the 45-day, we buy it there. Then it runs up here, and then it comes down near the 45-day, we buy it there. And it comes up here, and it comes down near the 45-day, we buy it there, folks. This is TSSI. And so I'm just showing you that because I find it very, very similar, this chart right here. And if you take SoFi's chart, instead of using this, you run it out to the 6 month, take a look at what that looks like. It's the same thing, folks. This chart you're looking at here, right here, this is the exact same chart that TSSI just followed. They ran it up. It started to spike here. They pulled it down. It came up here. It had a little heartbeat up and down for a few days. And then on Monday, there's the last attack today. And then off she goes, just like TSSI. All right? It's going to be the same thing, folks. That's my call. Here's the run-up, the pullback. It goes along the 10-day. It comes down here. It trades sideways. It has a little bit of heartbeat right there. See how the heartbeat? It started heartbeating. But the last day, folks, was a Monday, and then off it went. That's what I see on SoFi's chart right now. So I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think it might have some reason to explain SoFi right now being so dang resilient at $14. And now I see it at $14.05, and I'm beautiful with that. Yep. Oh, yeah, baby. She's going to rise. She's going to rise, all right, no matter how hard they try to hold this thing at $14.02 today and be down 13 cents, which I know they want. But all she's doing right now, ladies and gentlemen, is building a nice, fat, friggin' platform. The same place she built one this morning right there, the same one she built just after lunchtime, and the same platform here. But this time, folks, this right here, this is sort of a spike right there. This is a shoulder, and this is a shoulder. And this is a very, very, very long shoulder. And this is going to favor longs, people, I'm telling you. Anytime you have sideways action for an hour and a half, that favors longs. Folks, that's called capitulation. It's called consolidation. It's called convergence, okay? And I can get down here and I can show you here on this. Going to move over to SoFi's chart right now. And there it is, folks. And it looks gorgeous. It honestly looks so good here. Folks, look at the 45 and 50 as of this time of day right here, which was at 2:30. Look what happened at 2:30, folks. Look at the simple moving average immediately yank up this direction. And look at all the volume come in at 2:30 to push this thing right on up. And it's still climbing, folks. This is a big dump right here. This is just an attempt to stop it right here. Look at the red candlestick. It's going to be, oh yeah, look at that red down there. And look at the green. Whoa, look at that come in, man. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh my God, it's maxed out on the volume chart, folks. This is beautiful. I'm telling you, I love that right there. That is gorgeous. Look at that green candlestick. Jeez, look across the bottom. Green, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. And they tried to attack it, and someone just bought the crap out of it when they tried that right there. You can see how I showed you the candlestick was red when we first looked at it, but when they tried to run it down, somebody said, shit, no, I want this thing. And look at that massive all buying candlestick right there at the bottom. Holy smokes, boom. Close the freaking door on that thing. Goodness gracious, when they tried to run it down there, man, that met them very abruptly, and I'm sure they went, holy crap. Man, we can't get this thing down below 14 again. It's not going to happen. As soon as they tried to, wham, somebody said, I'll take that. Golly, that's a big buy, people. That's a big, big buy right there. Man, oh man, and the next candlestick's mostly green too. Here they come, people. I wonder how many they're going to naked short today to try to suppress this and hold it down. I wonder how many shares they'll naked short today like they've been doing every single day recently. I wish that naked shorting data was more current, and I wish we could look back more than just a month ago. I wish we could see it up to a week ago. I'd love to see how many shares they've naked shorted recently compared to, because they were just starting to build those naked shorted, I mean, really bad. Holy smokes, man. Shorty tries to come in at freaking 306. Folks, it's the same time as always. 306. Shorty tried to dump it out, and someone said, no, it's 3:06 p.m. It's SoFi buy time. Look at them trying to push that down below the 45 and 50. And man, when they tried that before, it was met with a very large buy-in right there. Oh, forget about it, folks. This thing's not going to fall any lower if you've got that kind of money coming in at that price. No way, man. Oh, gosh. What are you going to do now, Shorty, now that you see that right there? That's what I'd like to know. What are you going to do right there? How are you going to stop this when you try to drive it down with the dump and you get that kind of buy order come in on you? Wow, look at that thing, man. Look at that thing. There's no way, folks. That's a short-eating porpoise right there. You see it. That is a short-eating porpoise if I ever saw one. Man, oh man, nice. And then let's force them to spend a bunch of money here. Let's force them now. Force them to naked short some more shares and get fined for it. That's right, folks. And by the way, as I've already proven to you guys today, all of that naked shorting has come out worthless for them. It hasn't gotten them anywhere. The prices kept rising. Through the dates that I showed you that they naked shorted the most. And if you don't know what I mean by that, folks, I was showing everybody earlier, if you go over here to this short interest and you click on short interest, you get a very interesting story going on when you look at the short interest. And when you look at short interest on SoFi, and then you click on fails to deliver, which is naked shorting, look at the increase lately of naked shorting. And I'm telling you, folks, it's damn near every single day. Starting on the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, the 22nd. You look at all these shares that they're failing to deliver, 1.3 million there, almost $7 million worth this day and $7 million the next day they naked shorted. No wonder so many short-only positions are bailing out of SoFi now. Because you got to understand, folks, the price was in the 1442 and 1390s when they started naked shorting it. Listen, folks, it's not working. They tried to start shorting it when the price was 1363, 1393, and 1442, and they started naked shorting it, failing to deliver on all this at 1467. The reason they naked shorted it is because they didn't have the shares and the money to pay for the shares that they borrowed. And they didn't have 6,900,000 the next day. But notice the price of the SoFi stock It's at 1467, then 1501, even though they're naked shorting it, folks. The price of SoFi continues to rise, even with the heavy naked shorting. It goes more and more and more to $16. Gets to $16.32. They get desperate. They naked short another $3.5 million worth to try to hold it in check, but it keeps going up to 1565 and then to 1602. And they're like, oh my God, and they naked short some more. And the price goes from 1529 to 1594. And they naked shorted that day, ladies and gentlemen, almost $10 million worth of SoFi stock. Almost 10 million they failed to deliver. And the price had gone from 1529 to 1594. And one can only wonder, had they not cheated the system and robbed us by not returning this money, how high the price would have really gone if they hadn't naked shorted $10 million worth of the stock that they sold that they did not have. They didn't have the money. They never intended to pay the money either. And this is supposed to be getting cracked down on. There's supposed to be more transparency, and their time is running out for doing this to SoFi, folks. And when it finally stops, then you're really going to see SoFi bolt, because SoFi, I just wonder how much higher it would be without all this desperate naked shorting lately of 13.5 million right there on the 11th of December, the 22nd of December, and the 26th. But again, folks, I point out, even with this naked shorting going on, the SoFi's price is resilient and keeps rising. And I can only wonder how high SoFi would be if they weren't ripping us off. It's as simple as that, folks. I can only wonder, even if today they're selling shares right now, folks, they may not even have. They're just constantly selling shares they don't have, and they don't have the money to pay for, ladies and gentlemen. This is what is happening right now. They're naked shorting the crap out of the stock to try to hold it in check, everybody. And they're cheating us out of our money by doing that. And if you didn't see that video yet that I put up for you, go and look at the video that's highlighted about how they're naked shorting it in so many ways. And I want it to be exposed, folks. I think everybody needs to know. And I also want everybody to see how desperate they've become. And this is a reason why institutional ownership, who are short only, have been leaving the stock. That's the reason why. They're getting out because they're losing, even though they're naked shorting. It's not helping the situation. They hoped it would, but it's not. It keeps getting worse and worse and worse on them. And that's why only short-only institutions have now gone from 34 down to only 29 in the last 2 weeks. They're getting out. They're starting to finally realize they can't keep this thing under the rug. They can't keep the veil over it. They've figured it out, and they're starting to dump now. They're starting to get out. Now, just so you can see something interesting here, I'll show you something else about hedge funds buying in. And I want you to see, I have a thing over here, hedge fund accumulation. Take a look at this, folks. And this is another reason you should be buying SoFi right now. Take a look at the size of these institutional increases lately in the stock, okay? And the funniest thing is, the only one who sold is this one here, Cathie Wood. Take a look at the price that Cathie Wood sold. $7.24, people. I guess she wasn't looking at what all these other people were doing, because Renaissance Technologies was increasing their portfolio by 11.39 million shares. This company here, Virtue Financial, was increasing by 209%. This one down here, Balansky Asset Management, was increasing by 2.7, and this is 1,000%. You can't see it, but it's 2.7 thousand. This is 5.73%. This is 5% increase. Look at the increases. They increased by 2,335%. This is Ken Griffin of Citadel increasing his position in SoFi by 2,335%. How do you like that, folks? All right. and folks, his average share price, the average buy price of all SoFi shares owned by this fund is $7.30. The recent price is 93.8% above that. Way to go, Ken. While your adversary or whatever, while Kathy Wood was selling, you made out like a bandit. Look at this one down here, Dimensional Fund. Look at them increasing their position by 88%. Their average share price is $7.38 a share. You see that? Oh my gosh. Now listen, Kathy Wood did not sell all of her shares. She still has 12,000,061 shares owned. She's certainly still well vested invested in SoFi stock. But crazy that she would sell that much, valued at $99 million, and she would sell it. Kathy Wood, man, what in the world? Look at her thing, 1.5 stars. And her average price, though, is $8.62. So she's still doing good on SoFi, folks. She's made a good profit on it. All right. But anyway, I thought it was interesting that at the time that she sold, everybody else was just piling in. And by the way, Jane Street Group, in case you don't know, this group right here, they're shorters. And they reduced their position by 40%. 40% they reduced their position, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get me wrong, they still own $42.53 million worth of SoFi stock, but that's their long positions now. I think they dumped their shorts. But I thought you'd find that very interesting to see how much these other institutions are piling in and by the percentages that they're piling in, including Agra Capital Management, who added 329% to their portfolio. Right there, 329% adding to their portfolio. All right, everybody. So there you go. I just want to show you a little bit of that too. Like to keep people real here. What's really going on is institutions are piling in on SoFi, ladies and gentlemen. It's as simple as that. Institutions are piling in on a stock that is now only down 9 cents and about to go green before the day ends, most likely, based on what I'm seeing. And I want to thank all of you who are here with me today to witness all these things I've been showing you, including these charts, which indicate that SoFi is about to go up all week long. That's what they indicate. And I'm here to take pictures of this, folks. I love taking pictures. Wow, what a great day, folks. I believe I finally did get the last $13.99. I think I did. It was hard. It was a hard effort of me because they tried several times to drive it down, but looks to me like, folks, that I was successful. It looks to me like I was successful. Looks like I did it. Catfish is the reason. Thanks. 2025. Congratulations, U.S. Army. What is new? TNXP, August 25th, 2025. Look forward to that hike. I'm telling you right now, man. PHIO, cancer success. Nice time and tips. Thanks, follow Catfish, peeps. Thank you very much. 300 to 400%. Man, thanks, Cat, for that a TNXP tip. Oh, you're welcome, man. And I haven't looked at TNXP today. Well, I did earlier this morning, but I want to take a look at it now to TNXP. Let's go look at it. And I think they shook it down a little bit more this morning, tried to shake some people out of it. Yeah, they're still trying to shake people out of it. But, folks, it doesn't matter, folks. You're going to find out that this stock is going to go up. It's up 9% over the last month, and over the last 6 months, it's down 58%. So they really tried to wash people out of this, but that washout is over. Today, the washout ended. They tried their best to wash everyone out of it today, and that was it. The big sack right there. There's the big sack attack. There's the big sack attack today. Yep. Just one more try to push some people out of it before they run it up the rest of the week like SoFi, folks. Same story, same ending. SoFi over 14 is the kiss of death for the shorts. They keep trying to suppress people's interest in this, and it doesn't matter. They just keep buying the damn thing, and they should, because this thing is, as I said, going to go over 22, over 24, over 25. And I showed you guys a picture that I had put up earlier. It's a house of cards for them. And some of them have started to realize that the cards are falling. And the reason I say that is because they've gone from 34 short-only positions to only 29 now. 5 of them have gotten out in the last week and a half. 5 institutions short-only have started bailing out. They're starting to get out, people. Listen to me, folks. When you look over at short institutions on SoFi and you see that the short only has gone from 34 to 29 in 2 weeks, and I track this so you can see it. I keep track of it, folks. And you can see right here, the number of shorts in this column was 34 short only right there. December the 5th, and in 1 month, it has gone from 34 to 29, short only. And this is because they've grown tired and weary of trying to hold SoFi down. And by the way, each day they can drop it to a little bit lower low. Another one gets out, because that's all they're aiming for now, is to get out somehow. So this one got out, and I wonder what the low was that day on 12/2. What was the low on that day when that one got out? Let's go see where SoFi was on 12/2 when that one got out. Let's go look at the comparison to see if they were smart to get out on 12/2, on the low of the day of 12/2. Let's go look at it right now. Here we go. December the 2nd, and they got out at a low of 1574. Well, that was stupid. For that institution, they could have gotten out today at 1360. My God, how foolish of them to get out on that day. But they knew what was coming, folks, so they didn't care. They thought it was safe for them to go ahead and get out at 1574 that day, because they know where the price is going. So one institution got out on that day. Now let's go over and see when the next institution got out, just for kick's sake. When did the next one get out? That was on December the 20th. It went down to 33 on December the 20th. I wonder what price they got out on that day. 1458. Oh, I can see why. The price had been all the way up here to 1620, and they got it down to 1458. And another institution got out that day. Shorting only. See how they do this, folks? You see how they do this? On December the 20th, another shorter got out, and the price, when they had driven it down to 1458, another one got out that day. And then the next time that an institution dropped out, what was that day? 34, 34, 33. That was the 20th. And then we go down here to January the 2nd. We went from 33 institutions short to 30. 3 of them got out on January the 2nd. What was the low on January the 2nd, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go look and see. The low was, what do you know, 1412. All right, and the price had been $13.75 the day before, so some of them may have even gotten out, on January the 2nd. There it is. The low was $13.75. Look how the price was driven down from $15.90. Look at this, folks. Here's the day before, December 31st. Look at the price, $15.90, and then look at how much volume was 29 million, 31, 31. But look at this day, and look how they made it small so you don't see those numbers. Look how they make the digits tiny again there. Tiny digits don't get attention, see? But they use 76 million. 76 million. I wonder how many were naked shorted that day to get the price all the way down to 13.75 on January the 2nd. Oh, what a coinky dink. What a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen, that it was January the 2nd. Huh. I like to show you people this kind of stuff so you're aware of how it all works. January the 2nd. And then I come down here to institutions here again. And yeah, no wonder it went from 33 institutions short only down to 30 that day. 3 of them got out. I just wonder how many shares were naked shorted that day on January the 1st. On New Year's Day, I wonder on January the 2nd, how many shares were naked shorted that day. But one thing I can tell you is on that day, even though institutional ownership dropped from 33 to 30 on January the 3rd, there was an increase in positions both days overall. There you can see right there was an increase of positions that day. It went from 49.78 to 49.94. And then the next day there was an increase too to 49.95. Even though these shorting institutions got out. It's because longs were coming in, folks. Longs were adding, not more institutions coming in long, but just more long institutions were buying while those shorts were getting out on those days. Well, and then we saw from January 6th, we had 30 institutions short only, and now there's only 29 here on January the 10th. One of these days, folks, there's probably going to be 0 here. The number 0 will be here under short only because they'll completely cracked. They'll just completely crack under this pressure. I love showing you folks that kind of stuff right there so you can see what's really going on in the big picture. So you can see that institutions that are shorting only are getting out right now, and there's a very good reason for it. I bet you the reason that 3 institutions got out on that one day back on January the 1st or 2nd was because they heard the news about the SoFi VP of lending buying $500,000 worth of SoFi stock. And they probably didn't like the sound of that, I'm guessing. That would scare the shit out of me if I heard that. If I was shorting a company and I heard that the VP of their lending department who does their loans and is in charge of how many loans they're putting out there and how much revenue they've got, and he buys $500,000 worth of the stock before a blackout period, I'm going to think seriously about no longer shorting that stock. And I think 3 or 4 recently have since that news came out. And why would you? I mean, you'd have to be, well, some of you might have seen Nancy P is buying SoFi. Better get in now. It can't be difficult to criminalize this. Are the courts also bought? I don't really know. They're buying, follow the money. Well, it's kind of our money, LOL. Yeah. It is our money. It is our money. And it's them cheating us out of our money by fabricating shares that don't exist. Go up and watch the video that I highlighted today, ladies and gentlemen. Go up and watch that dang video that I highlighted today. That's up there at the top where it's highlighted. Go watch that. And then go, gosh, dang, man, this is insane what they're doing. And I think you'll be very enlightened about how shorting works if you go up and watch this video. I'm not kidding you, folks. And I don't mind. I'm going to take one more picture if they can get it down to $13.99 again. But now it just looks like 14's as low as they can get it. God bless them for trying, though. I appreciate their efforts. They've really tried hard here to hold it down. Just hold on a second here, folks. trying to look over my history here. Wow. Well, strangely enough, that video that I put up a link to earlier about shorting is no longer there on my history, which is wild. But that's okay, because I can pull it up again. And for those of you who don't know about how naked shorting is done, this video will clarify for you exactly how sophisticated they are in their methods and what they're doing. And this is the video, just so you're aware of it, I'm going to show you. It's put out by the Dolphin Group, DALTHAN, Illegal Naked Shorting. There's the thumbnail for it right there. I'm going to share this with you now. Copy, and I've already shared it several times today because I want you all to see this, and I want you all to understand how sophisticated the game is and how illegal it is and how it may be able to be stopped. Okay, so this video is titled, I'm going to call it Naked Shorting Video. And look at that, man. I just took a picture of 14 for the last time, people, and now it's at 14:05. So let me go over here and type in naked shorting video. Boom, there we go. Watch this naked shorting video. All right, and there we go. Boom. And I also want to watch, see, right now I'm going to start a poll. Have you watched the naked shorting video that I put the link to earlier? Have you watched the naked shorting video I linked to earlier and just now? All right, that's what I want to know. Have you watched this? I'm going to do a poll right now to see if you did watch it. Some of you watched it with me because I started it this morning. So here we go. I'm just going to put I watched, because then you can answer yes or no. I watched the naked shorting video that you linked to earlier. Yep. That's what I'm going to put up here for the question. There you go. I watched it. Start the poll now. Because when I put these postings up here, I put them up here, these videos that I put links to, I put them there for a reason, everybody. I put them there for a reason. Sofi, 14, here we go. Oh, she's going to rise, hitching a ride. We watch it drop and we watch it pop. We watch the naked shorters, hope it stops. Hitching a ride, yeah. While we're buying Sofi, do. The price goes down, the price goes up. You hang around, you'll see when to fill your cup. Hitching a ride, ooh, yeah. We're buying Sofi, ba-da-bum-bum. Da-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. There she goes, and there the top she blows, and she's going so high. People buying Sofi. Oh yes, and sing along, everybody. Ha-da-da, da-dee-dee-dee. It's time for Catfish to go take a pee. But kitchen a ride, yeah. We're watching it fly. Boom, 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 boom. At 14:05. Oh yeah, Sofi will thrive. Bum, 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 bum. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba ba. Here we go. Da da. Boom, ba do 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 do. Hitching a ride. Oh yeah, time to buy some Sofi. Bum 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 bum. We saw 13.90, saw 13.95. We saw 13.90, now she's 14:05. And hitching a ride. Yeah, she's hitching. Oh, here we go, everybody. Now we're seeing 14:06. Pretty soon all of us are gonna be rich. Hitching a ride, whoa, hitching a ride, hitching a ride, we're hitching a ride. Oh, here we go. It's time to buy it, you can't deny it. The shorts are frying, they're all are crying, and we're hitching a ride. Yeah, watching her fly. Hitching a ride. Oh, and we're watching it fly. Okay, everybody. I don't know if you caught a lyric in there, but it's time you see for Catfish to pee, and I'm hitching a ride, and I'm going to fly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you for being here with me today. And 72% of you watched the video on shorting. Whoa, nice. That's good. Then you learn something. You learn what these bastards have been doing to SoFi lately, folks, shorting the out of it. And so now I'd like to thank you all for sharing in the musical moment with me today. And I'm going to take a brief moment to, I will be back here, but I have to step away for just a little bit. And I want to thank you all for being here with me. I know there's plenty of other places you could be and spend your time. And I want to, right now, I'm going to leave this screen and try to make it small, the view better for everybody. Hold on just to see if I can change this. Hold on a minute. All right. Hopefully that's a little bit better there. I saw the video, but still I don't understand why it is not stopped. Yeah, I know it. Well, hopefully there's been some bills passed lately about transparency, and they're supposed to be able to hopefully look more in depth at what these people are doing and go after them in some way. And I don't mean just a slap on the wrist with fines, but like they said in the video near the end, they need to start going after these people for criminal offenses. And if you watch that video, they talked about, you know, I guess Morgan Stanley must have corralled the metals market in some way, fabricated some sort of fear, and Morgan Stanley got fined 900 plus million dollars. It was such a big theft that they created by faking people out that they got fined over $930 million. And like he said, they must have obviously made more than that if they could pay off that fine. So, you know, it's just the cost of doing business, these big entities. They just pay the fine and they don't care. They're making so much money by the deception that they're creating by floating, selling shares, reselling shares. Is called rehypothecation, I believe. Watch that video. It's stunning, and it really will wake your eyes up to how many different ways they short stocks. And hopefully we can find a way to put an end to it here. And the legislation, which has been passed lately, is hopefully going to put a little bit of stifling on that, more transparency, more visibility, and more accountability. Okay, is hopefully going to occur. Because it's just a sin what these people are doing. They're just, it's absolutely atrocious what they're doing. And one of the things I will tell you about announcements about share buybacks can make a stock price go off so fast. And one thing I would love to see Anthony do, Anthony, if you listening to me ever, my friend, if you were to offer to do a share buyback, you could force a SoFi price to jump to 25 or 30 in an instant. And why? Is because when that all goes down, they've got to be accountable for all the shares. And even if you make an offering, sometimes you can have a split. And actually, a 2-for-1 split or any split, either direction, can sometimes make a price of a stock explode because accountability has to happen during that time. I saw it the other day. There was a split that was announced, a public share offering announcement by a stock just the other day. It went down 20% that day, and the next day it was up 90% because there's accountability when things like this happen, folks. And I'm telling you, if Anthony Noto were to do a share buyback or was to do a split, I know we don't really want a split anyway, but either one of those could propel SoFi in a rocket ship price run up because they got to cover. They got to Everything gets exposed when that goes on. All the records have to be cleared. All right. Yeah. I saw the video. Anyway, just give me a minute here, folks, because I see you guys can see everything. So I'm going to turn this around now and I'm going to be back. All right. You guys just give me a few moments and I shall return here in just a jiffy pop. I know we've only got 17 minutes left, but folks, I am going to take a quick brief break here, and I want to watch Sofi close over 14. I'll be elated if it does, and I think it for sure will. And you guys just hang on here a minute and give me a moment. I will quickly return. I'll try to be back as quick as possible here. Okay. Well, we're going to make it back for the bell at least. See where we are. Oh, yeah. Go, Sofi, go. No below. No longer below. 14, don't you know? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, watch it go. Yeah, 1403. Beautiful, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have 13 minutes left of this day. I want to thank you all for being here. For those of you who don't know, I want to share with you the ask to please consider at this very moment in time at 3:48 148 seconds that we all together hit the like button. Some of you may have already done that, and if you did, then I'd like to ask you please to just hit the poppers and the smileys and the hearts and the good things like that, because that gets even more and more people over to the channel. And I'm very grateful to those of you who do that. So we're going to do this here in about 15 seconds. We're going to start the countdown to hitting the like button gently. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press. Thank you. I appreciate it. And if you're hitting the smileys and the poppers and the hearts and all that good stuff, then I appreciate that too. I'll even throw a heart up there for you. There you go. There's a heart on for you and one for you, heart on for you and you and you and all of you people. All of you people. All right. 1403, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I already told you a number. They're not going to be happy if they can't get a 13-cent down on the day. That's what they're aiming for, folks. A 13-cent down on the day. That's what Shorty wants to aim for now. That's all they got left, all the hope they have left. Isn't that pitiful for them? Just to try to make SoFi go down 13 cents on a Monday. And I showed you what happened to TSSI on a Monday after that. It just went higher and higher and higher after they tried all they could on that Monday. I'm sure they were probably doing the same thing on TSSI, trying to close it at some number 13 that day too, down. The next day, it just rocketed offwards, and that's what we're going to do too, folks, everyone. We're going to do the same dang thing. For those of you who have PHIO, I hope that you sold it at those highs when it was up there, folks. You got to know when to get out, and this thing is diving right now, diving big time. So get out now if you haven't got out before, folks. PHIO, time to get out the dough. Ouch. Oh, man, falling like a rock now. Hopefully you sold it up there. You should have known, folks, to put those sell orders in there around freaking 933 a share. 931 you should have sold. 933 you should have sold. Yes, 43 cent swing is a very respectable on SoFi. You're dang right it is. And I want you to see, look at this doggone PHIO right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is from 342, so it's catching up in real time. This is from 342, what the price has been doing. It's catching up right now. And sometimes I like to not watch a stock for a while so I can get to monitor it very closely over a short duration. And now I'm getting to monitor this play on this stock right now. And the time it says is 3:43 right now, so it's 9 minutes behind. And it's catching up. This is Yahoo catching up on what's gone on with PHIO here in the last 15 minutes, or in the last 8 minutes. You're going to get to see it right now in real speed up time. This is like fast forwarding a stock. And I like to do this because you can really get an idea of what's going on with it if you can watch it in fast forward, folks. And that's what we're doing right now. And they are trying to close it out at 666 today, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you. They're going to try to close this out today at 666. The reason they just took it down to 655 just then is because they love to try to get out at 666. And if they take it down low enough, they can buffer against a run-up at the end of the day, and they can put in a wall of shares at 666. That's what they typically will do, everybody. Not always, but I've seen it very often. And now it's gone over that. So, but you can see they're not going to try to let that thing close out at any other number than 666. They've got it on their agenda, ladies and gentlemen. And one more dump of a bunch of shares to get to 655, because that's the number they also love, as you all know. And I tell you this time and time again. All of those of you who are on this channel, you know how much I tell you about these numbers. And how many times do I tell you to sell a stock at 676 and buy back at 667? I'm telling you, how many times have I told you to sell a stock at 676 and buy back at 667? And you can do it, and you can see it right here. You can watch it right here. It'll go up to 676, then back down to 667, then 676, then 667, 676, 667. And they're going to try and close it at 666 today. There's no question. That's the agenda. That's what they've got marked out. That's what they're planning. That's what they're wanting. That's what they, but watch and see if they have the strength to do it or not. And right now the time says 3:47, so we've still got 6 more minutes of catching up to do, but you can clearly get to watch this and see exactly how they do it, folks. And it's kind of neat to watch it in a fast forward fashion, I think. So you can see exactly what happens when it starts to go off. They're like, nope, we'll dump a bunch more. And then it goes off again. Oh, we'll just dump a bunch more. And here they're going to try to push it down again. You can see, oh, there she goes. And now she's gone, folks. So they're not going to get a 666 here. This is good. This looks good. PHIO, folks, it might be another time to buy it, actually, right here. They're not going to get a 666. It's over. And that looks very strong for PHIO into the close. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Look at that. And did you see him stop it at 713 and pull it right back down to 690? Oh, 693 again. After 713, folks, they stopped it at 713 just then. They pulled it down from 713 in a heartbeat, which they often will. And now we watch again here. It starts to run. 708, 711. Here it is, 713 again, and they'll yank it back down, right back down to 702. Man, oh man, it's cool to watch this in real time. Oh my God, all the way down to 684 from a 713 sell just now. You see how they do it? 713. Now, you know, I put that number in for a sell number because almost always you can get back a 688 after a 713. And you just saw it right there for with your two eyes. Watch it again here. And they're not going to stop this thing down 666. Now the new game is to hold it under 7. The new effort they're trying is hold it under 7. And the time now is 3:51. And there's no way they're going to hold it under 7 either. This looks good, PHIO, folks. This is a strong, strong stance. And you can see how hard the MMs have tried to hold it down. And folks, that is good for an after hours run. I'm going to tell you now. There's a chance that once the MMs get out of this in after hours that it could really springboard even more. I'm just saying, I could be wrong, but to be honest with you, I really like the way this is closing out right here. That's powerful, folks. I mean, that's for them to take that over 666 back up over $7 and then them smash it back, trying to hold it now to hold it under 7. They're going to try it now to close it at 699. They're definitely going to try to close it at 699. I promise you. I wouldn't hold PHOI. I would actually R Escobar. Only because of what I just saw right there, would I suggest that you hold on to it because of what I just saw there. Now, they may continue to try to manipulate it in the after hours, but you also could very possibly see this thing really move off of 7 up to the 8s. And we'll see what happens in after hours. I'm going to sit and watch this. Time now is 3:54. It's almost caught up to real time. And look at them try to drive it back down off of that 713. And again, another buy at 684. You'll probably even get a 677 or 676 here. They're not going to close this out at 682. The number they want is 677 here, folks. And if not that, it'll be 688. The close will be there. 677, and they're going to try for 666, folks. Again. Well, you can just see right there what I mean by the number 13, folks. When you're up to that 713, sell it. If you get to 1113, 1213, 1313, folks, chances are you'll always get it back down here in the 80s afterwards after a 13 sell. It just happens so often, and you get to see it right in front of your eyes. I just basically called it out and said, see, there you go. There's 713 again, and boom, look at them just smash it down after that. And it's so true. So many times I've seen it. And now the time is 3:56, 3:57. PHIO, someone is suggesting I wouldn't hold it. And being up 289% on it, I wouldn't hold it either. I wouldn't suggest you hold it, but I'm curious. Oh my gosh, look at them go so hard for the 666 that they took it back down to the 650s just then. Jeepers creepers, folks. That is manipulation 101. And the reason they take it all the way down to the 650s is to buffer against a run up so they can dump in a bunch of shares at 666 at the very last of the day. And then now the time is almost caught up to real time. We're at 3:57 and 53 seconds now. We're almost yep, we're at real time now. We're at real time, and look at the desperation and just the definition of manipulation is what you're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. What you're seeing in front of your very eyes is the definition of manipulation of a stock to make it try to close out at 666. And you know what's the most interesting thing about 666? That's not even the devil's number anymore. They've determined that's not it. 616 is the number. 666 is something they just keep using though, because the mystique of the movie, nostalgia, every books written about 666, all of that stuff, they've now determined that 666 is no longer the sign of the devil, folks. It's 616. And if you don't believe that, and they discovered it back in, I think, 2007, so it's been known for a long time that 666 is not the mark of the devil anymore. But they're going to close it at that price, I assure you. And if they don't, it will be sheer luck that they don't, because they have that ability to do it, folks. And they will make sure that they do it no matter what. And and if they don't, that's going to be very depressing for them. But notice how they will mysteriously be able to close it out. And look at them dump it to 655, just a buffer in the last few seconds to buffer against it. And then they put in that sell order, 666, and bam, right at the last second, it jumps up there, and it closes at 666. And again, they run it all the way down to the 650 to buffer against anybody wanting to try to buy into it. And then they put the wall in at 666 to try to get it to close there. And I could be wrong. They might be going for 650. And yeah, they are. They just took it down to 650. But let's see what the number closes out at for sure. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for 648 or 650. But it looks like now, yep. And amazing, folks. We're at 3:59 and 50 seconds, 52 seconds, 54 seconds, and they're going to try and close it at below 650. And that has a lot to do with options sometimes. And there it is. Look at this, folks. Ah, wow. None of that. That number is not what I would have expected at all, to be honest with you. That number is not what I expect. And let's close it right now. Let's loop it around and see where it is in the after hours right now already. Let's see if I'm right. Already down 2.7%. And again, as the other person had commented, I wouldn't hold on to this stock overnight. I was already telling people I wasn't going to buy this stock at all today. I was going to wait for tomorrow. When Michi Mo told me about it and I looked at it, I said, too high for me. I'm going to wait till tomorrow morning to go in heavy. And Kappa as well, K-A-P-A, was another stock. By the way, let me go take a look at this. Wow, holy smokes. Look at that. BDMD. Double K, congratulations. Oh, yeah. And let me take a picture of this for him and send it to him here after hours. Okay, I got it sent off to him. Man, look at that run up in the very last few minutes on that too. Wow. Look at that spike on that thing, man. Wow. Huh. All right, and where'd SoFi end up? Oh, now we're going to get to watch the last 7 of SoFi, the last 7 minutes of SoFi run. Let's see what it does. Oh, I like to watch this, man. Let's see what this does. It's 3:53 and 42 seconds right there. Let's see what those MMs tried with SoFi this afternoon, if they could get it to drop all the way down below 14 again, suckers. I bet they didn't. I love it. Look at it. It's only down 9 cents now. Folks, they wanted it down 13 today. They want SoFi down 13 cents today. Now only down 8 cents. Oh my gosh. Now 9, now 8, now 9, now 8. Now only down 7. Uh-oh. Oh, Shorty, that's not the direction you want to go. Oh, only down 6 now. Whoa, Shorty, what in the world is happening to your dream and your ambitions? What happened to them? They're getting pretty slaughtered right now. They're getting spat on. Oh my gosh, BAKKT. Man, you guys keep throwing that out. Everybody keeps throwing that out again. I'll take a look at it in a minute. I want to watch the last few minutes of the day. We're in the very last minute now. 1408. Oh, I love it. 1408. Close the day at 1408. That will be great. Come on, baby. 1408. There's 5 seconds left. Here we go. Ah, beautiful. Oh my gosh, folks, we just closed at the high of the day. SoFi just closed near the very high of the day. Oh my gosh, look at that, folks. 1408 is the high of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me a moment to show you what happens to SoFi's stock price almost every time it closes near the high of the day. I'd be very happy to show you right now how good it is to close near the high of the day. Let me take you back here to, let's just start in September. And I'm going to show you how good it is to close near the high of the day. Let's look at September the 11th. SoFi opened at 702. It hit 735. It closed 4 cents away from the high of the day. And after that, the next day's high went from 735 to 751 to 774 to 808 to 828 and 853. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see what I'm saying? The high of the day was 735, and we closed 4 cents off the high, and then we went up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row. Let me show you some other very cool examples, okay, of how good it is for SoFi when it closes at or near the high of the day. So you'll be so glad to see that today SoFi was 1 penny away from the high of the day when it just closed. But I'm going to show you some other ones, and you can look right here for the perfect example. October the 4th. On October the 4th, SoFi opened at 803. It went to 840 for the high of the day. It closed 1 penny off of the high, just like today. And what happened the next 5 days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days of a run-up after closing near the high of the day. I'm not done yet. Please hold for more great high of the day finishes. See here on October the 18th, see the open at 991 and the high of 1018, and look at the closing price, 1018. What happened the next 5 days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days to 1134 a share, people. Are you starting to get the picture? When SoFi closes near the high of the day, I can show you other ones, folks. I'll show you one right here too. And this is when we started getting momentum. 1155 was the high of the day, and they were able to push us down 13 cents from the high of the day. But look at the next day's high after 1155, 1219. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. Wham, 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 wham. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good for SoFi to close near the high of the day. And I can make sure you see that here on November the 15th as well. November the 19th, let's go up here. November the 19th, Look at SoFi, open at 1376. 1443 is the high. It closes 1 penny off the high. And what does it do after 1443? 1, 2, 3, 4 days to 1609. Oh, Catfish, Iowa, think a very good. SoFi close near the high day. I think I make a promise to you. You're going to be very happy about price of SoFi tomorrow, closing near the high today. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Take a look here, December 11, everybody. December 11, look at the high, $16. At the end of the day, it closed at $15.94, only 6 cents away from high. And next day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 day higher. You start to see a pattern, don't you? They like a closing near high of day and then to go much higher. 5 day and whoa. I see it over and over again. I prove it to you. Now you see with your own two eye. It's good to price a close and near high. Dan Win, meet well you long time. Thank you. Ah, yes. I'm telling you, folks, it's a good thing for SoFi today to have opened at 1363. Look at that open, 1363. Hits 1408 and then closes at 1401. They're saying, what? Okay, now we got a horse riding right direction here. 1409 for the high of the day today, and it closed at 1407, folks. We're almost right on the high of the day. Yep, a happy day for SoFi and for us, because it's probably the start of a 5-day run, which was predicted by yours truly. I told you today they would attack us this morning early. I told you that on Friday. And I said, and watch that be the end of it, folks, because then it's going to start its progression right up, and it could easily go quickly upwards. And even to see this now up 3 cents in the after hours is almost unheard of. And many of you here on this channel know exactly what I'm talking about, because you never see SoFi green just minutes after the closing, because they work so hard to keep it suppressed. Even in the after hours, it's virtually never green in the after hours. But here we are, 3 cents higher, and they're still trying even to suppress even here in the after hours. But folks, to see it 3 cents up right now at this time of the day and 10 minutes after the closing almost never happens with SoFi. And now I want to look at this PHIO. Oh, wow. Look at the number. It's down right there. 666 down right there, folks. And again, folks, you'll start to learn to look for these sort of things for buy-in places at 44 cents too, which is a great number. But look at the coincidence that it's down 666. And by the way, look at the price it's at. I just got through talking about the number of the devil being 616. And lo and behold, look where they've driven the price down to. It's down 666 with a 616 price. Oh my gosh. Wow, people. It doesn't get any bizarre than that. Oh my gosh, people. Oh, very good. 1382 this morning. All right. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. Ah, man, oh man. SoFi people. I'm glad you could be here on this channel to see the data that I just showed you about how good it is when SoFi closes at or near the high of the day. And the reason that it closes near the high of the day is because those that want to try to suppress it, they just run out of ammo to keep holding it back, and then it closes near the very high of the day. Exactly what we saw today. They ran out today, ladies and gentlemen. They ran out. They ran out of whatever shorted shares. They didn't have any more naked. I don't know. I don't even think they need to even borrow shares anymore. They can just make them up, apparently, as whenever they want. When you watch that video, it's a little bit discouraging when you see that video that I have for you today, that I highlighted several times about naked shorting. It makes you go, golly, man, if they can do that without being held accountable, what are we ever going to do? Well, fortunately for us with SoFi, even with the naked shorting going on, I've proven to you the price just keeps rising. And the fact is, to me, it's just a question of where would SoFi be already without all of that naked shorting that's starting to happen and increasing, as I proved to you today. It just makes me wonder how high SoFi would actually be if things were all above board. It makes me wonder. And if you haven't seen that video that I put up today, and it's up there, it's my highlighted video up there. You can see it's a pinned message. I encourage you to go and watch that so that you know the means by which they manipulate the price of SoFi or any other stock that they pick and target. But one thing that I do like seeing is that we're coming out of their crosshairs now, because they've gone from 34 institutions short only to 29 now in just a couple of, in the last month. So to me, that says we're done with this, okay? We're tired of losing money on this stock. We've been trying to cheat people out. We've been trying to pull the wool over their eyes. We've had our Morgan Stanley downgrades, our KBW downgrades. We've thrown every downgrade we could at this thing. We keep reiterating downgrade after downgrade after downgrade, and it doesn't matter. The price just keeps going higher and higher and higher because too many people are caught on now to the fact that those that are downgrading us are our competition. Shouldn't even be legal. But here you got Goldman Sachs downgrading us, Bank of America downgrading us, Morgan Stanley downgrading us. How can you, the video I linked you guys to today to show you about the naked shorting talks about Morgan ripping off the metals industry in a massive way. So much, billions were made that they were fined over $900 million for what they did to the metals. Now, I don't know when that happened. It must have been about 3 years ago or so, I think, because that guy who's on the video that I linked you to, Genius, I was trading that stock, and I was making a load of money off of Genius at the time when that video was recorded, which was probably about, I'm going to guess now, maybe 2 years ago, that I was involved in Genius. I was buying in and out of that because it was getting manipulated big time. It would shoot up and then would shoot way down and it would go way up. During that time, there was a lot of, and they were being talked about a lot for finally trying to, expose all of this fakery that's going on in the marketplace that had put many companies completely out of business because of this fakery, charades, and selling non-existent shares and what they call rehypothecation or something like that, rehypothecation, where they're actually trading one share to this person and then they loan it out to them and they loan it to them and they loan it to them, and suddenly this share has been passed around, okay? It's almost like a circular table where the gambler wins the hand, and when he wins, his friend says, hey, wait a minute, you owe me $50 from the last time we played. And he goes, oh, that's right, and gives him the 50. And then the guy next to him says, hey, what are you doing there? Hey, you remember the game before? I loaned you and you owe me 50. So he hands it to him. And then he says, hey, man, he says, finally, he says, you remember, this guy here says, I loaned you $50. You owe me 50. So he says, all right, there you go. And then this one goes over here, hey, remember the 50 you owe me from way back when? And he goes, shit. He gives it back to him. And this guy happens to owe this guy $50. And so he says, hey, the guy that originally put out the 50, where's my 50 that you owe me for bringing all the food over for the last time we had okay, here you go, boom. And this one's paid off, this one's paid off, this one's paid off, this one's paid off, and this one are all paid off with $50. 5 times. Yep. Buchu, hello there. SoFi tomorrow, 1480, someone's calling out. Okay. Well, I'll be selling it at 1464, 1466, 1467, 1468, 1469, because I think at 1470, a pullback will come to 1448, 1449, or at least 1455. And then after it goes over the 666s, it'll go to the 76 and 77, and then I'll sell there, and they'll pull it back 10 cents to the 66667. I'll get to buy there again. Then it'll go up to the 80s, 84, and then 86, 87, 88. They'll pull it back down to 666 or 777. But I don't really have any predictions for Fubo. I don't follow Fubo as closely as I do SoFi, and I don't know as much about Fubo as I know. So Fubo's just a runner, just a big, kind of like a, what's the word I like to, rally stock, or just a, I mean, long term, I think they've got a good deal there with what they got in Fubo, but I think it's a hit and run stock kind of thing. You can't, right at this stage, it's not a good time to stay in it. It's too herky jerky right now to be stabilized yet, but it will at some point play out to where it'll become good long term, I believe. Fubo. I don't know whether I even looked at that today. I don't think I did. Let me see. Let's take a look at it now. Hold on a second. Fubo, boom. There we go. And 58 million. So it's starting to settle out a little bit right now. And I don't know whether you guys were following this at all today or not, but take a look at the entire market altogether. You see that big old washout of the S&P this morning? Did you see that? Look at that thing, man. And what did they do in the end? They freaking turned it green. The Russell, same action. Wash out, rinse. I mean, wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. And then green. I mean, what the hell? Wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. And almost turned the NASDAQ green. But what do you see there? And they're trying to tell you on Yahoo that NASDAQ was green, was it so deeply in the red because of fears of no more rate cuts. They always come up with a reason, folks. They've always got a reason. They've always got a reason for manipulation, folks. Look at that. Does this make any sense that the Dow would pop and the NASDAQ would drop as yields continue to climb? This is a different headline. They've got the same picture, but now they've changed the headline because it said earlier the Dow pops and the NASDAQ drops because of interest rate hikes not going through. That's what it said. Isn't that something? They're using the same picture now, and they're using almost the same headline, but they've changed the reason that the NASDAQ was down, and they said slips. It was down. I mean, the headline earlier was the Dow pops, the NASDAQ drops as fears over no more rate hikes. That's what they said this morning. See how they adapt and change their reasons for the market moving? And this is done by Yahoo all the time. This is done by Yahoo all the time, people. They will make up reasons. They'll have the same reason for the market diving as the market popping sometimes, because it often dives in the morning and then takes off in the afternoon. And here I thought this would be a perfect example of the same thing, but they actually changed the headline this time to say Dow pops, NASDAQ slips as yields continue to climb. Folks, this makes no sense. And by the way, the Dow popping with yields climbing, that does make sense, because I've already shown everybody when the 10-year yields start to rise on 10-year, the Dow has gone right along with it, and so has the NASDAQ. It's been a good thing. But Yahoo several times has tried to say that yields, as the increasing, has been an effect on the market in a negative way. And I showed everybody, go back and compare the two side by side, and you'll see that when the yields are good, so is the NASDAQ and so is the Dow. It's just a big freaking lie that they pull over on people, trying to tell them that the market is dropping because the 10-year yields have been increasing. And I went and showed everybody. I go, well, let's go look over at the 10-year yield and go look and compare it side by side with the NASDAQ and the Dow. And I showed everybody that is one big fat freaking lie. Okay, which is always the case. These people, Yahoo, they even have a disclaimer that says this is pure and simple for entertainment purposes. That's what it says. And I get a lot of laughs out of them, like even this one here. I'm laughing at them now, trying to say this right here and changing the reason. It was the same headline this morning, but now changing the reason because of yields instead of the interest rate hikes. Yeah, this is why I don't trust their media. Yeah, absolutely. And I warn people about them. I warn people all the time about this company Yahoo, and because they're as snake is in the grass as they come, ladies and gentlemen, including things that try to deceive people in such ways, and I'll show you one of the biggest deceptions they have now. And it's not just them. Everyone's a part of this, what I'm about to show you now. And how interesting that I told you folks on Friday that they were going to come after SoFi this morning right out of the gate, and that would be the end of the suppression. And I told you that because I had looked at TSSI, and I made a comparison between the TSSI crossover chart showing TSSI had jumped over the 200-day, and then I showed it run up here, and then I showed them bring it down here, and then I showed you that on the 12th was when they had it the lowest, from the 9th until the 12th, and they got it to the lowest on not a Friday the 9th, but on the 12th, right there. And that is the day that they shoved it down the lowest below the 45 and 50 that they could on Monday. Just like SoFi now. They're at the exact same point. And this is TSSI, and I focus in on here so you can see this very good, because I think it's important to take notice that it was 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days. And the same thing, every time they try to run this thing sideways, here, when they ran it up here and then it came down to the 45 and 50, it was 1 day, 2 days, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. And then on Monday, they took it the lowest they could on that Monday. And they didn't do it with a huge candlestick of volume either. It wasn't that much volume, but they were able to drive it down on that Monday morning right out of the gate. And then the rest of the week, it just went up and up and up. And I said, expect the same thing for SoFi. That's what I told everybody on this channel on Friday. I said, watch them attack us Monday morning. And sure enough, this morning, they did exactly what I told you that they would. Right out of the gate, they came at it very, very hard. And it was exactly what I said would happen. After it hit that lowest they could get it to, then what did the dang thing do? It drove up here, got under the 200, drove up here, got barely under the 200, drove up here, got to the 200, drove up here, and closed like that. And look at that freaking, whoa! What in the world is that right there, ladies and gentlemen? What is that? What is that right there? What in the world is that? Say what? Holy smokes, everybody. Are you... I got to get this back here where you guys can see this better. What is that? Gosh, dang, people. This is the one-day chart. What in the world? Oh, my gosh. Let me get over here. Oh, wow. Look at that, folks. Look at them try to suppress in the very last minute of the day. Now, see, here on this chart, this is showing a very large volume surge of green. You see that? That's what it's showing right there, a very large surge of volume. And man, that is massive, ladies and gentlemen. That is a huge buy. It's green, folks. The candlestick is green. And look where the price has gone even ever since then, just rising right along with the 200 and the 45 and 50 day, just rising now. Gosh dang, folks, this thing is up 5 cents in the after hours. Uh-oh, shorts. Well, folks, I think this proves that I was right about the TSSI chart when I broke that down on Friday, folks. I came in here and I showed you why I thought SoFi was in a perfect position. Yep, 3.04 million spike on SoFi. And it's no coincidence, folks, because this is the same chart right here on this stock, TSSI, okay? It's the same chart that I showed you guys. I showed you this. Many people, I showed you this, and I said, folks, you need to pay attention to the fact that after TSSI had its crossover, it came up here, and then they attacked it down, and they held it down under for just like we just saw with SoFi. But it was the 12th, folks. It was on the 12th. It was on a Monday that they really tried their hardest. On this day right here is the day that they hit it the hardest right there. And I want you to be aware, ladies and gentlemen, that that day that they hit it the hardest was the 12th. It's not the 13th. It was actually the 12th. It was the day before that they hit it the absolute lowest they could get it on the 12th. I know that, and I can prove it to you by looking at historical data, but it won't even stop on it right now. It's trying to prove me wrong, but it is there. There is the number, and it will be right there. Oh gosh, stay there. There. I'm on it there. And there it is, folks. On 8/12. Folks, it was a Monday. Go look at it. 8/12 was a Monday. And that was the day that they pushed TSSI down early in the morning as quick as they could, because they could see that the pressure was building. They could see the 200-day moving average was rising. They could see the 45 and 50 were continuing to rise. And so they decided on that Monday, with very weak volume, to try to drive it down as deep as they could. And the next day, people started coming in. Look at that candlestick the next day. You can see that very clearly, folks. And this is what made me say to you on Friday, I think they're going to try to attack us first thing in the morning on Monday. So be ready and put your buy orders in as low as 1366. I told you to have them there. 1366, 1367. I told you to have buy orders there. Good till cancel plus extended today. Yep. And so there it is. The same thing they did on TSSI was a Monday. If I move this over just a fraction to the left, you can see the days as it rode along there. And it was on that on Friday was the 9th. The 9th was a Friday, and the next trading day was the 12th, a Monday. So they just did the exact same thing with TSSI that they did with SoFi. Look at the two charts side by side compared to one another, and you can clearly see it's the same dang chart, people. It's the same chart. They don't even want me to show you this because they don't want you to see this, what I'm going to show you here. But it is the same chart that SoFi has right now, and they did the same dang thing, folks. Golly, this is crazy. Why are they doing this? I didn't click on anything beat the market Zach's way. I never clicked on that just now. What the hell? Boy, howdy, you know, when I get into some serious stuff sometimes, and I want to show you some really cool stuff, sometimes things get wacky on this channel when I try to show you stuff. And even in this is a perfect example of it. I'm trying to show you a longer term chart so you can see the exact duplication of what they just tried on SoFi after the same thing with TSSI. And folks, it is gone now. I mean, look at that. I can't even get the stupid chart to pull up now, ladies and gentlemen. They won't even let me do it. There it is. So there it is. And similarly, ladies and gentlemen, after the crossover occurred on SoFi and it started its run up here, and they took it down here to the 45 and 50 and below, see, it's on light volume. It's very light volume that they got it to that low today. They didn't do it with a massive amount of shares, just like TSSI. They did it under the radar. On very low volume did they try to work it down to the lowest they could get it on a Monday today. I hope you guys appreciate that I point out these things to you because, folks, to me, it was a no-brainer. From when I looked at that TSSI, I said, look, they attacked it on Monday, and then it went up freaking doubled in the next week. See, you got to be aware of something, folks. When they attacked this stock down, TSSI, to right there, look where the share price was, $2.19 a share. And then look where the date was. It was on the 14th, $2.19. And where was it right here? On the 21st, 1 week later, it was at $4.63 from $2.19, 1 week after this little effort right here to shake the tree out good like they just did SoFi. I show you these things because it's important to realize it, folks, and to notice things. It's important to notice this stuff. See where that price dropped down to on the 12th right there? Look at that price. Look where it was. $2.15 a share. $2.15 a share. Look where the damn thing is now, folks. It's at $11.34 a share now. Hello? And this, just like SoFi, ladies and gentlemen, just like TSSI, this is what SoFi may look like soon. So every time they bring this thing down to the 45 and 50, we need to sell it. Every time that they take it up and down to the 45 and 50, we need to buy it. I mean, and look, and you can look at these numbers, man. It doubled here, and then they brought it down a little bit. Then it doubled here again, and they brought it to the 45 and 50. Then it doubled again. They brought it to the 45, 50. Then it doubled again, and they brought it to the 45 and 50. Doubled again. See that? That's what SoFi is going to do, people. This is our future. You're looking at the SoFi's future chart right there. And they just followed step one right here. There's phase one. They duplicated it with TSSI, and they just did it with SoFi. And this is it right here, folks, so you can see it. This is phase one. Right there's the triple crossover. There's the run-up. There's the drop. And they did it on a Monday. And then here comes the same thing that we saw with TSSI. There's the run up, there's the drop below, there's the Monday run out, and then there's the pop afterwards. Wouldn't that be sweet to see SoFi just absolutely duplicate that now? And I would not be surprised at all to see that happen. Look at it now, up 7 cents in the after hours. Does everybody know that I'm telling the truth and they're already coming in and not waiting? Ladies and gentlemen, even today on this chart, if you look at the end of the day, that's a massive, massive, massive candlestick. DJT and Tesla have been skyrocketing all day. Yeah, I'm glad. I own DJT. I bought it at $33, and I'm just going to hold on to it. Smoking SoFi right now, baby. 14.14. Are you kidding me? Let me ask you, how is it possible that the shorts and hedgies can't keep SoFi at 14.13 in after hours? Jeepers. Oh my gosh, folks. They've got to make a statement here at 14.13 right now. They have to. If they can't hold this thing now at 14.13, I'm just going to tell you, I'd be freaking shocked, okay? And they're trying to. It's funny. I just mentioned it, and look at them come at it right then, that very second. Oh my gosh, folks. They can't hold it there. They're sure trying to. You can see the bid ask is 14.12 and 14.14, and they're trying to get it to stay at 14.13 because they're throwing out a bunch of sells at 14.12. But wow, if they can't hold this at 14.13, I can't imagine how high it's going to go in after hours. If people are not, I mean, people still buying this thing at 14.14 and AH, man, that's phenomenal, folks, for us. I'm just telling you. I like that a lot. Dang. I'm thinking of swapping the rest of my XRP for Ethereum. Okay. Might not be a bad move. Now, I want to tell you people about something which I ordered recently on eBay, okay? And because I like to show you people, if you will, good things besides just stocks. And I'm going to show you something that I learned that I want you to look into. And right over here, I'm going to go to my eBay summary purchase history. And what I want to show you right here is this product right here. All right? And the reason I want to show you this is because with this product, you may never have to go and get your teeth cleaned again. And I'm telling you about this product because this product has in it something that's called xylitol. Okay? This xylitol right here, folks, go and see this video. I'm going to put up another link for you now about this product called xylitol. And I honestly want you to go and watch this. And I think that you will be very, very glad that you did, because it's going to teach you something about brushing your teeth and teeth cleanings that you probably have never heard about before. And I'm going to show you now XYLITOL for teeth. And I'm going to put in here cleaning teeth. Maybe I can find the video because it's not showing up on my history. I do not know why. But I'm going to show it to you here in just a second. Here it is, right here. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to watch this video right here. I'm not going to show it to you now, but this is the video that I want you to watch. Just hold on a second here. Let me refresh the screen. And I'm going to put something up here that you need to watch. Here's the video right here. First step to better teeth. Dr. Ellie Phillips, okay? Dr. Ellie Phillips. And folks, please do yourself a favor and watch this video right here. And I'm actually going to go over to her channel right now. And I want you to go over here to videos. Just hold on a second because I want to find this. And what she talks about is not going to go to the dentist. And this product that I just bought, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish I could somehow search through her videos. Here I can. Yes, I'll put dentist. Hold on a second, folks, and I'm going to find this for you. DENTIST cleaning. Skip dental cleanings. Yep. Are dental cleanings bad for you? And I don't know whether this is the video that I watched, but ladies and gentlemen, this is something you need to catch on to, okay? And I think you'll be very impressed. Skip dental cleanings. This is the video. And I'm going to share it with you right now, ladies and gentlemen, because you need to watch this. And then you'll probably be ordering the same product that I just ordered. So I'm going to copy this right here. And I'm going to put this in here right now. Yep. And it's going to be about dental cleanings. And video. And here we go. Control V. All right. Stock Goat said Pelosi bought SoFi, and someone else on the channel today said that he did, that she did. And if she's buying, then all the whales are buying too, folks. So anyway, the bottom line is, with what the video that I just shared with you, is apparently the reason that you get plaque on your teeth is because plaque is, and she explains it very scientifically, there's a bacteria involved here, and they bond together, and they stick to your teeth. And this product here, which is called xylitol, if you introduce it into your mouth and you get it into your teeth area, it will put a protective film on your teeth against plaque. If you just brush your teeth twice a day and start taking this xylitol, you will eliminate the need to go and get your teeth cleaned. And this lady has not had her teeth cleaned in 40 years. On this video, she introduces this product to you. Yep. Xylitol is a wood-based sugar, I believe. So, and thank you for telling me about that stock, STAF. I'll write that down for tomorrow as well. I've got several others, KAPA and PHIO, but thank you for telling me about STAF, J. Martinez. I appreciate it. I'm writing your name down too. But at any rate, folks, the xylitol, if you introduce it into your body, and these are, I got Mentos pure gums. There's many, many different ways you can take this stuff, okay? But the main thing is to get it in your mouth, and this one here is the cheapest I could find. It was 120 pieces for $7.60, and I believe it was free shipping even. And I went ahead and ordered this, and I want you to know that, ladies and gentlemen, I think this could make very good for you to watch this video I just linked up to so you can see it and you can understand what you should do for your kids as well. I mean, why not go ahead and let them chew gum and at the same time be coating their teeth with something that won't let plaque or bacteria grow there? Folks, get rid of gingivitis, gum disease. I'm telling you, this is a break. This is something you need to know about. I never knew I chew gum with it in it. That's what this is. This is Mentos gum. And this is a resealable, fresh pack. And there it is. Please look into this, folks. Xylitol. Okay, if you have trouble with your teeth at all, or if you're in an area where hearing people in Michigan have very good teeth, they have good fluoride in their water up here or something. All the people that I see here in Michigan have very, very good teeth. But there are some areas where the water doesn't have the fluorides and so forth, especially in big city environments where they actually take it out. Then you need to get this in your mouth, folks, because it will protect your teeth. And I'm not getting paid anything to tell you about this. I'm just sharing it with you people because I care about everybody that listens to my channel. And when I hear something good, then I share it with you. If I hear something bad, I'll share it with you. But when I hear something like this, and I know how much it costs to keep going to the dentist, and if you don't have insurance, you need to know about this product here to keep you from having teeth decay. And this is something I had never heard of, but I watched that video. I don't know why it got sent to me, but I guess I decided God said, hey, share this with all your listeners because they could benefit from it too. And so I'm just letting you know, folks, that this is a product I would look into if I were you. And watch that video that I just put a link up to if you want to hear all about it, about how it works for your teeth. And I thought it was fascinating. I'd never heard of it. And why haven't I ever heard of it? This is what I'm asking myself. You know, this is the one thing about school and education and everything that we learn. I'm of the belief that half of the stuff that they taught me while I was in school, I knew I would never, ever use or need in my entire life. As a kid, even, I knew I wasn't going to need. And when they were trying to teach me all the sophisticated algebra and all that, I just thought to myself, man, I'm not going to need this trigonometry and all this stuff. I'm never going to use this kind of stuff in my life. Now, there may have been times when I could have used it. But now, guess what? Alexa, what is 47 million times 322,286?
47 million times 322,286 is approximately 15.15 trillion.
See, folks, I knew when I was even a young kid that one day I wasn't going to need to even know how to do any of this because there would be devices that would do it for me. But the thing that I want you to realize is, again, my belief is half of the stuff that they crammed down my throat, diverting me from things I really could have gotten better at, were not going to be something I would need later on. But half of the stuff that I did need later on, never taught. The most important things, some of the most very important things, I never was taught. I had to learn through life. I mean, we need to get down to the earth with people. And even now, our poor children are being just so psychologically messed with all of this, LGBT stuff. I mean, I'm sorry, but folks, it's just, mutilations and things. It's just become such a crazy, crazy messed up situation. And I can't get too far into that kind of stuff, but I will say that, with this channel, I'm going to try to keep bringing you some good, honest content. And I'm not out to share disinformation whatsoever. I am out to just try to share what I think is honest and true, the truth, and what's good for people in this country and in this world. Teachers, when I was a kid, well, you're never going to have a calculator in your pocket. Yeah, you're not going to be walking around with a computer in your pocket. What do you think this is? Oh, really? Do you think you're going to be able to walk around with that device in your pocket that's going to tell you everything? Yeah, I do. Yeah, PHIO is off to the races, huh? Again, good. Well, I called that too. I actually said to people, I think this thing's going to pop in the after hours. I think it's being heavily shoved down at the closing. And watching that going in fast forward time, I thought, man, this thing's going to pop in after hours. I just said it. I said, I don't know whether I would sell this right now, ladies and gentlemen. From what I'm seeing. And now I know, yep, it's I've been around a long time, people. I've been trading for a long time, and I know what those kind of indicators can often prove when you see that kind of run up at the very end of the day. And SoFi today was phenomenal. That big, huge, seeing that big spike, I'm all in. I'm all in, baby, for SoFi's ride here, the next until earnings. And note that I also mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, if they can't hold this thing at 14.13 in the after hours, they're in trouble. And they're sure trying to. You can see it. It's obvious. But still, just the proof that it's up 6 cents in after hours is proof of how much trouble they are in. They can't stifle anybody anymore on it, even in after hours. Usually, as I told you, how many times have we gone over and looked at SoFi in the after hours to see it down a penny or down 2 or down 3 cents? Almost always, virtually always. But it's a different SoFi now. And you know what? I started telling you people on this channel when I saw that happening in the 10s and the 11s. I said, whoa. Look at SoFi now. It's at 1040 and it's at 1052 in the after hour. We haven't been seeing that ever. And all of a sudden it's gone from the 10s to the 13s. And we're seeing the same kind of action right now. Holy crap, how are they moving this up in after hours? We don't usually see that. It's good, folks. Yep. You forgot something else the Simpsons taught us. Eat my shorts. Hey, they predicted me doing that, I guess. You guys know I've had 2 occasions where I had to eat my shorts. 2 separate times I've had to swallow my words and eat my shorts. And I told you that I would each time. I've made many claims. There's been times when I said, folks, if they can do that, I'll eat my shorts. And there's been twice where they got me. I have my shorts hanging right here, the shorts that I had to eat right here. I still have them, folks. I keep them. I keep my short. There they are, where I ate the shorts out of them. Folks, when you're here on this channel, I'm not going to josh anybody. I tell you the truth. Like I said. Some of you people were here so ready to be done pretending all matters after this semester. Yes, most of it lost in lows. As the son of a teacher, I've barely survived this long. Modern generation, that's a new one. What do you think about the horrible modern generation? They're as horribly modern as the Europeans were that showed up on the shores of America and discovered America on Columbus Day. That's the equality. That's the modernization of the world. They came in here and totally fucked up everything for the Indians, who were gracious enough to provide food in the form of corn and teach them about tobacco and all that wonderful stuff that America didn't know about and had never experienced, and cotton and other things. So, yeah, Columbus Day. Let's close everything. All the banks and everybody needs to be closed for a commemoration of the day that we started fucking over the American Indians. That's a good holiday there to celebrate. When they weren't Indians because they weren't in India. Final Destination 341. Durr. I hate this place. I don't. I actually love it. And I try to profess to people who do hate this place, go elsewhere, because once you get elsewhere, you'll want to get your ass back in here as quick as you can, no matter where you go, pretty much. I mean, I speak from a person who's experienced life in the poorest nation in the Western Hemisphere. I lived in Haiti for 2.5 years, and so I speak from experience. It's the reason que pas parler créole avec Okunya là. Ou saisi si me commencer à parler en autre langue qu'on ne comprend pas. Parce que pas qu'on est en Haïti comme moi-même, là, m'était petit. Oh, people are like, huh? What's Catfish doing? What happened to him? Is he gotten possessed? Non, moi, je m'a parlé créole avec là. Tu m'étais en France, là, m'étais en Haïti, là, m'étais petit. Je suis capable de parler créole comme on parle anglais. Plus fort qu'un pire haïtien qui était ici dans Cognac, là, aux États-Unis. Il y a l'autre monde ici, sous Chanel, avec moi, qui est capable de parler créole avec moi de temps en temps. Isn't that crazy? I am a speaker of Creole and as fluently as I speak English, and I often run into Haitians here in the United States, especially down in Florida around Orlando area, that are blown away by the fact that I can just rattle off Creole like that. Some of them go, "Gosh, you speak Creole better than me." You know, I'm like, well, I was down there and I learned it, and I'm never going to forget it. Et aussi, je peux parler français avec toi, si c'est possible qu'il y a quelqu'un ici qui parle français. Je peux parler français plus fort que plus de tous les autres Américains ici. That's French for you. I do speak French. And I speak Spanish as well. Many people here with me know I speak Spanish. Yo puedo hablar español como ustedes, si es posible hablar español. Digo, muchos buenos con ustedes aquí conmigo hoy, esta tardes. Oh yeah, you definitely turn heads down there. Oh yeah, I do. They work all in the hotel industry. So when I'm down there and I'm staying in hotels wherever it may be around Disney but all of them are Haitians, and so I rattle on with them, and they'll do anything. They when they hear me, it's just amazing. I have an incredible story about flying back from Europe when I was coming back with my wife, and we were leaving. We left Ireland, where we had stayed for a week with my best friend and his wife, and we had toured all over Ireland, and we came back through England we came through Heathrow Airport, and we had a connection flight in Chicago. And when we got off the plane in Chicago, we were supposed to fly from there over to Detroit, and we were being picked up at the airport in Detroit by a limo. And we, as it turned out, we got to Chicago and we started to make our way to the where you check through the customs, and we had all our bags and everything. And when we came around this corner, there was a line a mile long. I was like, "Oh my gosh, what in the heck are we going to do, honey?" I said, "What's going on here?" So I told her, "Just hang on." And so I ran past everybody and I shot all the way up there, and I saw these two ladies standing talking with one another, and so I walked up and I kindly waited until they were done talking, and then I said, "Excuse me," and she goes, "Yeah," and I go, "If you wouldn't mind, what's going on here? Why is this big delay?" And she said, "Well, right now there is a strike, and we only have 2 employees here today to process everyone." And I said, "Oh my gosh, but what about all these people and the flights, the connecting flights?" And they were like, "I'm sorry, man. There's nothing we can do. I apologize." And the 2 ladies that were there, one of the ladies was Hispanic, and the other lady that I was speaking to was a black woman. And I have no prejudices whatsoever, obviously, from living in a place like Hades. There's no prejudices in my heart. And so just to say, I'm just pointing out, one was Hispanic and one was a colored lady. And I was talking to the colored lady. And then as we were talking, I picked up on her accent. So I said, "Well, that's just too bad." I said, "Man, we're going to be in such trouble. We've got a limo coming to pick us up." And I said, "Oh, well, it's not your problem." And then I said, "Well, thank you for answering my question. Before I go, you speak with a little bit of an accent." I said, "You don't mind telling me where you're from?" And she goes, "Well, I am from Haiti and I speak French." This is what she said. I said, "Oh, so sim tap commence à parler créole avec vous?" And I actually spoke in her Creole language, and her eyes nearly popped out of her damn head when I said that. She was just like, where? She goes, "Miss, she goes, go to en français. Where did you learn that?" Everybody always asks me, "Where did you learn that?" And I said, en français. And they're just like, "Oh my gosh." And the next thing you know, we talked for just a little bit, and then she goes, "What traverse cell?" which means, "Are you traveling alone?" And I said, "No." And then she goes, "Ça passe?" I said, she goes, "What's happening?" I says, "Well, I got my wife with me. She's back at the end of the line." And then she leaned forward and she said, "I'll prendre madame," which means go get your wife. And I was like, "Oh," and she goes, "I'll prendre madame." I took off, man, and I ran down there and I got my wife at the end of the line and I grabbed her and I said, "Grab our bags. We got to go. We got to run." And she goes, "Why?" And I says, "We have to run for one so we don't get our asses kicked by all these people standing in line. And we are a running emergency situation. So we run by everyone." And we did. And we took off running and we had our bags and we're running along and we got down by everybody. And she fed us through the line. She brought us over to the security. "These people are an emergency situation. Push them through." We went right through. I couldn't believe my eyes. She blew us through that line so fast, and we were on the other side. And I just said, "Oh my gosh!" I said, "Merci beaucoup, merci, merci." She said, "Oh, best what I." She gave me a big old hug, and we took off, and we made it, and we got to the gate, and it was empty. There was no one. I said, "Oh man, we missed." She goes, "No, go down the ramp now. Get on the plane. They're closing the door." And so we ran down that thing and we jumped on the plane. Everyone was all seated inside and we just walked our way back and sat. And I was like, "Oh my gosh." And I looked at my wife and I said, "That's because of the good Lord above right there." It was because it was a miracle. Yeah, there's more to the story and she's here to attest to it. One of her favorite faith rings she had given to our bartender who was with us the whole week before at our place we kept going each night in this little town we were in called Genevguala. Pardon me? Yeah, she had always looked at Cheryl's fingers with all these rings over it because Cheryl always got the best stuff out of the pawn shop. Anything that came in that she really liked, looking over that tray. Boop, boop, boop. So anyway, she had this. And the girl was looking over her rings and she saw the faith ring, kind of like this faith ring I have here, a faith ring there. And Cheryl said, "I'll tell you what, I'll give you this ring if you pray for us when we're on our way back to
I asked her what ring she liked the most, and of course she pointed to that one, my faith ring. And I said, "Well, if I give you my faith ring, you're going to have to pray for us in the morning because this is my prayer ring that I pray for when we get on a plane."
Yep. And believe it or not, when we got on the plane and we sat down, and I just said, "Wow, that is miraculous what just happened for us." And then it was only a couple days later that I said, "Cheryl," and she goes, "What?" I said,
"No, I'm not."
"Do you remember?"
No, I said that to you.
Cheryl Marie.
Yes, don't you ever take the credit for that.
I give you credit for giving her the ring.
No, I said to you, I think the reason we got through there was because she was praying for us.
All right. Well, she may be right, and I'm an idiot anyway. But to make a long story short, I'm not an idiot for marrying her. So there you go. Parlez-vous franc? Say some other day. In Creole, l'autre jour, sur un autre jour dans la future, peut-être one day in the future. You're a great, energetic guy. What's the story about? About the fact that I was brought up, lived down in Haiti as a kid, and I learned to speak this other language. And McDonald's being sued over Latin scholarships. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh yeah, you. What I did to learn each and every day, I would ask when I went to school. The school I went to in Haiti was an American school where a lot of other American students who were parents of business owners and a lot of government people went to this school, and the upper class Haitians that were of the French origin and they had the money to be able to afford to go to the school. It's called Union School. It's not there anymore. The school I went to when I grew up is no longer there. It used to be down on the main Martin Luther King Boulevard, but it's not there anymore. But anyway, to make a long story short, while I was there, each day I made it a rule to try to memorize at least 2 words per day. So that's my main goal. And one of the things I can tell you is about learning a language is the key to learning a language is relativity. And what I mean by that is when you hear the word, you immediately try to associate it with a word that you know in your native language, which in my case was English. So would be me, and pral, which means I'm going to go, pral. And there, you have to learn how to connect each of these words to a word that you've heard in a native language, in your native language. And that is the key to quickly learning a language, in my opinion, is to be able to parallel words to words you commonly know and then link them in together in your mind and go, okay. And then boom, you make that connection. And once you make that connection between that word and something else, then you start to learn the word. And honestly, there's a part too when you're learning, when you'll be trying to think out each word in a sentence before you say it, and then you'll say the whole sentence. And that is a good point because you're starting to learn to build words together. But there will come a time, and then you'll know that you're truly learning the language when you stop having to do that. When it just starts to flow out of you and you don't have to anymore draw out the whole sentence in your mind before you say it. And that's when you know that you're really starting to pick up on the language, when it starts to become second nature rather than thinking it all out. And also, once you learn one language, I've come to find it becomes much easier to learn your second language, especially if they're of the same genre. In other words, Latin languages, or what they call romantic languages, are all very similar, okay? And that word I just gave you is the same word in French. It's the same word in Spanish, similar. It's the same word. And there are many, many others, many, including the word many, which is mucho, which is close. You can kind of relate them there. But the most common word in the world is okay. Everywhere. And the other most common word is the word no. But the most recognized word in the whole world is okay. AZTR. Okay, I'll write that down too. Thank you. I won't buy it today, but I'll buy it tomorrow maybe. AZTR. Thank you. So that's another one from Jay Martinez. We've also got one he gave out, STAF. So we'll be looking at those tomorrow. And also, one other thing about commonalities in languages around the world is, from what I've discovered, is the number 7. And there are many, many, many languages that I can count to 10. DJT is jumping up. All right, thank you for letting me know, Paul. What I was going to say is there are many, many languages that I can count to 10 because, again, I like languages. I like to stay involved in learning languages, and even if it's just parts of languages, like counting to 10. So, I mean, for example, if you want to hear me count to 10 in Vietnamese, that's Mao Hai Ba Bom Nam Sam Bai Tam Tin Nui. If you want to hear it in Arabic, it's Wahet Etnin Talet Arba Himsa Seta Tamenia Tesha Asra. Wahet Etnin Talet Arba Himsa Seta Sebon Tamenia Tesha Ashra. And if it's Jewish, it's Achad Stam Shalosh Abach Hamesh Shesh Shevrosh Shmoneg Tesha Asar. In Japanese, Itzi Nisan Shigo Roko Siji Haji Koju. French is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And so it's just something I've always liked to do, is try to pick up different languages and how to count. Chinese, il I sam sa o yuk chil par ku ship. And that's not all Chinese. There's many, many dialects in China. There's many. But that's just one of them. I think that's Mandarin. So, yeah, I kind of like to make learning how to count to 10. And you'd be surprised how many times I've run into people that are from a certain country. And I'll go, oh, really? And they go, where are you from? And they said, oh, I'm from northern Iraq. Oh, really? Where are you Kurdish? And they're like, yeah, I'm Kurdish. I go, oh, that's Yek do se sharpen shish haft no da. And they're like, huh? Pretty fun. Fun stuff. You can get a real reaction out of people if you speak some of their language, folks. It's really amazing how much you can, how much of a, just by speaking even the numbers 1 through 10 to someone will change their attitude towards you and their perspective of you and their appreciation of you. Or yeah, it's just one of those things. It's a commonality that I can't tell you how many times I used to be in the dealership and all these groups of Hispanic folks would come in together to buy a car. They literally come in at 8 at a time, and they all pitch in on the car at the time. And at the end, if they all agree on it, and yeah, it sounds good, then they all start pulling out all this cash. Boom, 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 and then boom, you got this massive amount of cash on your table. But the funniest thing was that many times they would be speaking Spanish, and I wouldn't let them know I spoke Spanish. You know, of course, I'm not going to spit that out at the beginning. I'd let them all, you know, sit around, and then we'd go out and test drive a car, and then we'd do this and that and everything. And then I could hear them, then they'd be talking away, blah, 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 blah. And the next thing you know, we'd get over to the negotiation table, we'd sit down, and we'd start. And then I ask them something simple, you know, just something simple like, hey, would you like something to drink or whatever in Spanish? And they would suddenly the whole table just burst out like, oh my God, he speaks Spanish, you know. And after they've been talking for 30 minutes. And yeah, it's fun. Do you speak Dutch? Ik kan spreken Deutsch. Not very much, but I do know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that's pretty close to it, 10. 10 is a tough one to say, 10. But I don't speak a lot of Dutch. I can say las ons was essen gehen, okay? I think you know what that means. Voice der Badenstammer, or voice der Toilette would be another word. And I can also see salut. And other things, I speak a little bit of German. The most important things, like I said, lass uns was essen gehen is quite important to know. Oh yeah, thank you. And I have a lot of viewers that are all over the world, actually. I think partly because I do every once in a while throw out some of these languages that kind of amuses people and makes them decide to subscribe. But at any rate, yeah, it's just kind of me. It's my history. It's my history. I've traveled the world and I've gotten to see some phenomenal things in my lifetime. I'm very, very grateful for the things that I've been able to experience in my lifetime. And it's been a wonderful life. And I hope that if you guys haven't ever been traveling much, that you put that on your list of things to do once you become wealthy from day trading with me. And once you do acquire a large amount, 2 things I want you to do with your money. Give to others that service you in everyday life, because you can change their lives directly and your own by doing so, because it says in the Bible, what you give out, you will receive 20 times. So just trust me, folks, it's paying it forward, and it works. And there's no other gratification than to see the smile on the face of a server in a restaurant or something when you just shock them with an incredible tip. And that's the way people. I've had people ask me before on this channel, what is your you donate to? What's your foundation or whatever that you? And my foundation that I donate to is the people that surround me, that serve me in every day in every capacity. Even people that do oil changes at the self-serve or the oil change, quick lube kind of stuff. I was telling people about how that guy was just shocked because he was trying to sell me all the other products because he's a professional doing his job. And he said, we got a special on the filters right now. I said, no, I actually just had that on the dealership. And he said, how about we do the flush for the transmission? We're offering this. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. I says, we're kind of on our way down to Florida and we get regular service on this Lexus at the dealership. We don't need to have any of those extras done. I appreciate your trying, but we're kind of in a bit of a hurry. And he said, well, one other thing, we've got windshield wipers and blah. And I'm like, okay. And then he said, I'm sorry to have to do this, but it's my job. And I said, I think you're doing a damn good job. And I said, if I were you, I would be proud of it. And don't apologize about doing that, because I appreciate that you're doing what you're doing. And it's no hassle for me. And then I tipped him. And I think he was pretty shocked because, we got the whole thing done. And afterwards, and then I just put my hand down along the side of the car and kind of wiggled my hand and handed him a $20 bill. And I think the guy was, well, I could see, and he was like, whoop, and he didn't look, he just, that went right in his pocket. And I felt, and he just looked at me and he smiled. And then he didn't even say thank you, because he couldn't. I mean, he couldn't say thank you for what? They're going to ask, what are you thanking him for? So, but at any rate, that's the kind of thing I like to do, is to affect people's lives directly with the money that I acquire in life. Okay, because as I've always told people on this channel, it is not money which is the root of all evil, and that's a misquote. It's the love of money that is the root of all evil. And so anyway, I don't need to preach at you, but mean to be preachy, but that's just kind of one of the things I live by. And today, with all the stuff that I shared with you on other videos and things, I hope that you enjoyed it. I know it wasn't much in the way of day trading too much today, but some of us made some pretty good money on PHIO, I think. And I see it now, it's still up 4.77 in after hours. And BDMD, some of you knew about that on this channel, and it went up 26% today, BDMD. So congratulations if you got into that stock and sold some. Yeah, you are not a bookworm like think they know it all. You really know it because you lived it. Yeah, I've been there in those places. And any Swedish or Croatian? No, but I'm always welcome to learn. I'm always welcome to learn anything, but I try to, like I said, I'm always welcome to learn. And when I run into people that are from new areas that I've never experienced before, I'll actually ask them, hey, can you do me a favor? And they're like, huh? And I go, could you write down the numbers in your language from 1 to 10? And then they say, like, I'm from Turkey. I go, okay, they write it down. And then I say, and I don't want you to write down the numbers like they're written, but I want you to write the numbers down like they would sound to me. And I say, so don't write them down like they're actually written in your language, but write them down phonetically so I can hear how they actually are. And people do that, and they say, well, this is not even close to well, I don't care. I want it to what it's going to sound like. So I have them write it down to me, and then I'll usually, after they write it down, I'll try and say the words to them, and they'll sometimes go, no. And then sometimes I have to change a letter so it sounds a little closer. So that's how I do it when I ask them to write out their language, how to write the numbers 1 through 10 is the way that they actually sound, not the way they're actually written. And that helps a lot. Where's the bathroom is the most important phrase in my language. Yes. ¿Dónde es el baño? And that's the same thing in German that I just got through saying a little bit ago. They said, what do you know in German? Lass uns was essen gehen means let's go eat. And then wo es der Baldenskammer, I think it is the word for bathroom, but they also say toilet. But I think it's like Baldenskammer. Wo es der Baldenskammer? Is that it? If there's some people here that speaks German, I think it is. It's not an easy word for bathroom. Baldenskammer, I believe. I don't know why I'm saying that. I could be way off. But I know they also say wo es der toilet, and everybody knows what that is. Ahmed Chelik, I do. Where's the bathroom is the most important phrase, yes. Badenzimmer. I knew it was close. I know I was close. Badenzimmer. Well, thank you. Again, I learned something new again here today. And but the one thing that I know about German is that I could learn it very quickly because it, again, is a Germanic language, and English is a Germanic language. So I could learn German much faster than it took me to learn French or Spanish or Creole. The thing that's cool about Creole that makes it so easy to learn is they don't conjugate verbs. You know how we have like I go in the future, or I'm going for the future, and or I went for the past. It's all the same moving word where you're going, you're moving. It's a moving. I went there, I'm going to go there, I'm going there, I go now. But they don't do that in Creole. They just say one word, go. In the front of it, te go means went, and pral go means going to go. So with all the verbs in Creole, they don't conjugate, and thank God, because that makes that language so easy. So easy. Everybody should do that. Everyone should do that. Forget conjugation of verbs and make like Creole. Just the one word, go. If it's past tense, te, go. If it's future, pral, go. And if it's, it's just so much easier. We could all learn to speak as a child so much faster and stop wasting so much time learning all this complications if we just got rid of that. It's so simple. TNXP is teaching me patience. Well, listen, the same thing for everybody that bought TENX way back in the 2s and 260s. It would go up to 280 and then back to 260, and then 290 and then 266. And then it would go to 304 and then back to 266. And then it would go to 314 and down to 280. And then it would go from 320 down to 270s. And I mean, it just did that for the first 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. It just kept hanging out there, but then started rising, then a little up, and then a little more, and then whoop, a little more, and then a little more. And that's what it takes is patience with some stocks like that. I understand that completely. But you're going to be fine. In the long run, you'll see. You'll see. If you hang in there with me, you'll see we're going to be all good on TNXP. All right? Just if they run that thing down 7% one day again, pick up a few more, just nibble a little bit more. It's gonna be like SoFi when we were in the 6s, folks, and we got over 7 and then back into the 6s and over 7 and got in the 6s and over 7 and down in the 6s. How long did that go on? 6 months? Go up into the 8s and back down in the 6s, all the way up to 870, whoop, back down in the 6s, and then it went to 9 and back down to the 6s. Then it goes to 1023, back down to the 6s. How long did we have to put up with that with SoFi before it finally started getting its recognition that it truly and rightfully deserves? And it's getting even more of it today, this afternoon. I love what I saw there at the very end of the day. For those of you that didn't take notice, this is what happened at SoFi the freaking end of the day, everybody. Look at that fat buy-in. Golly, look how many shares. No wonder SoFi's price is at $14.12 in the after hours, 5 cents up from the close instead of red like usual. Look at that massive buy-in there at the very last minute of the day. 3 million plus shares in the very last minute. 3.04 million, I think someone said. That is huge, folks, buying in. No wonder that this is going to be the beginning of a 1 week run. Oh, did he really? Well, tell him I said thank you so much, because I know that's not easy.
Well, but it's getting to where it's accumulating again, so I wanted to tell you so that you just didn't look out there and think he didn't do it, but he did it once already.
Oh, wow. Well, tell him, like I said, thank you very much. Just informed that my son snow shoveled for me some today. I've been getting a lot of good workout lately shoveling snow here in Michigan. It's been snowing relentlessly. I mean, we've just been shoveling and shoveling and shoveling, folks. And it's cold. I mean, it's freaking cold here, people. Cold as ice. It's been frigid, and we're supposed to have another very cold weekend ahead of us. I don't understand it, ladies and gentlemen. The winter solstice occurred about 2 weeks ago. And by the way, in case you're not aware of this, right now, since that happened, every single day during this time of the year, we get the sun rising a minute earlier than the day before, and it goes down a minute later during this time of year than the day before. So during this period of the solstice, we're getting 2 more minutes a day of daylight. Now, that might not seem like much, but if you do 2 minutes per day times 30 days, that is an hour. And so by the end of a month from now, we're going to have an hour more of daylight each day, and it will continue to increase by 2 minutes a day right on up through the next month and the next. Just so you're aware of that. Yep. 40s in Charlotte. Oh, man. Oh, Charlotte. I say Charlotte because up here they have a city called Charlotte, Michigan. And they don't call it Charlotte. They call it Charlotte. But yeah, Charlotte. Okay. 40s. TNXP is teaching me patience. Don't worry, Paul. You'll be fine. Let's see here. Well, I put up here naked shorting video. Did you watch the naked shorting video I put up earlier today? And I guess 40% of the people said they did watch it. 60 said no, but that's good. I'm glad you watched that short about naked shorting, because it's good to know who your competitors are that are working against SoFi and how they're going about doing it. It's good to know how they do it. It's good. And it's good to know that people are starting to take a closer look at them. And it's also good to know that shorters, naked shorting, they're going to get exposed. This is the year, the final year that they're, and I don't know how much longer, but the SEC has said that they're going to start cracking down. They're going to be under the microscope. They're going to be increasing visibility. And that is good. If we can increase visibility and we can bring things more out into the open, then this shorting is going to get smaller and smaller. And they are already starting to leave now. I already showed everyone earlier today, institutions who are short only on SoFi have reduced by 5 in the last month. There were 34 that were short only, and now there's only 29. And be honest with you, I like to go and see how much what happened today if we saw any others come in here before the end of the day. So let's go to SoFi institution ownership, and I want to take a look and see. And here we go, institution ownership right here. 872, another long came in. 813 long now, and only 29 shorting. And ladies and gentlemen, like I showed you 1 month ago, there were 34 institutions that were short only. Man, they're getting out of town, man. They're like, gosh, dang it, we have lost so much now on this stupid stock. And the shorts, institutions that are short only, have reduced by the number 5 in the last month. And folks, if I show you, it's been a long time that they've been holding on to those shorted positions. Look up here how long they were. They went from 24 shorting, short only, 24. They jumped up 10, decided to come in early December and start shorting 34. I think this number must be wrong. That must have been 34 as well. That can't be 24. That has to be 34, so I'm going to change it. Because it was a long time, folks. Just give me a second here. There we go. So, folks, you can see that back here on August the 29th, there were 29 short only, then 31, then down to 30, then 31, 31, then they increased to 32 that went short only on October the 22nd, then 34. And that was October the 29th through December, and then right up into the first week of December. And then, ladies and gentlemen, they started getting out, and we saw 33, and that stayed all the way up until the first part of January. And then on January the 2nd, 2 more got out, 3, and it dropped to 30. And now here on January the 10th, another one has got out and threw in the towel. And ladies and gentlemen, that is very good to see that. And part of the reason that you see institutional ownership is dropping now from 4995 to 4990 and 4987 is because these short institutions are getting out. They're getting out, folks. Just so you're aware of it. And I like for you all to be aware of these things. Institutions that are shorting SoFi and short only are leaving. and getting the hell out. So congratulations for your wisdom, those of you who've been doing that lately. And you're going to leave all these others out to dry. And soon, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back down to 28 like we were at the beginning of 731 when there were 28 that were shorting and 25. We'll be there again too, folks, soon enough. Like there were on May the 31st when there were only 25 short only. We're getting there, folks. We're whittling them out. We're running out the institutions that are shorting SoFi. And that's good because they're naked shorting, and that's less institutions that are now naked shorting SoFi, ladies and gentlemen. It says that by the number 5 in the last month. And I could be wrong, but I don't freaking think so. I love seeing institutional ownership at this level right now. Look at them coming in. Look at them just buying SoFi, just buying it like crazy. Look at these institutions. Golly, man, look at the run up. Wow, it's beautiful, folks. I like to look one more time at that. And I guess the SoFi short clan ran out and tried to get their shorts rounded up again, the shorting team, and run it down to 1407 for a blast flash there. And it went right back to 1413 right afterwards after they tried to manipulate it down in after hours. Shot right back up. That's right, folks. Well, I'm going to be done right now. I want to thank you all for being here. I've got a lot tomorrow to look at. One of these by Jay Martinez is AZTR. So let's go ahead and put it on the radar right now. AZTR, we'll watch it in the morning. AZTR stock. Yahoo. Let's get this on the radar. I've already looked at it before. I'm sure it was because you brought it up at one time or another. Wow. Okay. What's the news? What made them freaking shoot up today? Now a total of 90% up. And the price today hit 65 cents and gosh, it's at 75 cents now. I'm going to write that down. AZTR high 0.75 after hours and up 90%. All right. That is one to watch for sure tomorrow morning. AZTR. Wow. And what is the news? Last month and 4 months ago, I don't see any news on this AZTR to make it move like that, but something's making it move, folks. That is massive. All right. That's a good one. Now, another one we're going to look at is STAF, and we're going to watch it tomorrow. STAF. Whoa, what happened to them in after hours? STAF. Well, first I'm going to do this. The high today was 233. And now the high looks like 316. Up 42%. 323. And that was at 5:30 p.m. roughly. Wow. Whew. All right. Those are good ones to have on the radar for tomorrow, everybody. We're going to move this over here. And we're going to move it right there next to FIO. And we're going to move this over here next to that. What's FIO doing now in after hours? Still up 3%. I thought it would possibly run in after hours. BDMD is getting pulled back in after hours now. CADL. Someone mentioned this today. I'm not really sure why. TNX, 616 still looking good. No worries there. TNXP Look at him wash that thing out and fill a full sack full today on TNXP. Look at him get a big old sack full today. Nice. Well done. That's a good shakeout. Back over 25 cents. By the way, look at the 1 month chart on this thing, folks. They've just been trying to keep people dissuade from getting in on this thing. And don't worry, because that's what they do before they run it up. They make sure they wash it out good. Wash it out, rinse it out, sniff it out good. SENS that was up 80% yesterday only pulled back 3.5 today. Man, that is an incredible small pullback for a stock that was up 80% on Friday, folks. I look for that thing to continue to rise if it was only down 3.5% today. That's pretty impressive to go up 80% on Friday and still hold that much. Jeepers. This is another one I have my eye on. Going to move it over here. KAPA today was up 119%. I couldn't find any news on this one either, I don't think. But this one was mentioned to me by World Free Speech. And so they've already started hacking it down, even in after hours, folks. They're already working on it. And tomorrow morning, this will be a good one. I'm going to put a star by this one if they're already slaughtering it in after hours. And the price had hit $325 for a high. $325 for a high. And I also want to see what the news. No news. None of these stocks have any freaking news. You don't know why that one's up. You don't know why this one's up. And you don't know why this one is up. There's no new news on any of them. Man, oh man, everybody. Wow. Anyway, this is probably going to be the biggest rundown one tomorrow because they're already even running it down right now. And so KAPA, folks, we're going to be looking at that one tomorrow. All right, I need to get on out of here now. Sure am happy to see Sofi green in the after hours. And I already told you, if they can't hold this thing at 14.13 this afternoon, I don't know how high it's going to go tomorrow. But I want to thank all of you who are here with me now. And one thing I've already said to you, you should be happy as hell when you see Sofi close out at 14.07 when the high of the day was 14.09. Ladies and gentlemen, you should be very, very happy to see today the high of the day be 14.09 and only close at 14.07. And I showed everybody earlier why that is because virtually every single time SoFi has closed at or near the high, there's a 5-day run-up afterwards. And ladies and gentlemen, I can go back over the historical data here for the last thing I'm going to do today and show you that right now, going back to September. And I'm going to show you what I showed everyone earlier so you can all understand how good it is for a stock price to close at or near the high of the day. And I'm going to start here at this date right here, September the 9th, when the high was 721 and it closed at 708. That's not the day I'm looking for. There's a day down here where I just saw it. There it is, 735 for the high. Closed 4 cents off the high right there at 731 was the closing, and 735 was the high. And look at the next day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of a price run up. And folks, I can show you this time and time again, where SoFi closed at or near the high of the day and then springboarded the next day. I can show it to you over and over and over and over and over. So today, when we closed near the high of the day, it was a very good thing. And I'll show you another one here on October the 3rd. Look at SoFi on the end of the day closing. The high was 786 was the high that day. It opened at 775, hit 786 for the high, and closed 3 cents off the high. What did it do after 786? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. Look at this thing, 9-day run recreated right there. I can show other ones too, folks, where we closed at or near the high of the day and then ran like a banshee afterwards. It happens over and over. Take a look at this one, October the 22nd. Look where SoFi was on October 22nd, opened at 1032, went up 30 cents to 1062, closed 4 cents off the high. And what did it do from 1062? 1, 2, 3, 4 days, 5, 6 days to 11.50 a share. Folks, it's good to close at or near the high of the day. Look on November the 7th right here. November the 7th, SoFi started at 11.91, went up to 12.14 for the high. It closed at 11.90, and that's not really one I wanted to show you, but at any rate, look at the next days. It's 11.94, then 13, 13, 13. Folks, it's crazy. I can show you many others. Let's look over here. There's another one here, and it's very close to this one here, and that is this one, November the 19th. Opened at 13.76, went up to 14.43, a 70-cent increase. And then, folks, it closed at 14.42, 1 penny, just like today or two, from the high. What did it do the next day after this day at 14.43? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's at 16.61. How do you like that, folks? So I'm pointing this out because it should be obvious to you that when SoFi closes at or near the high of the day, it's a good thing. I'll show you one other one here, ladies and gentlemen, where SoFi on December the 11th hit 16 for a high and closed 6 cents only off of the high there. And then it went from $16 after that to 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's 5 days. It's at 17.19. And so I show you this, folks, so that you can see it's very good when SoFi closes at or near the high of the day, all right? It's very good to see that happen. And so I wanted you to see how many times in the past SoFi has closed. Look at January the 3rd. January the 3rd. SoFi was at 14.30. It went up 55 cents. It closed 1 penny off the high, and the next day from 14.85, wham, and then wham the next day. See that? And so today, just so you know, January the 13th, opened here, went up 50 cents, almost 50 cents, and closed 2 cents off the high. Expect 5 days in a row of a run-up now, perhaps. And this is reason partly that the price is at 14.07 close and is now sitting at 14.10. Because I guess other people know it's a good thing when SoFi closes at or near the high of the day. And the last thing I'm going to show all of you that are still here with me now is the very last trade in the last minute of today's SoFi chart. And that is right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last minute of the day for SoFi, and take a look at what happened. Look at that massive buy-in on SoFi at the very end of the frickin' day today. Monday. I showed this to you guys earlier, TSSI. I showed you that they drove this thing down over a whole week from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then on Monday, the next day, after they broke it below the 45 and 50, the damn thing doubled in price after Monday. I showed you this TSSI chart, and I showed you that the price when they drove it down like they just did with SoFi, and I showed you SoFi's chart so you can see the comparison, and they're identical, folks. The damn charts are identical when you look at the 6-month chart. What you see on this chart, ladies and gentlemen, is you see a triple upside crossover on SoFi's chart right there. You can see it. And then you can see them bring the price all the way up here after that triple crossover, and they brought it down to the 45 and 50. And then on the Monday, This is us again right here on Monday today, taking it down below the 45 and 50, just like they did with TSSI. The exact same formation that you're looking at right there. That's what I'm showing you so you understand what could now happen with SoFi. Now that they've done, this is the TSSI chart right here so you can see. This is TSSI right there. And you can see where the price is at $11. And you can see where the price of the stock was after they drove it right back like they did SoFi below the 45 and 50. There was the price, $2.11. And now look at that damn thing, TSSI. And I show you now SoFi just to show you it's the same dang thing, people. It's the exact same thing. And again, they tried it to run it down all last week and then take the final whack at it today on Monday, just like they did TSSI before they ran it up. And I made sure everybody could see that. The day that they ran it down, ladies and gentlemen, right here was on this day. And ladies and gentlemen, that day is a Monday, the 12th. Right there is a Monday, the 12th. That's when they ran it down, right frickin' there. I wish I could stop it on it. I'm trying. It is the 12th, though, folks, when they got to the absolute bottom. It was the 12th, and it was right there. There it is. July the 12th. Folks, I can't show you any better that this is the exact same chart that SoFi is right now, and they attacked it equally on a Monday today. So I wanted to show you that so you guys know where SoFi's headed now. And you can see it very clearly because that's what happened with TSSI. And SoFi is right there at the exact same freaking point, folks. Look at the 45 and 50-day moving away from each other, gapping up. Look at the 200-day just freaking gapping up there. I mean, everything is rising, folks. Everything is rising. The tide is rising against these shorts. I guarantee you, the tide has turned. And after today, and that same exact chart formation as TSSI had, I can't help but feel excited about what's about to happen right now. After I look at that TSSI chart, man, when I look at that thing and I see that day that they tried, and I show you the days that they tried it on, there's the 7th, there's the 8th, there's the 9th, right here is the 9th, right there is the 9th. And then the next day, that was Friday, and then the next day is the 12th, a Monday, when they drove it down to the lowest they could get it. And so I show you because I think that's what SoFi is going to do, the exact same thing. And I could be wrong, but I do not think so because to me, they freaking look identical. And when you look at TSSI, by the way, when they drove it down to that 45 and 50-day moving average, look what they were doing. They had scrunched together. The 45 and 50 at that time had actually gotten completely pushed together right there. They had actually gotten completely combined together. But this time, they couldn't do that. Folks, look at that. They're compressed together right there when they drove it to the 45 and 50-day. Look where SoFi is right now comparatively. Look where the 45 and 50 are. Are they pressed together there? Hell no. The blue 45-day is escaping and gaping away from the 50-day moving average. It's even more intense than TSSI was, people, just so you're aware of it. I love to be able to show you this kind of stuff so you can see it. I'm telling you right now, when they came at TSSI, they came at it harder, ladies and gentlemen. And they came at it so hard, they made the 45-day and 50-day flatten out right there for a little period. Do you see that? The blue and gold, how they flattened out for about a week and had it going just sideways there. Folks, this right here, they had more control over TSSI than they've got over SoFi right now because that's not the picture on SoFi's chart with the 45 and 50-day. I'm just here to tell you. That's not the same picture right there, folks. That's a different looking picture right there. And I'm telling you, this thing's going to blow up. And I might even do a short on this tonight. I might do a 1 minute short or even a minute and a half and try and get this out to people because it's that important to see that right there, what I just showed you, everybody. AZTR, button simmer. Okay. Chris Parker, thank you. I appreciate it. I was clowning around about SoFi when I told everyone to buy it at $4.55 2 years ago. And I was clowning around about SoFi when I told everybody to buy it 5 months ago at $6 a share. And yep, I'm the clown. I'll go on clowning around about this stock till it's 24 bucks. And it will be. It's going to be much quicker than most people think, especially after today's chart. And look at this dang thing, folks. You never see this with SoFi in the after hours. It's a different stock, folks. It's a different stock. The tide has turned. The tide has turned. And by the way, Chris Parker, just so you're aware, Chrissy boy, I want you to take a look at what happened with SoFi at the very end of the day today, because apparently you are not paying attention and you did not see it. But I'll be happy to show you now so that you will be aware that you're in deep shit if you're shorting this stock. And it sounds like you are, but you want to look out for a stock at the very last minute of the day that has a buy order come in like that and then runs up even more in the after hours. I would be advising you, if you're shorting this, to get the hell out, because that is not good for all shorters out there to see that massive buy-in and then the price keep rising in after hours. It's beautiful for us, though, all of us longs. But thank you, Chris. I appreciate your input. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get out of here. We've seen the price go from $7.27 all the way up to $14.54, like I told you it was going to. And now we're going to see the price go from where it is here all the way up to 24. You see this chart? Chris, I showed people this way long time ago, back in September. And I told them that SoFi was going to go all the way up here. And I told them it was going to go to $12.29. And I was right. And I told everybody that back on September the 11th, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It was the 9/10. It was September the 10th. And not only did I tell them it was going to go to this price of $12.29, I told them it was going to go all the way up to $14.54. And it did that too. And then it went to $15.54 and $16.54, and it went all the way up into the 17s. I feel horrible for all the shorters, though, including you, if you are apparently one of them. Yep. SoFi is green today, baby. I like to go over and take a look at my channel and see how much I made today on SoFi since it's green. Because I own a load of shares. Yay! Go SoFi! Go $1,706 today off of SoFi, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Roger. I appreciate it. MFA trading at $9.53 with a 35-cent dividend each quarter with book value of $18.82. Thank you, Michael. I'm going to write that one down too, and I'll probably add that to my institutional charts here. Michael Anthony, Michael ICHAEL, Anthony MTHONY, and he's mentioning at MFA, and dividends. Okay. All right, good. I'll go over and add them to, and we'll see how they've been doing. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to see what it's doing. I'm going to add it to my dividend chart right now, other bookmarks, and we're going to do Catfish dividends right there, not longs. Hold on here. Oop. Bookmarks. There we are. Dividends. Okay, I got it. Let's add them in right now and see how they're doing. And I'm going to put them in the place in one of these that I've been wanting to get rid of, because I've got one of these dividend stocks that I've decided I really want to move out of because it hasn't been doing well over the last year. In fact, it's down 44%, and that is BCE. So I'm going to replace BCE right now with the stock that you just mentioned, and that is MFA. So I'm going to put BCE and put it instead MFA. MFA. And I'm going to enter that now. And then the whole thing will change, and I'll be selling that other one that I just said. Okay, sell that. And now we're going to go over here, and we're going to look at MFA. And we're going to go across to see how that one is done in the last year. And MFA has seen in the last year, it's actually down 17%, but that's better than down 43%. So I'll leave that one in. Okay, it's actually down over the last year, 17%. MFA. Just so you're aware of that. And but it is paying dividends, so that makes up for some of the losses that it's had. But I definitely do appreciate it very much that you gave me that one because it's better than the other one I had. So I'm going to put that one in and leave it now. And then when other people get in as Goliath members or Monster member cats, then they're going to be able to get this information, and it could help them in the future with trading. And thank you for very, very much that. That company has a market cap of $973 billion, and it's trading at 6 times. Okay. Yep. Its PE is 6x, folks, just so you know, that company that we were just suggested to. All right. Well, I'm going to get on out of here. Yep. Not sure what your criteria is for dividend stocks, but I'm liking TRIN. I sold after X dividend and looking for a new entry. Okay. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate it. For those of you that don't know, I'll show you I'm not going to show you which stocks these are on my dividend chart, but I'll show you how they performed over the last year. Be happy to show you right here how these dividend stocks have performed over the last year. And some of them have pulled back over the last month or two. A lot of them, as a matter of fact, a lot of them, many dividend stocks have gone down. But take a look here. This one here, I'm up 34% on and pays dividends. Up 19% on, up 3, up 9, up 34%, up 41%, up 43%, up 12, up 7, up 15%, up 5, up 21, up 3, and all of these are paying dividends. Up 5.9, up 30, up 80% right there, and paying dividends, folks, up 26%. Up 3, up 17, up 29, up 28, up 25. And I asked people on Friday, have anybody been buying these dividend stocks I mentioned? And many of them said yes. So I had about 30% say yes, they've been buying these dividend stocks that I suggested. And very good for you, because some of them have gone up 26%, up 6% almost, up 30%, 23%. And you can pick which ones you want to get in on. And you can look at the performance they've had over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, 1 year. You can look at the price, what the price was 5 days ago, 10 days ago, a month ago. You can see what the prices were. And you can see the daily rise in percent in cents or dollars. And you can see the percentage daily rise. And to get access to these sheets that are Google Sheets that I created, you just become a Catfish member at either the Monster level member or the Goliath level member, and you'll get all of these stocks. There's over 60 or 70 I've got on here now. 75 dividend paying stocks I've got in here right now. And someone just mentioned another one here, looking for another entry point. I'm going to replace the one that you just mentioned on one of the stocks, another one of mine that I've been wanting to move away from here lately. And that's the one that's down up here, 41%. And so I'm going to move over here and get rid of this one that's down 41% today. And the one that is over here. Just give me a second. Hold on. Down 41. It's called Yield Max. So I'm going to get rid of this stock, Yield Max, and I'm going to put in the one you just mentioned right then. And the one you just mentioned was what? Creating dividend stocks. I'm liking TRIN. I'm going to put it in. TRIN, and let's enter that. Let's go see how they've done. And on this, regarding the stock that he just mentioned, you can see right here that that stock is at $14.32 a share. It rose today by 6 cents, up 0.5% almost. This is the price of it when it was up here. You can see 5 days ago, 10 days ago, 30 days ago. So you can see the price of this stock that he just gave me was up 5 days ago was at $14.63. 10 days ago, it was at $14.81. And 30 days ago, it was at $14.44. And you can see over the last 5 days, it's down 2%. And over the last 30 days, and then over the last year, it's up 1.4%. It's an $844 billion market cap and trading 9 times. That's its EP. All right, folks. Well, thanks. That's better than the one I just had. One I had was down 42%. So thank you for that one as well. I appreciate it very much. I'll keep that on there for future reference. And now I'm going to close that out and go back over to SOFI. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with me. I really do. I really, really do. And for everybody else, like I said, if you come in at the Goliath level, you'll get those charts. And not only, oh, sheesh. Look at this, folks. They cannot hold SoFi at 14.13, and that is the kiss of death. Go ahead, folks. Stick a freaking fork in them. Tomorrow, 14.80, ladies and gentlemen. I look to be selling tomorrow at 14.64, 14.65, 66, 14.67, 14.68, 14.69. Then I'm going to buy back at 14.49 to 14.55. And then after that, I'm going to sell at 14.76 and 77 and buy it back at 14.66. After that, I'm going to sell it at 14.84, 86, 87, 88, 89, and 14.90. And then I'll buy it back at 14.76 or 77. And then it's going to go over 15, and I'm going to sell it at 15.06, 15.07, and 15.08. I'm going to buy it back at 14.88 after a 15.08. And even if not, I'll sell it at 15.11 through 15.20. And after 15.20, I'll get a buyback at 14.88. That's my call. I think that will happen. All right, everybody, congratulations. Look at that thing taking off. 14.19 now, folks. It's fabulous. Yep, Nicole, I'm still on here. I've been showing everybody how cool it is that SoFi closed at or near the high of the day, and I told them it was going to rocket higher tomorrow. And it's already rocketing higher even in the after hours. Nicole, we're seeing a raise in SoFi in the after hours that we've never seen in the last... And this is starting to look a lot like what happened a month and a half ago when SoFi was at $10 and suddenly shot over 13. This is the same thing that happened. And some of you remember because I told you, folks, look at this. SoFi's up in the after hours. We've never seen this before. I've literally been following this stock for a year and a half. I've never seen it up in after hours. And I started telling you that a month and a half ago, 2 months, when SoFi was in the $10 range. And I was saying, this is a different stock. This is different from what I've seen for a year and a half. And here we are again in the same situation where SoFi is up now 12 cents in the after hours. And folks, when I was telling you about it when in the 10s, we went to the 14s. And I'm telling you about it now again in the 14s. And so we should go to the 18s and 19s. And we probably will. All right. Okay. Seafire DeRambler. Hi there. Welcome to the channel. Yep, I'm still rocking, man. I'm still going. Trinity Capital. It's a birthday. Thank you. I remember it was $6. Oh, my God. By the way, just so you guys and gals are all aware, we're going to have 1 day shortened. Alexa, what day is Martin Luther King Day?
Martin Luther King Jr. Day is 7 days away, on Monday, January 20th.
So just be aware next week, ladies, on a Monday, and gentlemen, on Monday next week, the markets will be closed for Martin Luther King Day, all right? So that's just one less day that shorters have to manipulate this freaking stock. and to naked short the crap out of it, which I showed everybody earlier how desperate they've become and how many are naked shorting this stock right now. It is crazy. Short interest, folks. You're starting to see fails to deliver in massive amounts, folks, now. You're talking over here, the largest amounts that have never, this is naked shorting, folks. And you can see they failed to deliver $6 million. The next day, $6 million. And SoFi was at 1467 when they failed to return. You think they could use all those shares to sell it down, but no, it goes to 1501. And they naked short another 7 million the next day. And you think it would fall, but no, even selling naked shorted sales the next day, it's at 1570. And my God, folks, look at them. Naked shorting here, 400,000 at 1612. Could they use those the next day because they didn't return them? Hell no. That 400,000 worth wasn't sold the next day and keep the price down. It went from 1612 to 1641. And then here, they naked shorted at 3,500,000 this day. Were they able to use this 223,000 shares the next 2 days and sell the price down? Hell no, they didn't. It went from 1565 to 1602. Gosh dang. Then they come in here and they naked short here 1,585,000 when the price is 1529. Did that hold the share count? Did that keep us the price down? No. It went from 1529 to 1594. And look at them, naked short then, big time for a record high, $9,500,000 worth of shares could not be returned. This is naked shorting, people. This is all naked shorting. And this was back in December 5th, 6th, and then the 9th, 11th, 12th, 13th, every day naked shorting more and more. And I can't even believe it. And I wonder how many they must be naked shorting even right now to hold it down even this afternoon in place for a little while. Right? Folks, they're getting desperate. They're naked shorting the hell out of this thing. And it's starting to all come tumbling down on them, ladies and gentlemen. The house of cards is all starting to fall apart. It's all beginning to fall apart, ladies and gentlemen. It's all a house of cards, and it's all tumbling down. And there's nothing that the institutions that have been driving it down can do about it anymore. Naked shorting or not, the price just keeps freaking rising, people. Naked short it all you want, shorty. Do all you can to disrupt this massive run-up that's about to happen from now until the earnings call. And more institutions are going to leave, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, that I showed everybody, institutional ownership has dropped from shorts that are short only on this position, and it's now gone down to only 29. And there were 34 short only. And I show you right there, you can see it. Now there's only 29. They've gone from 34 a month ago, short only, to 29. 5 more said, I've had it. I throw in the towel. I'm folding my cards. I give up. That's right, folks. 5 more, and I think all 5 of them got out after the announcement that the executive vice president of SoFi's Lendings bought another $500,000 worth of SoFi stock right before the blackout period. I think if I had heard that myself, that their lending department VIP for SoFi bought $500,000 before the blackout, I'd be bailing out too, folks. I would get out too, like those other 5 did, those 5 institutions that were shorting 1 month ago. They heard that news about Anthony Noto's VP of their lending buying $500,000 worth, and they said, damn, we got to head for the exits, people. I thought my January 31st, 1550 calls were cooked. Yeah. Where do you get your short interest data? This is coming to me from Fintel. Fintel, Fintel. And it's on Fintel. If you just go up and type in up here SoFi in the search window and then hit the search thing next to it, then you'll find SoFi's information and the short interest involved around it. And so you just type in SoFi right there, click on SoFi, and then it won't work until you hit the magnifying glass to look. And when you click the magnifying glass, you can go to institutional ownership, or you can click short interest. And if you click short interest, then you can go over here and you can see, folks, listen to me. In March, so you're talking 9 months ago, folks, short interest was 23%. It's dropped all the way down to 12.11 now. In March of last year, folks, short interest was 23% of SoFi's shares were being shorted in March. Look how many have gotten out. And now it's only 12%, and it's probably going to go below 10%. That's where it's headed right now with all these shorts getting the hell out. And look, it just went down to 129 million. Oh my gosh, folks, just last week we were at 135 million. And then it dropped to 132 million. And now only 129 million shares being shorted. And they've got until Friday to cover, folks. They've got until Friday to cover. And it looks to me like they're already starting to right now in the after hours. Well, I want to congratulate everybody who owns this stock right here. And I want to congratulate those of you who stuck with it when we were in the 6s and the 7s and the 8s, and then we went over 10 and back to the 6s and 7s, and then over 10 and back to the 6s and 7s. You stuck with it all along. I congratulate you. Man, that's a great fortitude that you have. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, everybody. And Roger Noonan says, BDC, another day off the market. I don't like it. LOL. Oh, don't worry. I know. It sucks, but you know what? It's just another less day that they have to short this stock and manipulate it until the earnings call comes out, folks. And to be honest with you, I work so hard at this every single day, hours and hours upon hours, that I need it. Look at that 6-cent change now between the bid and the ask in the after hours. It just went from 14.13 to 14.19 right then. Jeez, oh, Pete, there's a 6 cents gap between the bid and the ask right now. Beautiful. Don't sell it, people. Don't give your shares away, because this thing's headed for $10 more on earnings day. It could easily break $24 on earnings day, and it might even go over $25. Now, whether or not it'll stay there, I don't know, but I'd have my sell orders in at $24.98, $24.99, $25, $25.08, $25.11, $12, and $13. I'd have them there, damn it, because I think it could easily go that high. Do not sell. Do not sell. Do not sell. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get on out of here. I want to thank you all for being here with me. I know I showed a lot of different stuff today, man. We went all kinds of topics. We talked about what's going on with quantum computers and how we got a dilemma with quantum computers being able to uncrypt all of our encrypted information. All secrets may be soon revealed, because there's no way to keep encryption working with these computers, these quantum computers. And I hope you enjoyed that part of today's video, as well as when I showed you the Simpsons and how the predictions for the future of what the predictions of the Simpsons are. So I want to thank you all for being able to stick around with me through not necessarily talking about SoFi today or about stocks as much as just kind of other things that are interesting in life that I hope you find interesting. And again, I want to thank you all for being here with me. I'd like to ask you one last time before we go out to please hit the like button right now. The time now is 6:15. So at 6:16 and 8 seconds, let's hit the like button together. And it'll be the last time today. 6:16 and 8 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll be out of here. So thank you for hitting all the hearts and the poppers and the loves, and I appreciate it very much. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In about 15 seconds, we're going to start the countdown, and hopefully you'll all hit the like button with me here together. Ready? Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and press that like button, and I appreciate it very, very, very much. All right, well, I told you it was a good thing today to see this big green candlestick at the very end of the day, because it showed that somebody knew what was going on. Somebody knew. Somebody knows. They all know, folks. They all know where this is going. Without a doubt, they all know where it's going, folks, after this Monday. Watch what unfolds for the next week, ladies and gentlemen. I think you're going to be very, very happy with what happens. I think it's another TSSI. I think it's just like what happened here when they drove TSSI price down. I think we're going to see the same thing. This is where we were when we had the golden crossover. This is where the top was. This is where they drove it down to. And this is what happened afterwards. And folks, the exact same thing is happening with SoFi right here. This is where the triple crossover was. This is where they brought it up. This is what they took it down to. And boom, off she goes. It's the same chart, folks. It's the same dang chart that I'm showing you. It's the triple crossover right there. You can all see it. You can clearly see. Hold on a second. I'm going to pull this back out here, and you guys can see the triple crossover. There it is right there. Triple crossover. 45 leaving the 50-day. They bring it down to that, and then it bounces and springboards off of it. It's going to be the same thing. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said with TSSI, you better look on TSSI over here. When they ran it down to that point of the 45 and 50, the 45 and 50, which is this blue line and gold line, they were smashed together. And they actually came up and went flat for a moment when they shoved it down. That's not what happened just SoFi just now. Look at SoFi. Look at the 45 and 50. Do they look smashed together and flattened out where they just drove it down to that? Hell no. The 45 is leaving the 50-day, and so is the green 200. All of them rising, folks. This is more intense than the TSSI one. They had less ability with shoving SoFi down because they were able to flatten out the 45 and 50 on TSSI's chart with that attack. And I'm showing you right here. You can see it clear as simple as the nose on your face. You can see how the big crossover occurred. They ran it up. They drove it down. They flattened out the 45 and 50, and then the 45 and 50. This is where we are now. This is the SoFi's 45 and 50. They're that far apart, people, and look what the price did afterwards. Holy smokes, people. This is what you're never going to get another opportunity like this. I'm telling you, folks, this thing is getting ready to rocket. And I'm just so excited by seeing this TSSI chart, a prediction of the future of where SoFi is going. And look how they smashed that 45 and 50 flat. And then look at the SoFi. When they drove it down, they couldn't even come close to doing that, folks. They could not come close to smashing the 45 and 50 flat on each other there. Holy smokes, folks. No wonder she's going off like a banshee in the after hours. No wonder she's running off on them. And she's going to keep rising, folks. Just have the faith. Don't give up. Don't give up. Yep. Enjoyed it all. Had to snow blow it for a few hours. I hear I got to go move some more snow now, too. I heard we've got even more snow here, so I got to go out and get rid of that snow again. But at least my son helped me and got rid of some of it, so I'm glad about that today. All right, everybody. One person unliked it. What the hell? Who cares? They're shorting it. They're shorting it, and they don't like me showing you all this killer information that I show to you every night. They don't want me showing you this, what's going on here. They don't like it. They don't like it at all. They are very upset that I'm showing everybody this chart right here, right now, and that I'm comparing it to TSSI because it scares them, folks, and it should scare them. It should scare them because this is how much power they had with TSSI, and they could make the 45 and 50 crunch together when they drove it down. They can't do that with SoFi right now. They couldn't even come close. They couldn't come close. We're going up this way. That's where we're headed, folks. That's where we're going. You can clearly see it, folks. We are just out of here, folks. This is too strong. And all these other big people that watch me in New York, they see this too. They can see it, and they go, he's right. They go, he's right. We better get in now. And that's probably what they're doing. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow morning at 9:16 a.m. I'm sorry about my disgusting thumbnail today about naked shorting, but hopefully you learned something about naked shorting today. I want to thank you all for being here again. God bless each and every one of you. As I always say, I hope that you have a really happy evening, what it is you're involved in doing. I hope that you have, as usual, great success in all your financial endeavors. And then the most important thing is that you have good health. Good health, right, Nicole? That's the most important thing. And last but not least, my wishes for you as we close out this evening is that you are surrounded with love. You know why? Because you deserve it, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:16 a.m. unless we get a lot of dang snow. World Free Speech, SoFi, $74. All right, everybody. Thank you. I enjoyed it. Yep. I got to go get rid of some snow here in our driveway, too. So thank you again. I appreciate it. God bless each and every one of you. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully at 9:16 a.m. If we don't have a barrage of snow, I've got to clear off again today. All right. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great evening. Peace out.